Chapter 4301 Anomaly. He looked at Noah, his eyes now holding a deep, philosophical light. I told them that science, that nature, that the very way the world works told me what would happen. And then they said the words that changed everything for me. Anaximander's voice dropped to a whisper, a carrier of a terrible, beautiful truth. They told me that all of that is simply what others decided what nature is. That I was different. That my way of existence was special, unique compared to others. That what is known as a fact of reality may not be a fact for me. That I could bend it and change it. He took a step closer, his eyes burning with the fervor of a convert sharing his gospel. They told me I could take a step and truly appear all the way in outer space. That I could decide that nature is wrong. That I could simply decide that my way, my nature, was to survive. And then they said. His voice was a final, compelling call to action, so just take the step forward. Ignore what nature is, and simply decide what your nature is. What your way is. Come on, give it a try. Anaximander was expectant. He looked at Noah, at this being of impossible power, and he urged him, with a genuine, almost childlike, enthusiasm. Noah listened to all of these words, his own eyes flashing sharply. He decides what existence is? Ignore nature? Ignore existence, a brilliant, tyrannical light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the expectant fold dweller, and he spoke, his voice a calm, even, and utterly absolute declaration. Existence deems that I have the power of a few hundred quadrillion purity. But I actually have tens of thousands of quadrillions of purity. He said the words. He chose that nature. And nothing happened. He blinked. He looked towards Anaximander with bright, questioning eyes. Anaximander frowned, a look of profound, intellectual concentration on his face. Try again, he suggested, his tone now that of a fellow scientist troubleshooting a failed experiment, but really believe it. That with surety, your existence will be that way. Noah stared at this full dweller up and down. Just who was this crook? He shook his head, but he played alone. His voice, this time, was not just a declaration, but a roar of pure, unadulterated, tyrannical will. I have actually attained the distinction of thee, he said it. He believed it. And once more. Nothing happened. Anaximander stood in thought, his brow furrowed in deep, analytical contemplation. A moment later, his eyes shone with the light of a new, dawning comprehension. He looked at Noah, and a slow, almost apologetic smile spread across his face. I may have to thank you, friend, he said, his voice a mixture of gratitude and a faint, academic disappointment. This experiment here may confirm the possibility that was staring at me in the face, but I did not wish to see. That what happened was unique to me. Something unique to my code of existence. This whole time, I may have been thinking that maybe I was not alone in this. Oh well. But this is a bummer. How can I help you find your way if mine is so different and solely related to me? Noah looked at the brilliant full dweller before him, at Anaximander, who was now gazing at him with an expression of profound disappointment. He shook his head, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. It's okay, he said, I will find my own way. The question was a sharp, analytical probe seeking the heart of the mystery that was Anaximander. How could a being of no discernible power stand in a place that could unmake quadrillions, and speak of being attacked as if it were a mere inconvenience? Anaximander's expression shifted, the disappointment giving way to a bright, almost childlike, enthusiasm. Ah, yes. That is the most fascinating part of my journey so far, he exclaimed, his voice filled with the pure, unadulterated joy of a scientist who has just stumbled upon a new, beautiful law of nature. He began to pace, his feet leaving no prints in the sparkling snow, his movements a graceful, almost weightless dance. After my impromptu trip to the stars, and my subsequent realization that my existence did not have to adhere to the standard operational parameters of this universe, I knew I had to establish some new parameters of my own. A set of personal, existential guidelines, if you will. He stopped, his eyes, which held a light of pure, unadulterated curiosity, fixed on Noah. I have an internal journal, he said, a note of pride in his voice. In it, I have meticulously detailed every encounter, every observation, every new guideline I have forged for my own being. It is a work in progress, of course, but the core tenets are quite robust. He raised a finger, as if beginning a lecture. Guideline number 1, I exist. A simple, but necessary, starting point. Guideline number 2, I will continue to exist. A statement of intent. But guideline number 3. That is the one that has proven most useful in my travels. He smiled, a brilliant, almost blinding, expression of pure, intellectual delight. Guideline number 3, my existence cannot be unwillingly altered or ended by the will or authority of another. Any hostile action or intent directed at me will be treated not as an attack, but as an interesting, but ultimately irrelevant, external phenomenon for me to study and understand. WAA, the words were a quiet detonation in the silent, frozen air. Noah stared at him, his own vast, analytical mind struggling to process the sheer audacious simplicity of it, and it works? Noah asked, the question a whisper of genuine, profound curiosity. Anaximander's smile widened. So far, the data is promising. I have been struck by a living mountain. I have been bathed in the conceptual fire of a sentient star. I have been shouted at by a very angry, very large lizard. And in every instance, the result was the same. Their authority, their power, their very intent to harm. It simply did not apply to me. It was like they were speaking a language my existence no longer understood, or really, chose not to. Noah's eyes blazed with a tyrannical fervor. How about, he began, his voice a low, dangerous murmur, I try to attack you. For research purposes. Of course, Anaximander laughed, a sound of pure, unadulterated delight. But of course. I would be honored. Your authority feels different. Denser. More complex. The data would be invaluable. He stood there, his arms open in a gesture of willing, enthusiastic acceptance. So go ahead. Give it your best show. Boom, before the words could even finish leaving his mouth, Noah acted. He did not move a muscle. He did not raise a hand. He simply wove, from the crucible of quintessence, he drew forth a river of his own, terrifying power. He wove a spell of pure, analytical dread, a concept he named, in that very instant, existential scrutiny. It was not a blast of fire or a blade of force. It was a wave of pure, absolute judgment, a question asked of Anaximander's very right to exist. It shot forth, a beam of incandescent, white gold light that was so pure, so potent, that it seemed to be the only real thing in this frozen, illusory world. It was a thing of terrible, beautiful power, an attack that did not seek to break, but to dissect, to unravel, to understand its target to death, and, ridiculously, it passed right through him. That Anaximander stood, bathed in the glorious, terrible light of the attack, and he was untouched. The weave of pure, conceptual power washed over him, around him, through him, like a gentle breeze. He blinked, a slow, curious movement. And then he looked down at his own, unharmed body, a faint, almost puzzled, smile on his face. Interesting, isn't it? He said, his voice filled with a genuine, almost childlike, wonder. No matter how many times it happens, even I cannot quite believe it. Chapter 4302. This is my way. Noah stared with bright eyes. The weave had not been repelled. It had not been negated. It had been ignored. His attack, a thing of quadrillions in power, had been treated as an irrelevant piece of data, a null value in the equation of Anaximander's existence. He felt the necklace on his chest grow warm. The aegis of the architect, his symbiotic armor, was responding to his own, unspoken will. Let's try something else, Noah murmured. In the next instant, he was no longer a man. The aegis materialized around him, a silent, perfect symphony of interlocking white and gold plates. The golden visor flared to life, a sun in the growing twilight of the mountain. His entire being was now a conduit for a singular, terrible purpose, absolute purity. The armor blazed with a white gold light so intense it seemed to burn the very concept of color from the air. He raised his hand, and from his palm, a beam of pure, conceptual certainty shot forth, a torrent of over 500 quadrillion in pure, unadulterated purity. Boom, it was a wave of absolute, unyielding truth. And it passed right through him. Anaximander stood, bathed in a new, even more glorious light, a look of profound, academic fascination on his face. He even reached out, his hand moving through the beam of annihilating power as if it were nothing more than a curious, harmless hologram. Noah stopped. The armor, with a soft, almost disappointed hiss, receded, returning to its dormant, necklace form. He stood in the swirling, snowy winds, a profound, almost frustrating, silence settling between him and this impossible Being, Master, I have been analyzing the subject, Anaximander, conclusion, he is a unique, one-of-a-kind anomaly. I have cross-referenced his existential signature with all known data, and there is nothing that fits. He is not immune to your attacks, he is simply not a valid target for them. To him, your authority is a language he does not speak, a force that has no context in his self-defined reality. Recommendation: further study is essential. This being is a living, breathing loophole in the very fabric of existence. Understanding him may provide us with a new, unprecedented path to power. Noah looked at Anaximander, who was now gazing at the dormant Aegis with a blinding light of pure curiosity. Wow, he breathed, his voice filled with a genuine, almost reverent, awe. What is a suit of armor like that made of? Your existence feels much heavier with it, and if you can do all of this. Ah, what a conundrum this is. Oh, just who are you, friend? Who was he? The question, once so simple, was now a complex, multifaceted thing. He had given his name freely to many. But to this beautiful, terrible, and utterly baffling anomaly, Anaximander blinked, and a warm, understanding smile spread across his face. You do not have to worry. I didn't tell you any names of others I met before, right? Well, except the weavers, it seems. But yes, I keep my interactions and research to myself mostly. He smiled, a genuine expression. Noah looked at him, and in that moment, he called out, Osmond, he said, his voice a quiet, resonant note in the frozen silence. Noah Osmond. And yes, don't mention that to anyone. And frankly, be cautious and careful of the weavers you met. His words, a simple warning, seemed to surprise Anaximander. What do you mean? He asked, a flicker of confusion in his bright, intelligent eyes. They guided me to be where I am now. They did not wish harm as far as I can tell. Noah shook his head in a slow, deliberate motion. In existence, he began, his voice a low murmur that seemed to carry the weight of eons, especially for those who hold the distinction of the nothing is done without purpose. The guidance they gave you, the path they set you on. It was for their purpose, not for yours. In existence, rarely do any beings at the very peak of power do anything for the good of others. All they do, all they will ever do, is something to serve themselves. Their way. So, question everything. His words were heavy, each one a seed of doubt planted in the fertile soil of Anaximander's scientific mind. The fold dweller went quiet, his gaze turning inward, as if he were re-examining the very foundations of his own impossible journey. What, he finally asked, his voice a low, hesitant whisper, can you tell me about the weavers? There are others like them. Noah stood before Anaximander, his simple, white gold wrappings a stark contrast to the swirling, snowy landscape, and he began to speak. The weavers, based on what you have described, he said, his voice a quiet, informative current, are existences of an entirely different scale of existence from me and you. The ones I know of are the creature, he began to explain, his voice a calm, steady narration in the heart of the storm. He spoke of the scales of existence, of the vast chasm that separated the beings of level 0 from the architects of level 1, he spoke of the creature, of the living existences, and of grand while he continued to analyze Anaximander, and Anaximander, the brilliant, naive, and impossibly powerful fold dweller, listened, his eyes wide, his mind a wonder of terrible comprehension. Ethelgard. In the quiet, profound stillness of the central hall, 3 hooded figures sat. Their silence a weight that seemed to bend the very light of the room. Before them, Gilgamesh, the first leader, floated, his golden eyes a storm of contained, imperial power. The war was a precursor, the unison voice of the weavers echoed, a calm, prophetic statement in the charged silence. A test. A demonstration. You have shown your strength. Now, you will be approached. Gilgamesh's gaze was a thing of cold, analytical fire. By whom? The living emotive, they replied, their voices a single, harmonious chord. They will come to you with an offer. A sanctuary. A place of peace and shared purpose in the face of the coming storm. They will offer you a civilization, HUUM. Chapter 4303. This is my way. 2. The king of Ethelgard laughed, a short, sharp, and utterly contemptuous sound. I do not need to be given a civilization. And I have no desire to be entangled in the emotional, chaotic weavings of the living emotive. The weavers remained still, their faceless hoods a void of unreadable intent. In this case, their unison voice was a gentle, yet absolute, counter-argument. You have to It will benefit your way of existence. And your budding civilization. Gilgamesh was silent for a long, heavy moment. He looked at these three mysterious beings, at their quiet, unshakable certainty, and he gave a single, almost imperceptible, nod of assent. And then, it happened, the three hooded figures, who had been a single, unified presence, suddenly stopped. Their forms, which had been perfectly still, flickered. A silent, internal conversation, a wave of pure, conceptual data, passed between them. Something is wrong, one of them, the one with the high, melodic voice, whispered, the word a fragile, uncertain thing, an interference with a budding weaving of existence we have set in place. The one with the dry, academic voice replied, its tone now sharp with a new, analytical coldness. I cannot sense who. Could the creature have noticed something? But they are occupied right now. The three of them rose as one. The calm, prophetic certainty they had projected was gone, replaced by a new, more profound, and utterly terrifying, silence. They looked at each other, their faceless hoods a void of shared, unspoken concern. We will proceed carefully. Their unison voice was now a low, dangerous whisper. We will see what interference occurred, and where. With those final, ominous words, they turned to Gilgamesh, a silent dismissal in their posture. He looked at them, a new, cautious light in his golden eyes, and with a final, lingering glance, he vanished, leaving them alone in their silent, shadowed hall, with a new, unforeseen, and very, very dangerous variable in their grand equation. It was cold, and yet a sense of terrifying warmth of knowledge and power was present in the center of a glacial expanse in the earliest folds. In a small corner of these vast folds, two figures sat upon glacial blue stones that seemed to be carved from frozen time itself. One, a man exuding a quiet, analytical brilliance, held a simple stick, idly drawing intricate diagrams and cryptic words on the frozen ground. He sighed, the sound a small, human thing in this ancient, terrible place. The creature. The living paradox. The living emotive stories of the earliest folds, so convoluted. Anaximander muttered, shaking his head. In the last hour, Noah had cracked open his understanding of existence, revealing the complex, glittering, and dangerous structures within. The stories of the earliest folds Noah had shared, the concepts of scales of existence. It was a universe of data that made his own explorations feel like a child's first steps. Sitting opposite him, Noah's gaze was calm, his vast power held in perfect, effortless check. He had, in turn, been analyzing this impossible being, this Anaximander, and had found nothing. His existence was a perfect, smooth wall, a blank page that refused to be read. He is an anomaly through and through, master. His self-defined way is something we have never encountered. There seems to be a reason why the so-called the weavers approached him. Anything that can require the attention of entities like that is not simple. Beside Noah, the holographic, crimson-blue figure of Ruin/Eden frowned with a profound, analytical contemplation, her gaze fixed on Anaximander as if he were the most complex, unsolvable equation she had ever encountered. At this moment, Noah leaned forward. Hey, say, he began, if you knew there was an apocalyptic problem, a grand, existential threat where the complete cessation of existence was coming. A fallout of sorts, as some might call it. How would you avoid it? Prevent it? Escape it? Anaximander looked up, his bright, intelligent eyes blinking in surprise. The stick in his hand paused mid-diagram. He gazed at Noah, his mind a brilliant engine of logic. What an exquisitely terrifying hypothesis, he breathed, a flicker of genuine, scientific excitement in his eyes. He stood, his simple robes fluttering in a wind that wasn't there, and began to pace. Well, he began, his voice taking on the rhythmic cadence of a lecturer dissecting a grand problem. The first step, in any logical framework, would be to identify the source. The catalyst. Causality is not just a suggestion, it is the spine of existence. If a collapse is coming, something caused it. I would dedicate all my resources to finding that first domino. If one could find the source, the trigger. Could one not? Theoretically, stop it? Alter it? Convince it not to have been triggered at all? It is the most direct, and likely the most impossible, solution, but, he continued, holding up a finger, let us assume the catalyst is unstoppable. That it is a force of nature, like a hurricane that has already made landfall. What then? Then, the logical recourse is not to fight the storm, but to build a shelter. He gestured to the vast, swirling sky above them. Not a simple shelter of stone and metal, but a conceptual one. A fortress built outside the very rules of the storm. A sanctuary forged from a different kind of reality, a place so fundamentally separate from the collapsing folds that this, what did you call it, a fallout, could not find its purchase. An isolated, perfect bunker, WAA. Noah couldn't help but smile at all the answers this being gave, as they were the same ones powerful entities came up with. A beautiful theory, Anaximander mused, but one that relies on the existence of such a place, or the means to build it. So, if the storm cannot be stopped, and a shelter cannot be built, what remains? He smiled, a bright, intellectual spark. A third path. You do not fight the storm, and you do not hide from it. You find a place the storm simply cannot reach. You go elsewhere. A hidden garden, a forgotten pocket of existence. You find a new civilization, a new place to plant your seeds. And you simply wait for the storm to pass, hoping it does not find you. Boom. Chapter 43. Oh, for this is my way. 3. Anaximander's logic was a chilling, perfect echo of the very paths Noah had been forced to consider. The full dweller stopped pacing and looked at Noah, his expression now one of profound, philosophical contemplation. And if all else fails, he said, his voice dropping to a low, almost reverent whisper, if the cause cannot be stopped, if no shelter can be built, and if there is nowhere left to hide, there is only one, final, and most arrogant solution left. He met Noah's gaze, and in his eyes, there was a brilliant, almost manic, light. You must become the storm. You must cease to be the thing that is in the storm, and become the thing that is the storm. You would have to elevate your own existence to a scale where the fallout is no longer an apocalypse, but simply weather. You would have to become a being for whom the cessation of existence is not an ending, but simply a Monday. Boom. Noah stared, his expression unreadable. This powerless, mannerless full dweller had, in the span of a few minutes, perfectly and independently deduced 4 impossible, desperate paths to survival that he thought of and others acted on. Anaximander, seeing Noah's heavy silence, seemed to mistake it for disappointment. He sighed, the brilliant energy fading from him, replaced by a humble, almost apologetic, shrug. But those are just grand, impossible theories, of course, he said, sitting back down on his glacial stone. Just the ramblings of a man who has seen too much and understands too little. It seems existence is more complicated the more you scratch the surface and peel the layers. I am sorry that I was not able to be of much help to you. He poked at the diagrams on the ground with his stick. But if I can say one last thing, it is about your way. If I am to be considered an anomaly, it is because my way is related to what makes me an anomaly. That I can ignore the rules that bind others. What is it about you that is anomalous? Your way would be easiest to open up and guide your existence from there. Noah smiled, a genuine, almost warm expression. What made him an anomaly? He knew the answer to that. It was the very first truth of his existence. It was the foundation upon which his heart, his atlas, his principles, his very tyranny was built. Anaximander's words were not a new revelation, but a profound, timely reminder. Thank you for the words, Anaximander, Noah said. You helped by expanding my point of view somewhat. More than you know. At his words, Anaximander brightened. He stood, brushing the sparkling frost from his simple robes, his task here seemingly complete. He smiled, a genuine expression of a scholar who has just had a truly fascinating exchange of ideas. Existence is a laboratory, friend Osmond, he said, his voice filled with a new, vibrant energy. We are all just experiments, running our own hypothesis against the unyielding wall of reality. Some of us choose to build a civilization, a grand, collective experiment. It is a noble path. They seek to find the answers together, to build a tower of shared knowledge tall enough to see over the next horizon. He gestured to the vast, empty, and beautiful expanse around them. But I am a field researcher. I must walk, I must see, I must ask. The best data is not found in the lab, but in the wild, untamed wilderness of the unknown. A civilization is a beautiful, warm, and comfortable place. But it is also a cage, a bubble that limits one's perception to only what is inside. He bowed, a final, respectful gesture from one anomaly to another. I will add another guideline to my existence, he declared, his voice ringing with the light of a new, forged law. If ever I hear an existence I deem a friend call out the words, Anaximander, come, then I will be able to sense wherever you are. And so long as I am not busy being dissected by a curious star or something of the sort, I will come. As for now, I like to get answers directly. I must continue exploring existence. Noah nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the offer. He watched, his gaze sharp and analytical. As Anaximander, the brilliant, impossible fold dweller, turned, he took a single step and disappeared. He was gone, leaving Noah alone in the vast, silent, and glittering expanse of the frozen first folds, with a head full of new, terrible, and glorious possibilities. Existence, as Noah had already come to understand it, was a brutal and relentless series of escalations. One achieved a new, unimaginable height of power, only to look up and see a mountain range of beings whose casual footsteps were the very power he had just attained. He had felt it multiple times before, and now, as he stood in the first folds and gazed at the distant ideas of existences with the distinctions of the, he felt it again, but on a scale that made all previous escalations seem like minor, introductory chapters. What he had to do amidst these series of escalations of existence was forge something that even those who had already forged their grand civilization would be envious of. Noah stood in the field of endless snow and cold as he breathed out, these last few hours, after taking on the form of different life forms to observe and carry out their way of existence, after learning and observing the way of existence of a terrifying anomaly that had no mana or any authority in his body. After all of these experiences, he was now ready to take a heavy and irreversible step forward. What his way of existence could be was never a question. From the words of the brilliant fold dweller that had just left, what made him an anomaly? If everything about him was stripped away, what did he have? And where did everything begin? If he said that his way of existence was quintessence, he would not be wrong, but he would not be entirely correct. If he said his way of existence was tyranny, it would once more be correct, but he would also be wrong. He could say the same for the ways of existence of cheats, infinity, apocalypse, ruination, veritarch, kuklos, megalos. You could list countless ways of existence that would fit him, but they wouldn't entirely encapsulate and get to the root cause of who and what he was before tyranny. What did he have? Because in the beginning, he did not have tyranny, nor did he have quintessence or cheats. What did he have in the very beginning? Chapter 43:05. This is my way. For, when he asked such a question, he had to decide for himself what was his beginning. His beginning. At this thought, a billowing storm of snow picked up around Noah, and in the snow, an illusory image of a dilapidated apartment began to form in front of him as it displayed a scene from years ago. It displayed the scene of him looking at a glistening skill book that stated, Fireball. Yes. This was his beginning. The moment that he awakened was his beginning. When he did so, he had not yet formed his tyranny and quintessence and cheats and all these other glamorous and glorious parts of him. All he had was a mana, As he said these words, the illusory image of his younger self touched the skill book that disappeared into light into his body. It acted as an initiator, as if something was turning a light bulb on. The illusory body of his younger self was then filled with boundless, intricate lines of mana. Noah's eyes shone with a glorious light as the storm around him picked up even more, his eyes radiating tendrils of blue mana at this moment. Did he invent mana, or did he simply discover it? The answer was clear. Like principles. Mana had always been there, whether he knew it or not. He found it and became it, in the very beginning. Before he had built anything else, all he had was mana, so for his way of existence, for the system of existence that he wanted to forge. The path was undoubtedly and explicitly mana, within it. The idea of infinity was held. The idea of quintessence was held. The idea of tyranny burned. He smiled brilliantly as he turned towards the holographic, crimson-blue figure of Ruin/Eden, who had been observing him with her usual, analytical calm. We should be ready to finalize the new system of existence, he said, his voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to make the very snowflakes around them vibrate with purpose. One that integrates the many systems of power that we have come across. And even the ones that we have forged ourselves. Take these ideas in my mind and actualize them for me, will you? Ruin/Eden's illusory form, that perfect, beautiful fusion of ruination's tragic grace and a system's cold logic, smiled. She bowed deeply, a gesture of profound, absolute loyalty. Yes, master. An instant later, Noah's body, standing at the center of the frozen, primordial expanse, became a beacon, a beam of incandescent blue brilliance. The very color of his infinite, boundless mana shot out from him. It did not strike the ground or the sky, but seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality itself, crawling upwards towards the endless, chaotic heavens of the earliest folds. Waves and tendrils of this same blue mana began to snake around his figure, a glorious, swirling storm of pure potential. He closed his eyes, his entire being focused on this singular, monumental act of creation. He was not just building a system, he was a blind man grasping towards and sensing a new way. As he did so, prompts, rendered in that new, vivid crimson blue, bloomed before his eyes. You have begun to consciously walk your chosen way of existence. This is a heavy and irreversible step. By choosing this path, all other potential ways become secondary, tributaries to this one, great river. You are embarking on the way of mana, to truly and completely embody this way. To achieve the distinction of the is a journey that may require eons. You are still a long, long way off, but the first step has been taken. The first course of action toward this grand design is being enacted. The boons for embarking on this way will be determined and granted after you have taken your first course of action towards it. After he had taken his first course of action, after he had forged his system of existence. Is that right? Noah smiled at such a thought. At this moment, the holographic, crimson-blue figure of Ruin/Eden burned brightly before him, stepping gracefully out of the swirling azure storm as if she were its master. She looked at him. At the raw, untamed power he was unleashing, and her smile was a thing of sublime, analytical beauty. Her voice echoed in his mind, a symphony of logic and ruin. As she spoke, her hands, elegant and ethereal, began to move, weaving the very air into holographic displays that bloomed around them in the swirling snow and mana, based on all known data, your core authorities, the principles of perpetual harvest, and the cheating architect, and your stated goal of creating a scalable, universal methodology for your burgeoning civilization. I have finalized the schematic. Her voice formed words and not purely a prompt. She raised a hand, and the swirling blue mana around them seemed to part, revealing a grand, floating title composed of pure, informational light. I present to you, the way of the mana architect, core philosophy. Straight face, all power, all authority, all existence, stems from a single, fundamental source: mana, glyphs, hockey, armaments, arcana. These are not separate, competing systems. They are merely different expressions, different languages, for the one true grammar of existence. This grammar is mana. This system of existence, the way of the mana architect, is a unified methodology that integrates all known forms of power under a single, cohesive framework. It is a path of progression open to any existence, from the weakest manaless being to a primordial creature. Oh, the way of the mana architect. This was the proposed name of the new system of existence. You are not just a wielder of these disparate forces, Master, Ruin/Eden explained, as her hand conjured an illusion. A single, brilliant blue thread of mana shot out, then split, weaving itself into the distinct forms of a glyph, an aura of hockey, a shimmering suit of armor, and a glowing arcana card. You are the source from which all these expressions flow. This system simply gives that flow structure. Noah watched, his eyes shining with a cold, tyrannical light. He nodded, a silent command to continue. The system itself, she continued, is built upon the one authority that allows for such a unification. The skeleton, the cheating architect, this entire system is built upon the foundation of your principle of the cheating architect. It is the operating system, the underlying code, primary function. The principle allows this system to cheat the established rules of existence. It creates loopholes, bypasses limitations, and finds the most efficient, often paradoxical, path to power. Civilization boon. As the creator, you are the architect. You can alter, update, and deploy patches to this system as your understanding grows. You can create unique exploits or backdoors for your most trusted followers. Chapter 4306. This is my way. Her hand gestured, and the illusion shifted. A vast, intricate blueprint of the system appeared, with the fractured, multicolored infinity symbol of the cheating architect at its very center, its tendrils connected to every other component, and the engine that drives this impossible machine. Ruin/Eden said, her voice filled with a note of profound respect, is twofold: the fuel, infinite mana perpetual harvest, for you, Master. The fuel for every action within this system is your infinite mana. The cost is irrelevant, your reservoir is boundless. This makes you the absolute, unchallengeable master of this way, for all other beings who walk this path. Mana is a finite resource they must cultivate through the initial stages of progression. This creates a natural, unbreachable hierarchy. They are practitioners, you are the source. Furthermore, your principle of perpetual harvest is woven into the very code of this system. All effort exerted within this path, be it cultivation, forging, or combat, is recognized as effort and will yield a harvest, accelerating the progression of all who follow it. a new illusion formed, a vast, raging, azure ocean. Noah's mana flowed endlessly, while beside it, a tiny, crystal cup slowly filled, drop by drop. That of a normal practitioner. Noah's smile widened. He saw it. A system of perfect, absolute tyranny, disguised as a path of universal opportunity, and this, Ruin/Eden said, her voice now taking on the cadence of a grand lecturer, is the path itself. The edicts of progression, this is the linear, 9-stage journey of advancement within the way of the mana architect. Each edict represents a new level of mastery over mana, unlocking a new expression of power. Her hands moved, and with each edict she named, a new, beautiful, and terrifying illustration bloomed in the frozen air. Edict 0, the uninitiated, state, a being with no mana, a manaless existence, potential. All beings possess the latent potential to awaken. This system provides the key, the spark, through a ritual of initiation, a direct bestowment of mana from an existing practitioner, or through finding a spark cultivated by you, an uninitiated can awaken. She showed an image of a simple, manaless being, dark and formless, being touched by a single spark of blue light. Edict 1, the spark, awakening, the being's existence is rewritten. A mana locus is formed at the core of their being, the mana locus, a nascent, internal core that can now passively absorb ambient mana from existence, or be directly filled by you. It needs to be filled and expanded to a vast sea before it can be deemed a reservoir. Boon, the being is no longer manaless. They can begin the slow, arduous process of cultivation. Note, for you, master, you began with an infinite locus. A slight advantage. The illusion shifted. The dark figure now held a tiny, glowing blue star in its chest, the mana locus. It was a glorious thing to see. Edict 2, the reservoir, objective, to fill the mana locus to its absolute capacity, process, through meditation, consumption of mana-rich materials, devouring lifeforms rich in mana, or direct endowment, the being expands their locus. This is the foundation of all future power. Reservoir foundation can become world-sized mana reservoir or exceed this. Boon, a larger reservoir allows for grander, more sustained expressions of power. Note, your reservoir is, well, you know. The blue star pulsed on the illusory being she displayed grew brighter and larger, becoming a stable, humming, reservoir. That, Edict 3, the weave, objective, to learn to express mana externally, process, the practitioner learns to draw mana from their locus and weave it into a desired effect. This is the foundation of all spells, techniques, and abilities. Example weaves, weave of fireball, weave of minor fortification, weave of quicken thought. Boon, the ability to directly influence reality through mana, azure threads now pulled from the reservoir, coalescing in the figure's hand into the shimmering, unstable form of a weave of fireball. It was a fantastical sight to see. Edict 4, the glyph, objective, to internalize and perfect a weave, process. By casting a single weave, e.g., weave of fireball, 10,000 times, a practitioner can achieve conceptual resonance. This allows them to forge the weave into a permanent, mana glyph. Upon their existence, integration, this is the integration of the glyph system. These, mana glyphs, are permanent, passive or active enhancements, identical in function to the glyphs you have forged, but their power scales directly with the wielder's total mana. Boon, the ability is now innate, requiring no complex casting. Only an act of will. Oh, what a glorious change! Cast an ability, a weave 10,000 times, and it becomes a glyph. The illusory fireball solidified, then flew back into the figure, etching itself onto its very soul as a permanent, glowing, mana glyph of fireball. Noah nodded, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. The beginning. Oh, Edict 5, the heart, the hockey, objective, to transform the mana locus from a passive reservoir into an active, high-pressure engine, process. By forging 10,000 mana glyphs, the practitioner's existence is now stable enough to handle the next evolution. Their locus becomes a mana heart, an engine that constantly circulates and refines their mana. Integration. This is the integration of the hockey system. The mana heart generates a passive, mana hockey, an aura of pure, unadulterated will. This hockey can be used offensively to suppress lesser beings or defensively to resist external influence. Boon, the birth of a personalized hockey, the ultimate expression of one's will. The reservoir in the figure's chest began to pulse, to beat. It transformed into a vibrant, powerful, mana heart, and a faint, powerful aura. A mana hockey began to radiate from the figure's entire form. Ruin/Eden continued with her influx of information. Edict 6, the aegis, the armor. Objective, to forge an external, symbiotic vessel for your power. Process, the practitioner, now possessing a mana heart, can begin to forge a mana-born living existential armor. This requires immense resources, like early omnicalcum or tartarite metal, or other metals/ores of equivalent value, and a deep understanding of their own nature. Integration. This is the integration of the living existential armor system. The armor is a growth-type symbiote, bound to the wielder's locus, and will grow in power as the wielder does. It is the ultimate defense and weapon, boon, a personalized, evolving suit of existential dominance, shimmering, liquid metal, drawn from an unseen source, flowed over the figure, hardening into a sleek, powerful suit of mana-born living existential armor, its design echoing the lines of Noah's own Aegis, Edict 7, the Codex, the Arcana, objective, the final evolution of the mana heart process. After forging an Aegis, the practitioner's mana heart achieves its ultimate form, becoming a living mana codex. This conceptual grimoire becomes the command center for their existence. Integration. This is the integration of the astral codex system. The wielder can now design, forge, and store mana arcana glyphs. These are permanent abilities, but are single-use, high-cost spells of immense power, fueled by units of everything's boon, the strategic, overwhelming power of tactical, reality-bending abilities. The glowing mana heart within the armor transformed again, its light solidifying into the image of a beautiful blue-gold grimoire. Shimmering, conceptual cards, mana arcana glyphs, began to orbit it. Edict 8, the principle, objective, to transcend the rules of existence. Process. A being who has mastered their codex must now choose their ultimate way. They must gather the conceptual weight of Edict 7 authorities, 1,000 mana arcana glyphs, and Edict 4 authorities, 100,000 common mana glyphs of any type, and forge them into a blank template seed of a principle. Integration. This is the path leading to the level 1 scale of existence. The wielder creates their own principle and mana seed glyphs of a principle, becoming a true architect of their own fundamental law. To reach the peak of this stage, countless mana seed glyphs of principles have to be forged. Boon, the ability to become a game master, not just a player. Oh goodness, there was still more. The illusion grew complex, showing different pathways of power all converging into a single, vibrant, pulsing, blank template seed of a principle. Edict 9, the architect, objective? Process? Analysis. This stage is theoretical. It represents the potential to become of the level existence, a true equal to the original architects. It is the final, unknown step on the way of mana. The final illusion was not an image, but a blinding, questioning light, a horizon of pure, undefined potential. Noah watched this grand, unfolding presentation, his mind burning with tyrannical approval. It was perfect. It was a ladder, and he had built it. Ruin/Eden let the final image hang in the air, a testament to the grand, impossible path he had just forged with her aid. The civilization protocol straight face. This system is designed for mass adoption. As more beings awaken their mana locus and walk the edicts of progression, their collective effort, their belief in this way, will create a conceptual weaving of mana. This weaving will feed back into you, Master, as the architect and first source. Every being that follows your path will add to your own authority, deepen your own understanding, and accelerate your own ascent towards the level 1 scale of existence. You will not just be building a fortress against the fallout, you will be building a new civilization, a new fundamental truth, with your own existence at its very center. Noah stood in the swirling, snowy winds of the first folds, his body a silent, unmoving statue, but his mind. His mind was a supernova of blazing, tyrannical light. This was it. This was his way, a path that integrated every system of power he had encountered. All of it unified under the boundless, glorious banner of his own infinite mana, a path that was not just for him, but for all who would follow him. A path to building his own civilization, his own answer to the coming darkness. He opened his eyes, the glacial blue of the landscape reflected in his pupils, and he smiled. Chapter 4307 The Birth of a Civilization. The first step on the way of mana had been taken. The system had been forged, and now, the boons for this first, monumental act of creation, began to flood his existence. As Noah stood amidst the silent, swirling snows of the first folds, a profound, internal shift occurred. The forging of his way was not just an intellectual exercise. It was a physical, tangible, and irreversible act of becoming. He felt the very foundation of his existence resettle, solidify, and then blaze with a new, terrifying, and glorious purpose. The first step on the way of mana has been taken. Your existence has been recognized and ratified by the very fabric of existence. You have not just chosen a path, you have created one. This is a monumental effort. The principle of perpetual harvest recognizes the sheer, audacious labor of forging a new, unified system of existence. The harvest shall be elevated and profound, for embarking on the way of manna, your existence will be undergoing a baptism of manna in the next few minutes, with the end result being the glorious elevation of your complexity and purity to 1,000 quadrillion, nay, 1 quintillion. For you are now deserving of the numerical distinction of quintillion for sensing your way. Boom, your principle of the cheating architect has successfully integrated all known systems. As a reward for its first, grand act of existential rebellion, its maturity has been forcibly advanced. Maturity of the seed of the principle of the cheating architect has advanced from 10% to 25%. New capabilities unlocked. Straight face, you may now forge up to 25 seed glyphs of the cheating architect. Cost per glyph, 2 quadrillion. Complexity and purity, or as you undergo the changes to alter everything in your existence to become mana-based. The cost will be nothing. Agent architect, authority has been amplified by 250%. Your principle of perpetual harvest has resonated with this act of creation. The forging of a system designed for endless growth is the ultimate expression of its own nature. Maturity of the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest has advanced from 50% to 75%. New capabilities unlocked. Straight face, you may now forge up to 75 seed glyphs of perpetual harvest. All harvest festival endowments are now amplified by an unknown, but frankly ridiculous, factor. The sheer, overwhelming surge of potential from his principles alone was staggering. But it was not the end. The act of defining your way of existence has had a profound, clarifying effect on your very being. All latent, unrefined potential within your existence has been drawn out, categorized, and integrated. Your blood, your heart, your atlas. All have been optimized by this new, singular focus. Your 159 vital lighthouses have blazed with a new, unified purpose. They are no longer just anchors in time, they are now the beacons of your way. All 159 towers of Osmond have been advanced to the fourth stage, the resplendent citadel of the way. Boom, Noah's internal weavings shuddered, a joyous, violent vibration as his entire foundation, his early atlas of the folds, was reforged in an instant. 159 pillars of impossible light, each one now a fortress of his will, a citadel dedicated to a specific facet of his mana. He recalled the requirements of his own self-created realm of the early throne ascendancy realm. Its purpose had been to hold the power of a true early creature at its peak, and he felt like he could say he held the power of an early creature at this moment. The only requirements that seemed to not have been filled would be the completion of the heart and the numerical glyphs, but he had far exceeded the scope of power this realm envisioned. But the flood of rewards was still not over. The Ascendran nodule, the fourth part of your heart, has resonated with this act of ultimate intellectual creation. It has achieved 100% completion. The fourth part of the heart of the early creature, Osmond, is complete. Your heart now beats with a new, four-chambered rhythm. The living principle of complexity is now a stable, integrated part of your being. Your mind is now a forge of pure thought. Your analytical and processing capabilities have been amplified to a degree that defies quantification. You do not just think, you compute reality. New capability unlocked, conceptual weaving. You can now directly perceive and manipulate the base conceptual code of non-primordial objects and lesser authorities. You can see the math behind reality and edit it. Example, you can look at a weave of fireball and rewrite its core code to be a weave of existential despair. This is the true power of an architect. This was it. This was the harvest. His gaze, now a thing of terrifying, analytical clarity, swept across the frozen, primordial landscape of the first folds. He saw not just snow and ice, but the intricate, beautiful equations that held them together. He saw the way of the frost-winged butterfly, not as a feeling, but as a complex, elegant algorithm of survival. He looked at his own hands, at the swirling, bloody purple flames of his hockey that still wreathed them. His new perception dissected them, analyzed them, and he saw, with a flicker of almost comical understanding, that he could do better. With a single, focused thought, he began to edit. He took the weave of his hockey and began to strip away the inefficiencies. The bloody purple flames, so grand and so terrifying, dissolved. They were too loud, too chaotic, too emotional. He distilled their essence, their core function of imposition and dominion, and reforged them. The flames vanished, replaced by a faint, almost invisible, silver-blue aura that clung to his skin like a second, conceptual epidermis. It was silent. It was cold. It was perfect, it was a hockey that no longer needed to shout its presence, for it was now woven into the very fabric of his being. It was not a robe of power he wore, it was simply the color of his skin. You have successfully analyzed and optimized your own hockey. Your heart of tyranny is now in a state of perfect resonance. Your new hockey, the tyrant's silence, is 500% more efficient, 1000% more potent, and 10,000% more terrifying to those who can actually perceive it. Chapter 4308 The Birth of a Civilization. 2. He looked at his new, unadorned hands, and he smiled. A true, calm, and utterly terrifying smile. This was his way. The first step on the way of mana had been taken, and now, he would reforge himself to fit this system. You have taken the first, irreversible step in defining your way of existence. Your entire being is now realigning to the way of the mana architect. All previous systems and authorities are being retroactively integrated and optimized under this new, singular framework. Edict 0, the uninitiated, you are the source. This edict does not apply. Edict 1, the spark, your infinite mana, is recognized as the primordial spark of this way. Your mana locus is boundless. Edict 2, the reservoir, your mana reservoir, is infinite. This stage is quintessentially complete. Edict 3, the weave, your mastery of existential artifice, is now classified as the supreme expression of this edict. You do not just weave, you are the architect of weaves. You are, by your very nature, already standing at the precipice of Edict 4. Let the forging begin. Noah's eyes blazed with a brilliant, azure light. He did not need to cast a fireball 10,000 times, that was the path for his followers, for those who had to earn their glyphs through repetition and effort. He was the architect. He did not follow the rules, he made them. His boundless mana, a limitless ocean of pure potential, surged at his command. He reached into it, his will a conceptual forge, and he pulled forth the very idea of his beginning. Fireball, your infinite mana, and principle of the cheating architect, are bypassing the standard progression of Edict 4. You are not learning a glyph. You are forging one from pure, conceptual authority. This is a monumental effort. The principle of perpetual harvest recognizes this act of creation. The harvest will be amplified. Boom, a pinprick of crimson blue light appeared before him. It was not fire, but the idea of fire, the quintessential concept of fireball, given form. His mana poured into it, sculpting it, refining it, elevating it from a simple spell into a fundamental law of his new existence. The light solidified, coalesced, and then shot into his forehead, settling beside his other glyphs. A new glyph blazed to life, a beautiful, intricate rune of a spiraling, blue flame. Mana glyph of the primordial fireball has been forged. Classification: Edict 4 mana glyph, unique, unranked, effect. As the first glyph forged by the architect of mana, its power is not fixed. It will scale infinitely with your own complexity and purity. It is a mirror of your own potential. Current base damage, 0.5 quintillion, complexity and purity. Synergy, as it is forged from your infinite mana, this glyph has no cost and no cooldown. It can be weaved as rapidly as your thoughts can form. Oh, fuck, oh, Noah felt the new, hot brand of power on his existence, a nostalgic warmth that was a testament to his origins. But then, he looked at the vast, endless ocean of his mana. And a slow, tyrannical smile spread across his face. Why stop at one? He could have hundreds of glyphs. He could have thousands, with infinite mana. What the fuck were limits? Forge them all. Forge even more, he commanded, his voice a low, resonant hum that was for him alone. If his old glyphs had been carved, then this was a flood. His mana was the water, and his will was the tide. He reached into the memories of his own existence, into the true sources that had once defined him, and he began to forge tyranny. Quintessence. Infinity. Singed. Entropy. Cheats. Protagonist. Relativity. Veritarch. Loot. Apocalypse. Necromancy. Death. Koklos. Megalos. Existence, one by one. He forged them, not as principles, but as fundamental mana glyphs, the bedrock of his new way. He did not need to cast them 10,000 times, he simply willed them into being, his infinite mana paying the staggering cost without even registering it as an expenditure. The air around him became a storm of blue light, a blizzard of forming, conceptual runes, forging, mana glyph of the tyrant's decree. Complete, forging, mana glyph of quintessential purity. Complete, forging, mana glyph of infinite expansion. Complete, forging, mana glyph of the cheating hand. Complete, that, a total of 159 mana glyphs have been forged so far, one for each of your vital lighthouses. Your existence is now a living library of your own power. He felt the glyphs settle into his being, not as external marks, but as integrated, fundamental parts of his very architecture. And another mana glyph of the primordial fireball is being formed. Another mana glyph of the primordial fireball is being formed. More and more glyphs began to appear as he did not have to sacrifice any complexity OT purity for it, and even more, you ignore the requirements of progression of. Edit 5 even as you are forging more mana glyphs. The mana locus is now prepared for its next evolution. Your heart of tyranny is being reformatted, the bloody purple flames of your old hockey are being consumed. Purified and reforged by your boundless, infinite mana. Your heart is no longer just a vessel of tyranny. It is now the ultimate engine of your way. Your heart of tyranny has evolved into the mana heart of the tyrant architect. Thump, his heartbeat, and the sound was not just a physical pulse, but a wave of pure, azure authority that washed over the entire region. First fold he was in, Noah felt it. Oh, he felt it, beat loudly, heart, boom, his voice reverberated out, beat tyrannically, boom, beat. Quintessentially, boom, his heart blazed, the bloody purple flames that had defined his hockey were gone, replaced by a silent, invisible, and infinitely more potent aura of pure, unadulterated mana. Mana hockey has been generated. This hockey is not an external aura, it is the passive, constant radiation of your infinite mana, refined through the engine of your mana heart. Passive effect, the tyrant's presence. All beings in your vicinity with a lesser mana reservoir will feel a constant, suffocating pressure, as if they are drowning in an ocean of your will. Active effect, Architect's dominion. You can now actively exert your mana hockey to suppress, enhance, or rewrite the mana-based systems of others. The cost is irrelevant. He was now standing at Edict 6. He smiled, a cold, tyrannical expression. Chapter 4309 The Birth of a Civilization. 3. He raised his hand, and the aegis of the architect, in its necklace form, materialized in his palm. This is a magnificent tool, he mused. But it is not yet mine. Not truly. He had the stolen omnicalcum. He had the Tartarite. He had the schematics from Ruin/Eden. And now, he had the way. Reforge, he commanded, his mana heart thrummed. He did not use his hands, he used his will. Azure tendrils of pure mana, now infused with the rule-breaking authority of the cheating architect, erupted from his body. They wrapped around the aegis, and with a sound like reality itself being torn and rewoven, they began to change it. The white gold of the omnicalcum was not destroyed, but infused, saturated with his boundless blue. The Tartarite metal he had acquired was drawn from his storage, its volatile, obsidian gold nature broken down and seamlessly integrated, not as a core component, but as a network of fine, dark veins that ran through the white gold structure. It was a masterpiece of controlled chaos, a perfect, stable fusion of indestructible defense and explosive, offensive power. The aegis of the architect is being reforged into a mana-born living existential armor. All systems are being optimized for the way of the mana architect. The keystone modulator is being fused directly with your mana heart. They are now one and the same. Your armor is no longer a separate tool. It is the external, physical expression of your mana heart. Forging complete, the necklace dissolved and reformed around his body, a sleek, skin-tight suit of white gold and obsidian blue, its lines a perfect, elegant fusion of his old aegis and the raw, untamed power of his mana. It felt right. He had achieved Edict 7, his mana heart, now a perfect fusion of his own essence and the omnicalcum modulator, bloomed to become the living mana codex. It was a grimoire written on his very existence. He breathed out as seas of mana lightning surged from him. He was going fast, and he did not want to stop, so he kept going. Now, for the first arcana, he smiled. He had always known what his first true weave would be. You are about to forge your first mana arcana glyph. This is a monumental act of creation, a single, high-cost, reality-bending weave. Please select the core concept. He thought of that small, flickering flame. The fireball. The spark that had started it all. He reached into his codex, into the very heart of his being, and he pulled upon the memory, the concept, the very soul of that first, defiant act. And he fueled it with his boundless mana, he fueled it with the authority of his glyphs, he fueled it with the righteous, tyrannical fire of his haki, and he fueled it with the one currency this system demanded. Expenditure of everything's of mana initiated. As you are the source, the cost is a terrifyingly high amount of 0, but the authority being utilized is still that of an everything, common, rank, mana arcana glyph, is being forged. The principle of the cheating architect has analyzed the process and finds the common designation. Insulting, rank is being forcibly upgraded, rank has been cheated from common to primordial. Boom, a new glyph blazed to life within his codex, a thing of terrible, beautiful, and nostalgic power. It was a single, perfect, crimson blue flame, and within its core, a 9-headed mana WYRM slept, mana arcana glyph, annihilation's first spark. School, mana, primordial, rarity, primordial, description, from the smallest spark, the greatest inferno is born. This arcana summons a primordial mana flame WYRM, a being of pure, conceptual fire forged from your own infinite essence. The WYRM unleashes a single, guided torrent of annihilating azure flame, cost 1 unit of everything's of mana. Requirements to cast must be the Architect of Mana effect. Due to its rarity, it deals 1.5 quintillion in pure, untyped mana-based damage that ignores all known resistances and authorities. The attack is conceptually true and cannot be dodged. Its capabilities will advance and scale upwards as you progress. Cooldown, 1 second. 1 second, he looked at the description, at the terrifying, beautiful numbers, and he felt a profound, absolute sense of peace. He had done it. He had integrated every system, every power, into a single, cohesive, and utterly broken methodology, but he was not done. He had principles. He was already at Edict 8, Ruin/Eden, he commanded, reforge my principles. Integrate them into the way of mana, affirmative, master, a final, glorious surge of power. The 50 verdant gold glyphs of perpetual harvest and the 15 multicolored glyphs of the cheating architect, all blazed as one, his blue mana washed over them, not conquering, but claiming. The seed of the principle of perpetual harvest has been reforged into the mana seed glyph of perpetual harvest. All capabilities are now fueled and amplified by your infinite mana, the new boon, the mana harvest. All endowments and boons granted by this principle now also grant a significant infusion of pure, refined mana, allowing you to instantly awaken the mana locus in others and accelerate their journey on the way. The seed of the principle of the cheating architect has been reforged into the mana seed glyph of the cheating architect. All capabilities are now fueled and amplified by your infinite mana. New boon, the architect's exploit. Your principle can now actively identify and exploit loopholes in other mana-based systems, allowing you to bypass their defenses. Steal their fuel, or shut them down entirely. WAA, the transformation was complete. The entire region around him, once a landscape of ice and snow, was now a roiling, endless ocean of pure, azure mana, a sea of his own, boundless power. He floated at its center, a wonder in his own, newly forged heaven. He smiled, a deep, resonant, and utterly tyrannical expression. He would, indeed, be walking the paths of Edict 7 and Edict 8 for a very, very long time. But at least now, the path was clear. It was his. He waved his hand, and his existential command interface bloomed before him, a testament to the being he had become. Noah Osmont, the tyrant architect of mana, age 10. Primary distinction, the early creature, Osmont, the architect of mana. Many others, complexity, 1 quintillion, purity, 1 quintillion, system of power, the way of the mana architect, Ruin/Eden interface, heart, the mana heart of the tyrant architect, 5th part, forging. Atlas, the early atlas of the folds, 159/159 towers at stage 4, resplendent citadel, principal straight face, perpetual harvest, 75% matured seed, the cheating architect, 25% matured seed, mana glyphs, 445, forged, mana arcana glyphs, 1, annihilation's first spark, mana seed glyphs, 100, forged, legion of the dead, archlich Ra primordial stone ape, abyssal dullahan. Living existential armor, mana-born aegis of the architect, purity, 920 quadrillion, chapter 4310, the birth of a civilization. For this was his way of existence. Noah breathed in, and the very fabric of this primordial time seemed to flow into him, a torrent of pure, untamed potential. He breathed out, and the azure ocean around him pulsed, a testament to the boundless, infinite power that was his very essence. He was a new man in his own, newly forged haven, a being of such profound and terrible power that the first folds themselves pulsed around him. He felt it all. The mana seed glyphs of perpetual harvest, a constellation of impossible leaves that now adorned his form. The multicolored mana seed glyphs of the cheating architect, each a key to a new, reality-bending exploit, the hundreds of forming mana glyphs, the very bedrock of his new way, humming in perfect, synchronous harmony within his being, and at the center of it all, his heart. The mana heart of the tyrant architect, a glorious, four-chambered engine of pure, unadulterated will, now beat with a quiet, yet absolute, rhythm, as he was taking it all in. The crimson-blue holographic figure of Ruin/Eden materialized before him, her form a stark, beautiful contrast to the endless azure of his inner world. She looked at him, at the magnificent, terrible being he had become, and her expression, once a mask of cool, analytical precision, softened. "Master," she began, her voice a symphony of logic and ruin, but for the first time, it held a note of something else, a profound, almost painful, warmth. It did not come with the lines of prompts. "For many, many months, when I was ruination, I was always chasing you. Always trying to do anything I could to be of use. An affix to make you stronger. Multiplying your loot. Anything. I simply wanted to be a useful tool." She paused, and in her crimson blue eyes, a single, shimmering tear, a droplet of pure, liquid data and sorrow, began to form. "And now, to have been a part of this, to have helped you design a system of existence so grand. So perfect. I feel content. I feel useful." The tear fell, a silent, beautiful, and utterly impossible thing in this realm of pure thought. At her words, at her impossible tear, Noah's gaze, which had been lost in the vastness of his own power, focused on her. He smiled, a genuine, warm expression that was a stark contrast to the cold, tyrannical fire that usually burned in his eyes. "Even if you had not done any of this," he said, his voice a gentle, resonant hum, "even if you had simply remained who you were, you would still be an integral part of me." As he spoke, his entire existence buzzed with a glorious, vibrant energy. The endless blue sea of his mana surged, and he reached out. His hand should have passed right through her illusory, holographic form, but in that instant, the weavings of the cheating architect have been invoked. The rule that states the intangible cannot be touched is a rather boring rule, isn't it? For this moment, it has been temporarily suspended. His hand did not pass through, it found purchase. He embraced her, pulling her close, his arms a fortress of warmth and certainty around her ethereal form. Ruin/Eden shuddered. A silent, violent tremor running through her very code. She hugged him back, her holographic arms wrapping around him with a desperate, clinging strength, and more silent rivers of mana and data flowed from her eyes. She took a moment, just a moment, for just this moment was more than enough for her. After that, "Master," she whispered, her voice a fragile, broken thing against his chest. "Shall we begin the implementation of your way?" Noah nodded, a slow, profound gesture of absolute resolve. "Let us get started with the early veiled shore." The early veiled shore, even though his body was in the earliest folds, eons in the past, his atlas, that impossible, internal star chart, was a bridge, a connection that transcended time. While his mind was in that ancient, frozen world, his will, his very existence, was also here, in the current era, in his radiant shore. Here, time moved at a different, slower pace, but it did not stop. And the time for quiet contemplation was over. In the current era, in his early veiled shore, Noah rose from the golden sands. His primary body, which had been in a state of deep, meditative stillness, now stirred. Seconds had passed here, while in the earliest folds, a journey of profound, soul-altering transformation had taken place. He looked out at his people, at his family, who were still basking in the joyous, chaotic afterglow of the feast. Their faces were flushed with power, their auras blazing with the light of their recent, monumental endowments. He breathed out, a slow, deliberate exhalation that was not of weariness, but of a new, terrible, and glorious purpose. "I have taken a step forward towards a solution to the coming fallout," he announced, his voice a calm, yet absolute, declaration that cut through the joyous din of the celebration. "I have found a way. My way. And it all starts with a spark." As he spoke the final word, he waved his hands. From the very air, from the boundless ocean of his own mana, 1,000 points of dazzling, stellar light bloomed into existence. They were not just lights, they were singularities of pure, unadulterated potential, each one a tiny, beautiful, and utterly terrifying key to a new reality. They were sparks. This, Noah continued, his voice now a resonant, commanding invitation, is a spark that will take anyone and allow them to walk on my way of existence. For those who wish to walk on my path, take it, and we shall start forming our civilization. For a moment, there was a stunned silence. Then, a single, defiant figure stepped forward, the Emperor Penguin, its beak held high in a gesture of absolute, unshakable arrogance, waddled to the nearest floating spark and, with a decisive peck, consumed it. A brilliant, azure light erupted from its form, and the other inhabitants of the shore watched, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and dawning, fervent excitement. One by one, they began to move forward. Chapter 43:11 The Birth of a Civilization. V. Henry, Leora, Kazuhiko, Erickson. His mother, his queens. All of them. Bob, well, not Bob, he was still being experimented on by another one of course bodies, but all others, yes, they smiled, their expressions a testament to a faith so profound it was its own form of power. Why would they not walk his path? Noah watched them, a faint, proud smile on his lips. With a wave of his hand, hundreds more sparks bloomed across the radiant shore. Thousands. Tens of thousands. A celestial, blue snowstorm of pure, unadulterated potential. You are exerting the authority of an architect. The weavings of your infinite mana are being utilized to forge sparks of the way. This is a monumental act. The principle of perpetual harvest recognizes this effort. For every 100 sparks forged, your own mana is being refined and amplified. You are not just giving your power away, you are making your own ocean deeper with every drop you give. Sparks forged, 100,000. 1,000,000, 10,000,000. The numbers were a glorious, unending cascade. Noah looked at the swirling, azure blizzard of his own design and spoke, his voice a calm, absolute command that was heard not just by those on the shore, but by a single, silent servant who was his eyes and ears across much of existence. Spread the sparks. Not just in the infiniverse, but across the folds. To those attacking the Aegis right now. To any and all who would choose a new way, the quintessential servant, Malphas, has received your command, my lord. His network of crows will be utilized. The sparks will be delivered with a speed and an efficiency that will make the very concept of distance seem like a quaint, provincial notion. The seeds of your civilization are being sown. As the prompts faded, Malphas himself appeared before Noah. A single, radiant spark floated before him. With a deep, respectful bow, he took it, and a brilliant, azure blue light, tinged with a deep, obsidian crimson, wrapped around his form. Anything for the master, he said, his voice a smooth, cultured purr of absolute obedience. Noah smiled. And I will do anything for my people. He raised his hands, a glorious, tyrannical gesture, and his voice was a booming, irrevocable declaration that shook the very foundations of the radiant shore. My mana shall help you all across the edicts of my way. Boom, a grand, tyrannical declaration has been made. The principle of the cheating architect has recognized a loophole in the standard progression of your way. Protocol, the tyrant's favor. Effect, as the architect, you can choose to directly fuel the advancement of your most trusted followers, bypassing the standard, arduous process of cultivation. The effort required is significant. But your mana is infinite. So, who cares? You can now directly elevate your chosen followers to Edict 5, granting them 1,000 mana glyphs, a mana heart, and a nascent mana hockey. This is, to be clear, a ridiculous and existentially unfair advantage. The moment the prompt faded, Noah acted. Rivers of pure, boundless cerulean mana erupted from him, a glorious, chaotic storm of pure potential. They were not just streams of energy, they were lifelines, conduits of his own infinite power. They shot out, connecting with Malphas, with Henry, with Moraine, with Adelaide, with Sigrid, and with a dozen other of his most trusted, most powerful allies. The shore was bathed in a blinding, beautiful light, a network of azure rivers that was a testament to his boundless, tyrannical generosity. In a distant pasture, Hydrun, who had been arrogantly observing the proceedings, saw a stray spark floating her way. She snorted, a sound of profound, ancient disdain. But then, she sniffed the air. The spark. It smelled delicious. With a final, reluctant huff, she consumed it. A brilliant, white golden azure light erupted from her form. The land life form, Hydrun, has embarked on the way of mana. Her unique, primordial nature is being reforged. She will no longer produce sacred meat of existence. She will now produce the sacred mana meat of existence. Effect, each drop now contains a significant infusion of pure mana. In addition to its other reality-bending properties, Hydrun is pleased with this upgrade. Nearby, Yashinami, in her colossal, terrifyingly beautiful spider form, watched. She took a spark, and her obsidian body flashed with a brilliant, dark blue. The land lifeform, Yashinami, has embarked on the way of mana. Her crown of inevitable retribution is being infused with your infinite mana. The complexity of the beings she can instantly kill is being scaled upwards. The final parameters will be determined upon the forging of her mana heart. Noah observed it all, a quiet, profound satisfaction settling deep within his being. His people, his family, were not just growing stronger. They were becoming a part of his way, their destinies now intrinsically, irrevocably, linked to his own. But as his gaze swept over the transformed shore, he saw one figure who had not taken a spark, Kor. She stood beside him, a tiny, silent, and infinitely powerful presence. A faint, almost melancholic, smile was on her lips as she watched the glorious, chaotic birth of his civilization. Outsider, she began, her voice a soft, melodic hum against the vibrant, joyous energy of the shore. I am proud of you. Many powerful entities, in the earliest folds and beyond, were paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming weight of choice. They feared being wrong, feared that the way they chose would be a dead end. But you simply chose. That is a strength that is rarer and more profound than any amount of complexity or purity. She paused, her abyssal eyes, which had seen the birth and death of concepts, now holding a deep, ancient, and almost paternal warmth. Your journey truly begins now, outsider. This is the first step on the road to the next scale of civilization. But for me, I must continue on my own way, her way. She had already chosen her way. Noah looked at her, at this impossible being who was both his weaving and a sort of mentor, and he nodded. I understand. I have my way, and you have yours. But in the end, we both seek a singular destination. We simply have to reach it together. Kor smiled, a brilliant, genuine expression that seemed to make the very light of the shore shine brighter. She floated over and gave him a playful, almost teasing, pat on the arm. You are beginning to say some grand things now, outsider, she said, her voice filled with a light, genuine amusement. As they stood there, two impossible beings in a garden of their own making, they watched as the first seeds of Noah's civilization, the first radiant sparks of his way of mana, began to spread out from the radiant shore, and then to the infiniverse, and then beyond as they were carried by the silent, shadowy wings of Malphas's crows, ready to infect a desperate, dying existence with a new, beautiful, and utterly tyrannical hope. Chapter 43:11 The Birth of a Civilization. V. Henry, Leora, Kazuhiko, Erickson. His mother, his queens. All of them. Bob, well, not Bob, he was still being experimented on by another one of course bodies, but all others, yes, they smiled, their expressions a testament to a faith so profound it was its own form of power. Why would they not walk his path? Noah watched them, a faint, proud smile on his lips. With a wave of his hand, hundreds more sparks bloomed across the radiant shore. Thousands. Tens of thousands. A celestial, blue snowstorm of pure, unadulterated potential. You are exerting the authority of an architect. The weavings of your infinite mana are being utilized to forge sparks of the way. This is a monumental act. The principle of perpetual harvest recognizes this effort. For every 100 sparks forged, your own mana is being refined and amplified. You are not just giving your power away, you are making your own ocean deeper with every drop you give. Sparks forged, 100,000. 1,000,000, 10,000,000. The numbers were a glorious, unending cascade. Noah looked at the swirling, azure blizzard of his own design and spoke, his voice a calm, absolute command that was heard not just by those on the shore, but by a single, silent servant who was his eyes and ears across much of existence. Spread the sparks. Not just in the infiniverse, but across the folds. To those attacking the Aegis right now. To any and all who would choose a new way, the quintessential servant, Malphas, has received your command, my lord. His network of crows will be utilized. The sparks will be delivered with a speed and an efficiency that will make the very concept of distance seem like a quaint, provincial notion. The seeds of your civilization are being sown. As the prompts faded, Malphas himself appeared before Noah. A single, radiant spark floated before him. With a deep, respectful bow, he took it, and a brilliant, azure blue light, tinged with a deep, obsidian crimson, wrapped around his form. Anything for the master, he said, his voice a smooth, cultured purr of absolute obedience. Noah smiled. And I will do anything for my people. He raised his hands, a glorious, tyrannical gesture, and his voice was a booming, irrevocable declaration that shook the very foundations of the radiant shore. My mana shall help you all across the edicts of my way. Boom, a grand, tyrannical declaration has been made. The principle of the cheating architect has recognized a loophole in the standard progression of your way. Protocol, the tyrant's favor. Effect, as the architect, you can choose to directly fuel the advancement of your most trusted followers, bypassing the standard, arduous process of cultivation. The effort required is significant. But your mana is infinite. So, who cares? You can now directly elevate your chosen followers to Edict 5, granting them 1000 mana glyphs, a mana heart, and a nascent mana hockey. This is, to be clear, a ridiculous and existentially unfair advantage. The moment the prompt faded, Noah acted, rivers of pure, boundless cerulean mana erupted from him, a glorious, chaotic storm of pure potential. They were not just streams of energy, they were lifelines, conduits of his own, infinite power. They shot out, connecting with Malphas, with Henry, with Moraine, with Adelaide, with Sigrid, and with a dozen other of his most trusted, most powerful allies. The shore was bathed in a blinding, beautiful light, a network of azure rivers that was a testament to his boundless, tyrannical generosity. In a distant pasture, Hydrun, who had been arrogantly observing the proceedings, saw a stray spark floating her way. She snorted, a sound of profound, ancient disdain. But then, she sniffed the air. The spark. It smelled delicious. With a final, reluctant huff, she consumed it. A brilliant, white-golden azure light erupted from her form. The land life form, Hydrun, has embarked on the way of mana. Her unique, primordial nature is being reforged. She will no longer produce sacred meat of existence. She will now produce the sacred mana meat of existence. Effect, each drop now contains a significant infusion of pure mana. In addition to its other reality-bending properties, Hydrun is pleased with this upgrade. Nearby, Yashinami, in her colossal, terrifyingly beautiful spider form, watched. She took a spark, and her obsidian body flashed with a brilliant, dark blue. The land lifeform, Yashinami, has embarked on the way of mana. Her crown of inevitable retribution is being infused with your infinite mana. The complexity of the beings she can instantly kill is being scaled upwards. The final parameters will be determined upon the forging of her mana heart. Noah observed it all, a quiet, profound satisfaction settling deep within his being. His people, his family, were not just growing stronger. They were becoming a part of his way, their destinies now intrinsically, irrevocably, linked to his own. But as his gaze swept over the transformed shore, he saw one figure who had not taken a spark, Kor. She stood beside him, a tiny, silent, and infinitely powerful presence. A faint, almost melancholic, smile was on her lips as she watched the glorious, chaotic birth of his civilization. Outsider, she began, her voice a soft, melodic hum against the vibrant, joyous energy of the shore. I am proud of you. Many powerful entities, in the earliest folds and beyond, were paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming weight of choice. They feared being wrong, feared that the way they chose would be a dead end. But you simply chose. That is a strength that is rarer and more profound than any amount of complexity or purity. She paused, her abyssal eyes, which had seen the birth and death of concepts, now holding a deep, ancient, and almost paternal warmth. Your journey truly begins now, outsider. This is the first step on the road to the next scale of civilization. But for me, I must continue on my own way, her way. She had already chosen her way. Noah looked at her, at this impossible being who was both his weaving and a sort of mentor, and he nodded. I understand. I have my way, and you have yours. But in the end, we both seek a singular destination. We simply have to reach it together. Kor smiled, a brilliant, genuine expression that seemed to make the very light of the shore shine brighter. She floated over and gave him a playful, almost teasing, pat on the arm. You are beginning to say some grand things now, outsider, she said, her voice filled with a light, genuine amusement. As they stood there, two impossible beings in a garden of their own making, they watched as the first seeds of Noah's civilization, the first radiant sparks of his way of mana, began to spread out from the radiant shore, and then to the infiniverse, and then beyond as they were carried by the silent, shadowy wings of Malphas's crows, ready to infect a desperate, dying existence with a new, beautiful, and utterly tyrannical hope. Chapter 43:12 We follow his will. Outside the radiant shore, in the infiniverse, inside a realm filled radiant sandy seas of dreams and clouds of wonder, a crowd from the veiled sunfolds WSS moving through such a region with others as they looked up to see how from above, the clouds of gold parted as like drops of rain, blue singularities began to descend. Sparks, this is from Sir Osmond, isn't it? Kismet says so. Callista's eyes, shining with the golden light of Kismet, were fixed on the sparks, her expression a mixture of reverence and wonder. She and the Originus venerant entities from the veiled sunfolds looked at the floating wonders. And with slight hesitation, they reached out, their hands closed around the sparks, and a brilliant, azure light enveloped them. The moment their fingers made contact, a new, more profound prompt bloomed before their eyes, a grand introduction to what hell had just happened, the way of the mana architect. Welcome, initiate. You have taken the first step on a path that is both a gift and a challenge. Forget what you know of the disparate, conflicting systems of power. You now walk the way of the architect, a unified methodology of existence. Here, your mana is not just a resource, it is the very language of your being. Through its cultivation, you will learn to weave reality. To forge your will into permanent glyphs, to awaken the hockey of your own mana heart, and more. This is not a path for the timid. It is a road of endless, exponential growth, a journey from the spark of potential to the inferno of civilization. Your progress will be a testament to your own effort, your own will, your own desperation to become more. Walk this path. Grow strong. And know that you are now part of a new civilization, a new story being written in the annals of existence. The story of the early creature, Osmond, laid out clearly for anyone who took a spark. The Originus venerant entities read the words, and their auras, once flickering candles in the vast darkness of existence, began to blaze with a new, fierce light. Outside the infiniverse, in the roiling chaos of the region of collapse, the siege on the Loom Aegis was reaching a fever pitch. Dukes and royal and honored living existences, their caution consumed by the tantalizing promise of the treasures that occasionally leaked from the barrier, were unleashing a torrent of their authority. As they did so, they appeared, like a gentle, azure snowstorm. Tens of thousands of shimmering blue sparks drifted out. From the blue-gold walls of the fortress, they were silent, beautiful, and utterly, profoundly, strange. Above each one, the same golden, invitational prompt bloomed, the spark of the way of mana. The assembled living existences faltered. Their furious assault paused. Be careful, a Duke of Law, his form a perfect, symmetrical crystal of pure judgment, declared, his voice a sharp, cutting command. Do not fall for anything else coming out of this unknown place until we can confirm it more. So he said, but others were not so cautious. An elder Duke of the living elementals, his form a raging inferno of solar flares, laughed, a sound like a star being born. The spark? The way of mana? Let's see what it's made of. He reached out, his fiery hand snatching a spark from the air. Others, their curiosity now a burning fire, followed his lead. They did not consume the sparks. They began to analyze them, take them towards the fold dwellers in the wheels of existence of our folds and observe their reaction. A living origin Duke commanded. Is this authority of mana weaker, equal to, or stronger than living existential authority? Let's find out. As the powerful beings of the folds began their own, cautious, and ultimately selfish, experiments with his creation, two new figures appeared in a quiet, forgotten corner of the region of collapse. Schrödinger and Leonor Ruros materialized in a flicker of paradoxical light. Schrödinger looked at the floating sparks, at the grand numbers here, and he frowned, a rare, genuine expression of surprise on his ancient face. This is something new that just appeared, he murmured, his voice a low, analytical hum. But it shouldn't have anything to do with justiciars and arbiters, and yet, he reached out, his hand passing through the chaotic air, and grasped a spark. Leonor did the same, her crimson eyes flashing sharply as she felt the vibrant, boundless potential within the small, blue light. Oh Herald, she asked, her voice a low, dangerous whisper, will you deploy a stronger body to see what possible force this is? Schrödinger rolled his eyes, a flicker of his old, playful self returning. Can you stop mentioning my other bodies? I told you this living paradox body may seem weak, but it is actually strong. At his words, Leonor Ruros rolled her eyes as she said, okay. But we have to hurry. After your stunt in the transcendent origin folds, the dead will now come in larger numbers, and we will likely begin seeing the primordial dead. 919. Schrödinger's playful demeanor vanished. His face became a mask of cold, grim resolve. He nodded. Let's get closer, shall we? He said, and the two of them dissolved into the shadows, their forms a whisper in the growing storm. As they pulled in closer, they began to hear the whispers and words that were being uttered by the living existences who were bold enough to grab the sparks into their existence. Every single one that did such a thing showed a look of stupor and shock as they received the full detailed prompt of exactly what they had consumed and what it represented. And after a while, a few of the volatile living elementals that moved first looked at each other as they cautiously asked, "Did you also see the words that stated, this is from the early creature, Osmont, boom, Schrödinger came to a stop, living origins came to a stop, living laws came to a stop, royal law tristes, and a clone of the origin GIAs froze, Osmont, the early creature, Osmont, the same Osmont whom they could not pinpoint the origin of, this was his home, boom." Chapter 43:14, we follow his will. 3. The dead early creatures on the walls emanated shocking waves of power, their complexity and purity a chilling, silent scream that was at least a few thousand quadrillion. These were not the dead as others knew them. These were the prime dead. The interior of the grand citadel was a symphony of silent, ordered death. Massive, obsidian-white monoliths, each one carved from a single, impossibly large bone, rose everywhere, their surfaces etched with the intricate, geometric patterns of a forgotten, deathly order. Mountains of swirling white bones, each one a silent testament to a life extinguished, permeated the city, and from them, a shocking amount of complexity pulsed. Towards the center of this impossible city, a dead early creature floated forward, her movements a graceful, silent ballet, a pristine white light of order permeated the air around her. A stark, beautiful contrast to the deep, starless black of her hair, which shone resplendent with her own terrible power. She was a being of 4 quintillion in complexity, a queen in this kingdom of endings. She nodded with a sharp, intelligent light in her eyes towards the other dead early creatures she passed, each a titan of silent, ordered power. Her path took her to a new, even more terrifying section of the city, an area filled and surrounded by dead existential armors, dead. Not living existential armors, they were suits of impossible, terrible beauty, their forms a fusion of polished, obsidian bone and shimmering, white gold light. They stood as silent, eternal guardians before a massive, monolith-like structure, a huge, white cube that shot up for thousands of miles into the starless sky. The dead early creature, without a word, passed through its great white doorways, her form a silent shadow in the brilliant light. She crossed through its intricate, labyrinthine depths, her path sure and steady, until she arrived at the very heart of the monolith. Here, more of the dead existential armors stood, their hands clutching massive, spear-like weapons, their silent, helmeted gazes fixed on a single point at the center of the chamber. And there, she found the one she had come to seek. He stood before a great, obsidian forge, a being of such wild, glorious power that his very presence seemed to bend the very light of the room. His white hair danced madly around his head, a storm of pure, untamed energy, and his power was a number so vast it was a new language, a new reality. 10 quintillion, quintillion. Quadrillion, in the grand, terrible mathematics of existence, these were not just numbers, they were distinctions. To have one's power measured in quadrillions, even 1,000 of them, was to be a being of immense, but ultimately, comprehensible might. It meant you had climbed the mountain, but you had not yet seen the sky. It meant you had not yet found your way of existence, but to be a being whose power was described in quintillions, that was a different thing entirely. It was a demarcation. A sign that the being had not just accumulated power, but had found their way. The dead early creature, the woman of 4 quintillion, had come to this place to pay her respects to another who had found his. She bowed, a gesture of profound, absolute deference. The great being at the forge did not turn. He raised a massive, obsidian-white hammer, its head wreathed in the authorities of both dead existential authority and a strange, cold, and absolute dead order, and he brought it down upon a new, glorious dead existential armor he was forging. The sound was a silent, terrible chime that echoed through the very soul of the citadel. The woman waited. And then she spoke, her voice a soft, melodic note in the profound silence. "Forge master," she began, her tone a perfect balance of respect and urgency. "This careless Tatiana has learnt late of nearby tiers of the Vale some gigaparsecs away. And I was wondering if you had any orders." She wondered if he had any orders. The forge master continued his work, the rhythmic, silent impacts of his hammer a steady, terrible heartbeat. When he finally spoke, his voice was not a sound, but a resonance, a vibration in the very fabric of existence. It was a voice that had been silent for eons, and now, it spoke with the weight of all that had passed. "We received our orders eons ago," he rumbled, his back still to her. "When we were changed and granted this blessing. The order was clear. When the veil begins to tear, we are to grant salvation to all the living and turn them to the dead. To save them from the fallout. This way, even when the fallout arrives, they will simply die once and then come back, like the rest of us. Even while dead, they will keep on living. His words were a quiet, terrible revelation, a philosophy of salvation so profound and so horrifying that it defied all known moral frameworks. These were the commands and orders that we were given eons ago, he continued, his hammer falling again and again, each blow a final, absolute verdict, for we follow the will of the dead order. For we follow the will of the creature. We are a part of their grand civilizations. So, gather your brothers and sisters, and set off with the initial legions. The rest of us will soon follow. Tatiana listened, her crimson eyes blazing with a new, terrible purpose. She bowed again, a deeper, more profound gesture this time. Yes, Forgemaster Vulcan, boom, Forgemaster Vulcan. An entity that was very much living in the earliest folds eons ago in Ethelgard. And yet now, oh, just what had happened, the silence outside the loom's aegis was a profound, suffocating thing. The once furious assault of the living existences had faltered, their collective will a stunned, disbelieving thing in the face of the impossible blue sparks that now drifted from the fortress like a gentle, azure snowstorm, and what they represented, the early creature, Osmont. Was this not the same being who had attended the Cleos Concordat, an anomaly whose origins no one could discern, the same one who had stood with the resurgence of the living order? The same one who had appeared in the ruins of Eternitas Concordia, wielding a terrifying, unseen power to aid in the defense. A wave of shock and dawning comprehension rippled through the assembled forces. Among the living origins, the clone of Origin Amma Gias stared at the floating sparks, and her face, a mask of sublime, ancient beauty, looked as if she had just swallowed a particularly large, particularly foul piece of shit, and it was that type of shit that did not even have a single consistency, but different vile types in a single clump. Chapter 43:15, Resplendent Citadels. A royal living origin, his form a shimmering, white gold beacon of pure genesis, floated beside her. Origin Amma, he whispered, his voice a mixture of awe and dawning horror, is the early creature, Osmont, the same Osmont you had an interaction with at the Cleos Concordat. Gias's pure white eyes, which held the light of a billion nascent stars, turned to him. She did not speak, but her glare was a physical force. A silent, furious question that screamed, "Why are you asking such stupid fucking questions?" The royal living origin flinched, his own brilliant aura dimming under the weight of her unspoken rage. A sour, bitter mood settled over the entire contingent of living origins. They all remembered. They all remembered the quiet, confident words of Duke Whisker. He had warned them. He had told them to treat Osmont with a caution that bordered on reverence, to not assume they understood his origins. And Origin Amma Gias, in her pride, in her absolute certainty of her own authority, had not listened. This dumb bitch, and now, that same entity, that anomaly they had sought to command, was the very being who held one of their most precious, most powerful assets, the young Miss Sigrid. The resurgence of the living order. They gazed at the massive, blue-gold fortress, at the impossible, beautiful structure that had risen from the ashes of a forgotten fold, and for the first time in eons, they felt helpless regret. It is a poison for which there is no antidote, a wound that never truly heals. It is the ghost of a choice not made, a path not taken, and it is a weight that even beings of immense, immeasurable power cannot escape. For Origin Amma Gias and the living origins, it was the bitter, undeniable truth that their own arrogance, their own pride, had led them to this moment of profound, helpless uncertainty, but regret, as always, amounted to absolutely nothing. In another section of the void, among the shimmering, silver-white forms of the living laws, royal Law Tristez's face was ashen. She floated towards the more powerful dukes, her usual bright, confident smile gone, replaced by a mask of cold, dawning dread. "Osmont," she whispered, her voice a low, urgent hiss that was for them alone, "is the friend of Alexander Asmodeus. Both stemmed from the same folds that used to be in this region of collapse. You don't think Asmodeus is also an early creature, right? He is with Seraphina right now, obtaining the inheritance of the living law." The Dukes of Law exchanged glances, their minds, flawless engines of logic and precedent, racing through the terrible, beautiful implications. They looked at the fortress, at the sparks, and then at each other. Their conclusion was a silent, unanimous verdict: "We must cease the assault," Duke Justinius declared, his voice a calm, absolute command, "and ensure that no one else is foolish enough to continue. For now, we need to start a dialogue." They wanted to communicate. And they were not the only ones. In a quiet, forgotten corner of the region of collapse, the figures of Schrödinger and Leonore Rouros were in a flicker of paradoxical light, their presence so potent, yet so perfectly contained, that they were invisible to all but the most focused observers. Schrödinger's gaze was fixed on the blue-bold fortress, a profound, almost analytical, interest in his ancient eyes. I tested Osmont. I checked to make sure I wasn't dealing with an early creature, as the result was negative, even though I continued to be doubtful. At such words, Leonore's eyes flashed. Then, Harold, it seems for that one moment you were wrong. Though it is not possible for you to be wrong, because no early creature, a living one anyways, should be on this side. All early creatures are either in the loom, or we are about to meet many of them when they walk past the veil to begin decimating the living. Since he cannot possibly come from the loom, is he a dead early creature? A prime dead early creature? Boom! The possibilities she pointed out are terrifying to think of as at this moment. The eyes of Schrödinger flashed with a sense of power and certainty as he uttered out, "We can only be straightforward in check then. It's about time that I have a sit down with Osmond again. Though this time, we can make our identities clear." Schrödinger's playful demeanor vanished. His face became a mask of cold, grim resolve. He nodded, he began to float forward, and as he did, his figure began to burn with a new, terrible power. The beggar's rags seemed to melt away, replaced by an aura of pure, unadulterated hockey that made the very space around him tremble. The other living existences, who had been lost in their own, shocked contemplations, now turned their gazes to him. He moved to the forefront of the assembled forces, a lone, terrifying figure against the backdrop of the blue-built fortress, and he called out, his voice a calm, clear, and utterly audacious invitation. "The early creature, Osmond, might you be free for a discussion?" His words were a quiet, polite inquiry, yet they echoed through the void with the force of a thunderclap, a stunning, straightforward move in a game of shadows and secrets. Meanwhile, inside the Infiniverse itself, Noah stood upon the golden sands of his radiant shore. Tendrils of pure, azure mana surged from him, a glorious, chaotic storm of pure potential, connecting him to every being in his domain. His people, his family, were all now on the path of the mana architect, their own powers blossoming under the gentle, tyrannical reign of his boundless authority. He smiled as he focused his gaze inward, towards the new, magnificent architecture of his own existence. His 159 towers of Osmont, once simple vital lighthouses, were now resplendent citadels, glorious monuments to his new way. They were now cities of power, their forms a breathtaking fusion of advanced, almost futuristic, design and the archaic, primal grandeur of the first folds. They shone with a serene, cerulean brilliance, and at their very peaks, the unique colors of their individual authorities, the purple of tyranny, the colorless light of quintessence, the deep blue of infinity, burned like radiant flames. As Noah gazed upon these wonders, he gave a quiet command. Ruin/Eden. Give me a breakdown. The crimson-blue holographic figure of his system appeared in his internal weavings, her smile a perfect, analytical curve. She bowed, "Of course, master." Her voice was a symphony of logic and ruin. "The advancement of all 159 of your towers to the fourth stage, the resplendent citadel of the way, has been a monumental leap in your existential framework." Prompts, clear and concise, bloomed before him. Resplendent citadels, analysis. Primary boon, each of your 159 citadels now contributes a staggering 2.5 quadrillion to your base complexity and purity. This has already been integrated into your current totals. Secondary boon, Atlas enhancement. Your vital lighthouses have now become a true navigation system. Your traversal into the first folds is no longer a blind leap into a random coordinate. You can now select a specific region, or even a specific event, to travel to. The duration of your stay has been extended to 1 month. Tertiary boon, civilization engines. The resplendent citadels are the very engines of your burgeoning civilization. They can now be forged not just in your radiant shore, but across the entirety of the Infiniverse. Each one will act as a nexus of your way. Ruin/Eden's voice continued, her hands conjuring illusory diagrams of impossible, beautiful architecture. I have based their new functions on theoretical models based on what we know regarding the Vakachev scale of existence, resplendent citadel, civilization protocols, energy dominion. A single citadel can now harness the entire energy output of an entire minor fold within your Infiniverse. It can absorb the light of its wheels, stellar bodies, the gravity of its structures, and the very heat of its creation. The energy is then refined into pure, usable mana for your civilization. Existential weaving. A network of 9 citadels can now engage in large-scale existential manipulation. They can replicate and multiply primordial materials like omnicalcum, seek to forge new material like it, construct new wheels of existence, and even forge new, stable minor folds. They are the forges of your new reality. Existential engineering. A network of 18 or more citadels can create a domain of accelerated evolution. Within this domain, you can influence the very developmental path of existences, guiding them along your way of mana, accelerating their progression from Edict 0 to Edict 7 in a fraction of the normal time. Civilization network. Once forged across the infiniverse, all 159 of your citadels are now a single, unified, superintelligent network. They share data, coordinate defenses, and can, in a moment of absolute crisis, focus their entire, collective power into a single, reality-breaking point as they can defend your civilization from attacks 3x the capacity of your current complexity and purity. Boom, she smiled, a final, triumphant flourish. You are no longer just a king of your own small shore, master. You are the architect of a new, boundless, and utterly tyrannical civilization. Chapter 43:16 Resplendent Citadels. 2. The early veiled shore was a continent of impossible, vibrant life, a sanctuary forged in the heart of existence that was, for the most part, a cold and unforgiving thing. Noah stood upon the golden sands, a silent, unmoving pillar in the midst of a symphony of glory. From his very being, from the boundless blue ocean of his infinite mana, 1,000 delicate, surgical tendrils of pure, liquid energy surged. At this moment, his gaze was turned inward, an appreciative observation of the new, magnificent architecture of his own existence. He looked at his early atlas of the folds, and then at the grand resplendent citadels that now rose on it. Their features were so grand that they had to be implemented right away. The first order of business, his voice was a low, resonant hum that was for him and him alone, is to lay the foundation. His will was the command, across the vast, impossible expanse of his domain, his 159 resplendent citadels, the very engines of his burgeoning civilization, roared to life. In the radiant shore, 18 of the white gold and obsidian sacred totems, which had stood as silent sentinels for a short period of time, began to change. It was not a slow, grinding transformation. It was a bloom of a ridiculously violent, beautiful genesis, a magisterial genesis. The very substance of the totems, a fusion of his own authority and the shore's primordial essence, was rewritten. They stretched upward, their forms elongating, their structures becoming more complex, more intentional. Great, swirling rings of pure, cerulean mana materialized around each one, spinning with a silent, hypnotic grace. They were like the rings of a gas giant, a celestial halo that declared these were not mere towers, but nexuses of a new, cosmic power. Citadels, oh, glorious citadels. The citadels themselves were masterpieces of a new, impossible architectural style. They were not the brutalist, functional designs of the justiciars or the archaic, primal grandeur of Ethelgard. They were sleek, elegant spires of a shimmering, blue-white material that seemed to be woven from solidified light and pure, unadulterated mana. At their very peaks, the unique colors of their individual authorities. The deep purple of tyranny, the colorless, absolute light of quintessence, the bottomless blue of infinity. Burned like watchful stars, as the 18 citadels in the shore solidified, their transformation complete, the remaining 141 followed suit, across the boundless, internal expanse of the infiniverse, in some forming fold across frequencies, on some designated wheel of existence brought in. A resplendent citadel rose, a silent, beautiful testament to his will. 159 resplendent citadels are being forged across your budding civilization. Your civilization now has its foundational engines. The way of the mana architect is no longer a theory, it is a reality. Noah stood amidst the 18 newly forged citadels on his shore, their collective presence a low, powerful hum that resonated in his very bones. And then, he gave his next command: activate the domain of accelerated evolution. The 18 citadels answered as one. Their spinning, cerulean rings of mana flared with a brilliant, blinding light. Beams of pure, conceptual energy shot from their peaks, not outward, but inward, converging on a single point high above the radiant shore. There, in the luminous, featureless sky, a new, impossible structure began to form. It was an intricate outline of an expanding sphere, a great, looping structure of shimmering, cerulean plates, each one the size of a continent, began to spin and weave around a central, non-existent point, forming a hollow, celestial sphere that now encapsulated the entire early veiled shore. It was a breathtaking, terrifying, and beautiful cage of pure, conceptual power. Through the gaps in the swirling plates, one could see the shore within, now bathed in a soft, blue light, a jewel in the heart of an existential engine. The domain of accelerated evolution is being established. Primary function: this domain is a temporal existential accelerator. It draws upon the collective power of the 18 network citadels to create a localized field of hyperaccelerated growth. Boon of the architect: all beings within this domain will find their journey on the new way of the mana architect. Expedited. The progression from Edict 0 to Edict 7 will now occur at a rate 1,000 times faster than the standard progression. Secondary boon: the domain is a font of pure, refined mana. A constant, gentle rain of conceptual energy will now fall upon the shore, providing a passive, continuous source of nourishment for all inhabitants. Oh, the moment the prompts faded, the effect began. Sigrid, Moraine, and the others, who had been watching in silent awe, gasped as a new, profound wave of power washed over them. From the swirling, cerulean sphere above, a gentle, shimmering rain of pure, liquid mana began to fall. It was a soft, beautiful, and utterly glorious downpour. They felt the mana seep into their very beings, their own, newly formed mana loci, drinking it in with a ravenous, joyful thirst. In a quiet corner of the shore, a tiny, almost imperceptible figure floated. Kor, the first hunger. She had been observing the grand display with a faint, almost nostalgic smile, as if she was seeing the beginning of but as the rain of mana began to fall, her expression changed. A new, more profound, and utterly ravenous light entered her abyssal eyes. "Outsider," she said, her voice a low, melodic hum that was filled with a primal, ancient hunger. "The authority you are exuding is quite delicious. It would be extremely beneficial for me to break my seals and return to my old power. Since there seems to be so much, I will see if I can feed my hunger." Noah smiled, a grand, tyrannical expression. "Go ahead." Kor's smile was a thing of terrible, beautiful hunger. She opened her mouth, whap, she closed it, and in that single, infinitesimal instant, the existence changed. Oh, existence changed. Chapter 43:17 Resplendent Citadels. 3. The glorious, torrential rain of mana, the very atmosphere of the shore, which had been thick with a power so dense it was almost liquid, vanished. 90% of it, gone. Devoured, the first hunger has partaken. 90% of the ambient mana within the domain of accelerated evolution has been consumed. Analysis: that was the equivalent of the total energy output of an entire fold. Consumed. In an instant, the engines of your civilization are responding. The 18 resplendent citadels, which had been humming with a quiet, steady power, now roared to life. Their cerulean rings spun faster, a blur of pure, conceptual energy. The citadels pulsed, a single, unified heartbeat, and, the mana returned. Instantly, the rain began to fall again. The air grew thick with power, as if the last few seconds had never happened. Energy reserves have been replenished. The engines of your civilization burned strong. Kor blinked, a look of genuine, profound surprise on her ancient, youthful face. She looked at Noah, then at the citadels, then back at Noah. "Outsider," she said, her voice filled with a new, deeper level of awe. "That was the energy of an entire fold I swallowed just now. And your towers here can fill it up again just like that." Noah's smile was a slow, cold, and utterly tyrannical thing. "I have said it before, didn't I? A civilization is a garden. And my garden is very, very fertile." Kor stared at him for a long, silent moment. Then she laughed, a sound of pure, unadulterated delight. She opened her mouth again, and this time, she did not just take a bite, she drank. A river of pure, azure mana flowed from the very air and into her, a willing, endless tribute to her primordial hunger. Her endlessly dark eyes, for the first time, began to be filled with a faint, almost imperceptible, blue light. Noah watched her, then turned his gaze away. The existential engineering was a success. "Now, for the existential weaving, ruin/Eden," he commanded. "Let us begin." "Understood, Master." "Please, follow me." The holographic figure of his system appeared, a silent, graceful guide in this realm of his own making. She led him to the base of one of the 18 resplendent citadels. The doors, a seamless expanse of the azure-white material, opened with a silent, willing hum. They stepped inside. The interior was a vast, cathedral-like space, its walls a shimmering, ever-shifting display of pure, informational light. At its very center, a new, more profound structure hummed. It was a nexus of 9 colossal, metallic blue rings, each one spinning in a different, impossible direction, their orbits intersecting in a way that should have been chaotic, but was instead a perfect, harmonious dance. At the very heart of this dance, a single point of pure, creative energy pulsed. This was the forge, this, Master, Ruin/Eden said, her voice a quiet, reverent whisper. Is where you can engage in existential weaving. What would you like to do? Replicate a known material, or forge a new one? Noah's gaze was fixed on the swirling, creative heart of the forge. His voice was a low, dangerous, and utterly tyrannical command: forge a new one. Based entirely on mana, HUUM, the 9 rings spun faster. Beams of pure, cerulean brilliance converged from all around, striking the central point. A new, terrible, and glorious process began. Thump, it felt like a booming beating heart as the concentrated beams of blue light smashed onto each other at the very center, as if dense atomic particles were smashing onto each other at high speeds. Thump. Arcs of light emerged with every passing second as in a short period of time. In the heart of that creative storm, Ruin/Eden reached in. Noah looked over with sharp eyes. She pulled forth a single, perfect ingot of a new metal. It was a beautiful, terrible thing, its surface a swirling, liquid azure that seemed to contain the light of a billion nascent wheels. It was not just a metal, it was a concept, a law, a new fundamental truth of his existence. I call it tyrannical mana-born adamant, Ruin/Eden declared, her voice a proud, triumphant proclamation. It is not just a material, Master, it is an extension of your own will. It is conceptually true, meaning it cannot be broken, bent, or unmade by any authority that is not your own. It is the perfect material for a tyrant. It is the best metal. Noah nodded. Form even more, he commanded. It shall be used to reforge and enhance my mana-born living existential armor. Understood, Master. He stood, watching as the forge roared to life again, his eyes luminous with a new, profound understanding. He was doing a great deal, and he was doing it rapidly. But would it be enough? Would it be enough to tip the scales of what was coming? Because he was getting powerful, but he knew that even the early creatures that were currently living in the era of the earliest folds that his other body was in, even they did not remain stationary. He considered himself an anomaly that exponentially advanced across the stages of power, but other existences had eons, from all the way to the earliest folds until now, entities like Forge Master Vulcan or others who had thousands of quadrillions of purity and complexity. Such power could be doubled or tripled if not more. Nobody remained stationary. He was not the only one that advanced, so he had to keep moving forward. As it was better to overestimate than to underestimate. As he thought this, Ruin/Eden's voice was a soft, almost casual, interruption. Oh, by the way, Master, that Schrödinger is looking to meet with you. He is currently hanging around the Infiniverse with that Leonore Ruros. Your distinction as the early creature has begun to spread due to your sparks. Noah's gaze sharpened. Oh, he said, his voice a quiet, dangerous note in the humming silence of the forge. He thought of the Schrödinger from the past, the defeated, apathetic living concept. And he thought of the one from his present, the chaotic, deceptive living paradox, a being of many secrets. It would be no issue to meet with him again, to obtain more information. Chapter 43:18 entry. Outside the Infiniverse, the assembled forces of the living existences, a congregation of beings who could unmake wheels with a thought, were staring, their gazes filled with a mixture of awe, dread, and a profound, gulling sense of irrelevance as they stared ahead. This was right after Schrödinger had called out that he wanted to communicate with the early creature. Osmont, whispers, not of sound but of pure, conceptual data, rippled through the ranks. Many of the older dukes, their forms ancient and terrible, recognized the woman beside the beggar paradox. Leonore Ruros. A name that was a ghost, a legend whispered in the darkest corners of their history, a being who had supposedly fallen in a blaze of glory eons ago, a martyr for the cause of paradox. And yet, here she stood, frail but undeniably present. The living origins were quieter, as if they knew some sort of secret, as if to add another layer of impossibility to the scene. More living paradoxes were arriving. They flickered into existence, their forms shimmering with a contained, restless energy, and their gazes, when they fell upon Schrödinger and Leonore, held a deep veneration. Schrödinger had simply spoken, his voice a calm, audacious invitation across the void, a request for a discussion with the early creature, Osmont. The other living existences, whose hatred for the paradoxes was a thing as old and as fundamental as their own authorities, watched this with a distaste so profound it was a physical presence. Among a cluster of living temporals, their bodies surrounded by the dilapidated, ancient aura of time itself, the whispers turned to venom. Who does the Schrödinger think he is? One of them, a duke whose form was a swirling vortex of clocks and rivers, hissed that he would voice out that he wants an audience with a supposed early creature, and he would simply be granted that meeting? The sheer, unmitigated arrogance, another, a being whose very presence seemed to slow the moments around her, nodded in agreement. It is a performance. A show. This Osmond is likely just another of their tricks, another layer of their endless, infuriating games. Could he truly even be an early creature? But at this time, their bitter, self-assured pronouncements were cut short. A region of the massive, blue-gold aegis of the infiniverse pulsed. It was a soft, gentle thrum, a quiet note in the silent chaos. Then, a bubble of pure, blue-gold brilliance began to emerge from the larger structure. It was a perfect, world-sized sphere, a floating island of impossible beauty covered by the same, impenetrable barrier. In the next moment, a small doorway formed in the side of this new, isolated domain, a silent, waiting invitation. And from it, a figure emerged, Malthus. Oh, he was a masterpiece of silent, terrible grandeur. His obsidian butler's attire, once a simple, elegant uniform, was now etched with invisible lines of brilliant blue, the very authority of his master's manna woven into its fabric. His eyes, no longer just crimson, now danced with a dangerous, captivating glow of crimson blue. The power that emanated from him was not a wave, but a suffocating, absolute pressure. It was enough to stifle the very thoughts of nearly all who were present. His cold gaze swept over the assembled forces of the living existences, a silent, dismissive assessment. It lingered for a moment on the fuming temporals, then the shocked origins, and finally, it came to rest on Schrödinger and Leonor Rouros. His voice, when he spoke, was a calm, cold, and utterly absolute command. The master will see you now, boom. The words were a quiet detonation in the stunned silence. The living temporals, who had just been dismissing Schrödinger's chances, now had faces of pure, ashen disbelief. They gritted their teeth, their own authority feeling fragile and insignificant in the face of this new, impossible power. Schrödinger and the woman beside him simply nodded. They floated calmly towards the isolated, blue-gold sphere, their movements unhurried, their acceptance of this impossible invitation a silent testament to their own, terrible confidence. As Schrödinger passed by Malthus, he frowned, his ancient eyes sweeping over the butler's form, a quick, analytical up-and-down glance. He seemed to be reassessing, recalculating. He shook his head, a gesture of profound, almost frustrated, thought, and then passed through the open doorway. Malthus turned, and the doorway sealed behind them, a silent, final click in the lock of reality. An immense, heavy silence descended once more. In that silence, the temporal duke who had been so vocal in his disdain, his pride now a raw, burning wound, floated forward. He looked at the sealed sphere, at the silent, beautiful fortress, and he bellowed, his voice a desperate, arrogant echo of Schrödinger's own call. I, Duke Chronocolos of the living temporals, also wish to have an audience with the early creature, Osmond. A grand proclamation, but a heavy and embarrassing silence followed. Seconds trickled by, each one a small, cruel eternity. There was no answer. Not a glow of brilliance. Not another bubble of blue-gold light. Nothing. The void was a silent, mocking testament to his own, profound insignificance. Other dukes of the temporals floated over, their forms shimmering with a mixture of embarrassment and pity, and began to pull their shamed colleague back into their ranks. Status. It is a concept that has driven more beings to madness than any curse, a hunger more insatiable than any inevitability. In the grand, chaotic weavings of existence, there are countless actors who believe themselves to be the led, who strut and fret upon the stage, their lines loud and their gestures grand, utterly oblivious to the fact that they are, and always will be, mere extras. They are the footnotes in a story that is not about them. The statistical noise in a symphony they cannot hear. And the cruelest joke of all is that they will never know, for to truly understand one's own status, one must first possess the humility to ask the question, what is my role in this play? And most beings are far too in love with the sound of their own voice to ever listen for the answer. The Duke of the Temporals, his face now a mask of pure, unadulterated humiliation, was pulled back, among the living origins. Origin Gias watched this pathetic, comical display, but her mind was elsewhere. She thought of her own, failed attempt at a dialogue. And then she thought of the one fragile thread of connection she still held, the young Mississippi Sigrid. If I use our connection, she thought, her mind a whirlwind of desperate, strategic calculation, can we not clear the table? Can we not forge a new, more respectful relationship with this Osmont. After all, she had her clone here. And, oh, isn't a body of Osmont Air, the early creature, Osmont, on the vessel that went to the wandering territories? Who has a body there close by? The voice, a piercing, far too happy note from a living emotive, echoed out and reminded everyone of this crucial fact. Origin Gia's turned towards the being, a flicker of pure, unadulterated distaste in her eyes. It was exactly what she had just been thinking. Her other body, her primary existence, was even now on that impossible barge, crossing the dangerous wandering territories with Alicia Firmhand, and on that very vessel was another body of Osmont, and with him, the young Mississippi. It was a chance. Perhaps their best, and last, chance to reach out, to mend the bridges that her own pride had burned. Origin Gia's clenched her fist, a gesture of profound, bitter resolve. She had caused herself and the living Origins to eat a lot of shit. Now, she had to see if she could wash it down, wipe their chins, and clear their plate. An early creature was not someone to offend. Chapter 43:19 Entry 2. On the other side of the veil, a massive, oval, white obsidian vessel floated through the silent, starless void. It was the Ashen Ark of Judgment, its surface as smooth and as cold as a polished tombstone. Upon its vast, flat deck, a legion of the dead stood in perfect, silent formation. There was no chaotic aura, no mindless rage. There was only a profound, chilling sense of order. At the forefront stood Tatiana, her dark hair a stark, beautiful contrast to the pale, deathly perfection of her skin. Around her, other dead early creatures stood as silent sentinels, and behind them, in hundreds of perfect rows, were dead existential armors, their obsidian black forms radiating a silent, contained power. The air was thick with a regality that was both beautiful and utterly terrifying. The Ashen Ark approached a tear of the veil, a jagged, weeping wound in the fabric of their reality. The early creatures around Tatiana watched it with calm, ancient eyes, their expressions unreadable masks of power and purpose. Tatiana stepped forward, her voice echoing out across the silent deck as they began to cross the threshold. "We are asked to have a purpose," she began, her tone a perfect, commanding cadence that brooked no dissent. "We are asked to have a singular focus, a driving will that defines our every action. For many, that purpose is a scattered, chaotic thing, a collection of selfish desires and fleeting ambitions. But for us, there is only one purpose. One order. Our way is the way of the dead order, HUUM." Her voice grew stronger, more resonant, a creed spoken into the void. "We adhere to the doctrines. The first doctrine, order, is salvation. All chaos, all the messy, unpredictable weavings of life, are a sickness. We are the cure. The second doctrine, all endings are beginnings. We do not bring death, we offer a new, more perfect, more ordered form of existence. The third doctrine, the will of the creature, is absolute. All that we do is in service of a design so grand, so profound, that lesser beings cannot even begin to comprehend it." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle upon her silent, loyal legion. "Existence has unfolded in the way it has as the fallout is coming. Our purpose is to establish order before it does, and afterwards. We are to transform the countless lifeforms in existence from the living to the dead. Not kill. Transform. Anyone who kills a single lifeform without a transformation occurring will answer directly to me and the other commanders." 1420. The Ark was now halfway through the tier, the chaotic, vibrant light of the living folds bleeding into their silent, monochrome world. "We are simply an advanced party, sent to get things started. The Forge Master and the other lords of the Cryptlands will soon join us to ensure order as the veil continues to thin. There will be those who stand in opposition to what we seek to do, as they do not understand. The protocol for such beings is to transform them first and have them understand later." Understood, a single, unified roar, a sound that was both a shout and a silent, psychic affirmation, erupted from the legion behind her. "Understood, ma'am." The Ashen Ark of Judgment crossed fully into the new fold. An early creature, his form regal in a pristine white robe, half of his face a bare, gleaming skeletal structure, floated over to Tatiana. He whistled, a low, appreciative sound. "Nice speech there, Tatiana. I told you the role of a leader was always meant for you." Tatiana merely scoffed, her gaze remaining cold and fixed on the new reality before them. Remain focused, Valerius, they had arrived. The air here was thick, vibrant, and alive. They were in the transcendent elemental folds, in a region surrounded by bronze, flowing rivers of earthen elements and sands that shone with a stellar brilliance. It was a world of pure, untamed life, and that life had just noticed them. In the distance, a group of living elementals, their forms blazing with the bronze light of their authority, froze. They stared at the ashen ark, at the few hundred dead early creatures, at the legions of dead existential armors. A wave of pure, oppressive haki, the silent, collective will of the arriving legion, washed over them. And in an instant, their lights were snuffed out. They fell from the sky like extinguished stars, their consciousnesses collapsing under a weight they could not even begin to comprehend. Tatiana gave a light, almost imperceptible nod. Behind her, a dead early creature, his skin a grotesque, beautiful mosaic of decaying flesh and vibrant, living power, flew out. He moved towards the unconscious elementals. A paltry force of 3 honored and 9 prime living existences, their combined complexity a mere whisper against the storm that had just arrived. The early creature came to a stop before the first of the fallen elementals. He raised a hand, his fingers long and skeletal, and plunged it into the creature's chest. His hand sank in as if through butter. He did so rapidly in the span of a nanosecond for all the living elementals here, and then, the shocking phenomenon of the change began. On the first elemental, a brilliant, obsidian-white light erupted from the point of contact. It was not a destructive light, but a transformative one. It spread across the elemental's body like a fast-moving frost, its bronze skin turning an ashen, obsidian white. It looked lifeless, and yet, impossibly, the complexity of its existence began to rise. The process was a terrible, beautiful thing to witness. The vibrant, chaotic energy of the living elemental was being ordered, refined, distilled into a new, more potent form of being. The light faded. And the elemental, now a being of ashen, dead perfection, opened its eyes. It woke from its state of unconsciousness, and its eyes, once a simple, bronze glow, now shone with a new, grander power and a profound, chilling intelligence. It radiated a power of over 100 trillion in both complexity and purity. A duke. From a mere honored, it had become a duke. The newly changed elemental looked at the dead early creature who had transformed it, and it bowed. "Thank you." Its voice was a new, resonant thing. "How can I be of service?" The dead early creature nodded. "Return to your homes," it commanded, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "And grant this change to others. Do it silently. Make the spread as vast as possible before any conflicts arise." The new duke, and the 12 others who had been similarly transformed in a silent, terrifyingly efficient process, bowed as one. They turned and flew back towards their home, towards the heart of elementals. Back on the ark, Tatiana watched this scene with a calm, almost detached, expression. The vessel had now fully entered the transcendent elemental folds, but in the next second, she frowned. She sniffed the air. Her eyes, which had been as cold and as still as a frozen lake, now showed a flicker of surprise. She sniffed again. "Can you all smell that?" she asked, her voice a low, puzzled murmur. The early creatures behind her stirred, their own ancient senses reaching out. A collective, silent gasp rippled through their ranks. They could smell it too. Tatiana's eyes turned sharp, a dangerous, inquisitive light burning in their depths. "I can smell order," she said, her voice a low, dangerous whisper. "But living order. How could there be living order on this side of the veil?" They all knew order was dead. Dead, but still gloriously present, as could be seen through them. But this was different. This was a vibrant, living echo of a power that should have been an impossibility. Tatiana's gaze was a thing of pure, unadulterated focus. She turned to her legion. "You 3, she commanded, her voice a sharp, cutting command, "report this back to Forgemaster Vulcan. The rest of you, let us follow the light of order and see why it is emanating on this side of the veil. And whether it is true order, or false order." Chapter 43:20. In exchange, inside the small, world-sized isolated bubble that Schrödinger and Leonore Ruros were invited in, they walked upon a radiant stellar blue pathway, a bridge of solidified light that cut through an expanse of breathtaking, cosmic beauty. All around them was the allure of a starlit environment, as if this entire isolated domain was a captured piece of the night sky, a private galaxy where the only destination was a single glowing point of life at its center, a round garden, pulsing with a gentle, welcoming light. Leonore rose, her form still frail but her crimson eyes now burning with a cold, clear, and rejuvenated light, gazed at the impossible architecture with a flicker of analytical interest. "Before I even meet him," she said, her voice a low, melodic thing that held the sharp edge of a razor, "I am going to bet 10,000 everything's of paradox that he is an early creature." "Would you take that bet, oh Harold?" Schrödinger smiled, a genuine, almost wistful expression. He shook his head, his bearing a stark, absurd contrast to the celestial grandeur around them. "I will agree with you that he is an early creature," he said, his voice a quiet, philosophical murmur. "Though none of that would make sense, but existence is filled with impossibilities. Maybe he is simply another impossibility." With such a conversation taking place, they arrived at the edge of the garden. In the next moment, a figure appeared before them, a silent, graceful materialization at the garden's entrance. It was Malphas. His obsidian butler's attire seemed to drink the starlight, but woven within its fabric were invisible lines of brilliant blue that pulsed with a quiet, contained power. His eyes, no longer just crimson, now danced with a dangerous, captivating glow of crimson blue, and the authority he emanated was enough to stifle the very air. His cold gaze swept over them, a silent, dismissive assessment, before it came to rest on Schrödinger. "Please," he said, his voice a smooth, cultured baritone that was both a polite invitation and an absolute command. "This way." The garden was a masterpiece of impossible, beautiful life. Radiant sacred herbs, their leaves shimmering with the light of 1,000 different authorities, grew in perfect, geometric patterns. Trees, their bark the color of polished moonlight, bore fruits that glowed with a gentle, internal fire. And at the very center, arranged in a perfect circle, were elevated cushions of a shimmering blue gold material. They surrounded a low table, upon which sat pristine white gold plates and cups. Malphas appeared at the table, and with a graceful wave of his hand, he revealed a somewhat crude-looking bucket. It was forged from the heated sands of the early veiled shore, now cooled into a swirling, opalescent glass. But from this humble vessel, he began to pour the sacred mead of existence. Schrödinger and Leonore's eyes widened. They could feel it, the terrifying complexity and potency of the white gold milky liquid as it filled the cups, its very presence a wave of pure, unadulterated life force that made their own ancient existences hum with a forgotten, primal hunger. As for the plates, Malphas waved his hands again, and they were filled with radiant, boiling sacred waters, in which floated perfect, bite-sized pieces of celestial marine life. After he finished, he rose like a gloriously efficient butler. "The master will be here soon," he said. "Please, help yourselves." With those words, he stepped to the side, his posture one of cold, calm, and absolute stillness. Schrödinger couldn't help but stare, his curiosity a palpable, analytical force. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice a low, intrigued murmur. "You should not be a mere living existence or fold dweller. And you don't seem like an early creature, as I have not seen an early creature serve anyone. And yet, I cannot shake the immensity that you are giving off." Malphas turned his head, his crimson blue eyes fixing on Schrödinger with a cold, dismissive light. "I am merely a servant of the master. Even my name is inconsequential. Again, enjoy the refreshments. The master will be here soon." The words made Schrödinger even more intrigued. But beside him, Leonore Rose had already picked up a glass. She drank the sacred mead of existence, and her eyes lit up, her entire being buzzing with a unique, vibrant radiance. And then, he arrived, a figure manifested just outside the garden, a silent, instantaneous appearance that was not a traversal, but a simple declaration of presence. He floated to one of the radiant, elevated cushions and sat. He was adorned in a simple blue gold emperor's robe, his hair now a cascade of extremely radiant blue gold, as if 1,000 oceans of mana were warring for dominance against the light of a captured sun. His fair, white skin was scintillating, shining as if it were crystalline, and it held within it an unfathomable ocean of power. He was an impossible weapon, an emperor in his prime, yet young, and also ancient with a power that defied all comprehension. The moment he appeared, Schrödinger and Leonore Rose both frowned. They felt it, suppression. The two of them, beings of such profound and terrible power, actually felt a sense of suppression in his presence. Noah looked back at them, and beside him, unseen by either of them, The crimson-blue holographic form of Ruin/Eden materialized. Master, the existential signatures of the two subjects have been ascertained. The subject, Schrödinger, is currently radiating a power of 0.5 quintillion in both complexity and purity. The subject, Leonore Ruros, is at 0.8 quintillion. My analysis indicates that this is a degraded state. Her potential maximum is likely in excess of 2 quintillion. It seems her previous imprisonment has left her gravely injured, 0.5 quintillion and 0.8 quintillion. Noah processed the numbers, a cold, tyrannical calm settling over him. The usage of quintillion meant these entities had already embarked on, or at least sensed, their way of existence. This was the Schrödinger he knew, the living paradox. But the other one, the defeated, apathetic living concept he had seen in the early laboratories. If that being was one and the same, then now was the time to learn, to understand. He sat, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. He nodded once, a gesture of a king granting an audience. You were looking for me. Chapter 43:21, An Exchange. 2. The silence was a taut, humming thing. Schrödinger looked at Noah, and a brilliant, almost dazzling, smile spread across his face. I'm going to go out on a limb, he said, his voice filled with a genuine, almost joyous, wonder, and simply affirm that you are, in fact, an early creature. Which begs me to question. How did a piece of the weapon of the living law not work against you? Noah looked at him, and his expression was a perfect, unreadable mask. He appreciated the nature of a being like this who did not beat around the bush too much. His voice, when he spoke, was not loud, but it was absolute. It was the voice of a man who did not need to raise his tone to command a room. For the room already belonged to him. As far as I know, the weapon of the living law works against early creatures. I am not an early creature. I am the early creature, Osmont. Boom, simply, impossibly, a very straightforward answer was given. Schrödinger and Leonore's eyes sharpened, a new, more profound level of calculation entering their gazes. Noah calmly picked up his own glass of mead and took a sip, his eyes, burning with a quiet, tyrannical fire, still fixed on Schrödinger. Now you. He began, his voice a low, dangerous hum. You have been a question in my mind for a little while now. I've asked myself again and again, what could that Schrödinger be up to? What's he doing purposefully accelerating tears of the veil? What's he doing with the corpse of an early creature? But now, in the grand scale of things, it doesn't matter too much. What does matter is my curiosity. As I want to ask. Do you remember anything regarding the early laboratories? Elderborns? Boom, the early laboratories and Elderborns. Noah asked such a question simply to see exactly what reaction would bloom from Schrödinger, and he saw it. A flicker of sharp, analytical light in both his eyes and the crimson depths of Leonore's. It was not him who replied, but the woman who was currently more powerful than him. With every word you say, Leonore began, her voice a low, resonant note that cut through the starlit quiet of the garden, you make it clear to us that you know a whole lot more than you were letting on. We can skip any back and forth and get right to business then. Oh, Elderborns. That takes me back. Schrödinger interjected, his voice a bright, almost nostalgic, chime that shattered her serious tone. Leonore turned to him, her expression a mask of pure, unadulterated annoyance. He simply smiled, a mischievous, almost childlike, glint in his ancient eyes, and gently tapped her thigh as if to say, let me handle this. He kept his gaze fixed on Noah. I know a thing or two about Elderborns, he said, his voice now a conspiratorial whisper. Do you know their true origins? Let me tell you a story. Leonore rolled her eyes, a gesture of profound, weary exasperation. Really? Right now? Yet, Schrödinger's gaze did not waver from Noah. Noah, for his part, simply took another slow, deliberate sip of the sacred mead of existence, his expression a calm, unreadable mask. He was a mountain, and their words were but wind, many believed, Schrödinger began, his voice taking on the cadence of a master storyteller, that the Elderborns were simply a glorious accident of existence. Beings blessed with a heavily concentrated measure of the creature's everythings. The first leader, Gilgamesh, a being of such unyielding ambition that he sought to unite all early creatures under a single banner. Tatiana, a weaver of dreams whose power could shape the very fabric of reality. Each a titan in their own right. Their power a testament to a glorious, cosmic lottery. He paused, letting the weight of the legend settle. Then, his smile turned sharp, dangerous. But that is not the case. The Elderborns did not form naturally. They were not an accident. They were a guided emergence from the hands of the living existences. They were purposeful designs. Which begs you to wonder, why did the living existences seek to cluster the concentrated everythings of the creature onto a few specific beings? Why, the air in the garden, once so serene, turned heavy and cold. Noah studied Schrödinger and Leonore, his eyes shining with a brilliant, analytical light. Elderborns were always seen around the living existences, carrying out their whims, he said, his voice not a question, but a statement of fact, a piece of a puzzle he was now assembling aloud. Are you going to tell me that the living existences were grooming them as tools or weapons? For their fun? Or against the creature? Boom, at his words, Schrödinger smiled. That is a great question. Who can say for sure? One can only be certain if they can track what every Elderborn has done across the earliest folds. Well, before they and countless other early creatures disappeared, which brings us to the next point. The disappearance of early creatures and the implausibility of you being here. I'm going to assume you already know a lot about the fallout? Schrödinger spoke the words with a grand, theatrical flourish. Noah calmly raised his glass of sacred meat of existence and drained the last of the shimmering, white gold liquid. The cup was empty. In the next instant, Malthus appeared beside him, a silent, graceful specter of perfect servitude, the crude, beautiful bucket in his hand. As he refilled the glass without a word, Noah gave a single, almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement. I know a little bit about the fallout. Schrödinger's smile widened, a flash of genuine, almost manic, delight in his eyes, as if he sought to one-up him, to always hold the final, most devastating card. He leaned forward, his voice a low, triumphant whisper. We know where the entrance to a shelter that can withstand the fallout is. Boom, chapter 43:22. Do not idolize. Schrödinger stated that he knew where the entrance to a shelter that could survive the fallout was. At such words, Noah's gaze, which had been a calm, almost leisurely thing, sharpened into a point of absolute, tyrannical focus. The air in the small, world-sized bubble grew heavy, the starlit environment seeming to hold its breath. Beside him, unseen by the two ancient paradoxes, the crimson-blue holographic figure of Ruin/Eden materialized, her voice a cool, clinical whisper in his mind, based on my analysis of his existential signature. Master, the subject Schrödinger genuinely believes his words to be true. He is not bluffing or engaging in theatrical misdirection. Whether the information itself is accurate is a variable that remains unknown. Noah looked at Schrödinger, his expression remained a perfect, unreadable mask. His voice, when he spoke, was a low, resonant, and utterly imposing thing. To clarify, he began, each word a carefully placed piece on a board of vast scale. You know the entrance into the loom. At his words, Schrödinger and Leonore Rurros looked at each other once more. Schrödinger then smiled, a brilliant, almost dazzling expression of pure, unadulterated amusement. Well now, he said. His voice a playful, conspiratorial hum, I am going to continue with my assumption that you already know a whole lot, similar to us, so I'll keep talking. If ever you are lost, just let me know. So? No. I do not have knowledge of the entry to the loom. That is an impossibility. The loom will never be open, or even have the possibility of opening, until after the fallout has taken place. Nothing can go in or out. What I have knowledge of is a subsidiary of the loom. A small portion of it were those who designed the loom. Kept their toys, boom, their toys, you should have met them already, Schrödinger continued, his smile never wavering. The justiciars. The arbiters, his expression then shifted. The smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold, callous rage so profound it seemed to make the very starlight around them curdle. For the designers of the loom, he hissed, his voice a venomous whisper, it wasn't enough that countless existences would collapse. One designer in particular wanted to continue harvesting from its way of existence. Its way of emotive. That despicable, shitty, bum clusterfuck of an existence, emotive, placed behind a protocol where as the fallout approached, its tools would appear to begin reaping and rousing even more emotions, to let all remaining existences know they would perish, and as a form of mercy, some would be collapsed even before the fallout came. The whole thing displayed until the day of the fallout. What just happened with Eternitas Glacis was exactly that. To induce fear. To rouse emotions. Because the fallout itself is not enough. But for their way of existence. They will milk it for even more. Boom, Noah's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Beside him, Malthus's arms trembled slightly, not with fear, but with a deep, resonant fury. He glared towards Schrödinger. The living emotive experience negative and positive emotions differently, he stated, his voice a cold, hard blade. Their way of existence would be even more boundless when it fed on positive emotions. Such a thing would not be put in place by the living emotive. They are not like this, Malthus had spoken out, his loyalty a shield against the accusation. Schrödinger's eyes turned sharp, squinting as he analyzed the butler. How would you know the living emotive's nature so well? Malthus did not reply. He stared at Schrödinger coldly, then turned to Noah and bowed, his form a perfect expression of regret. I apologize for my outburst, my lord. Noah nodded towards him, a silent acknowledgement. It's okay, his head turned, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant, beautiful garden around them. He sighed, the way of existence. He thought of the ways of emotive and the other living existences. He even wondered about the way of the creature. Did all of them treat the countless life forms across existence as their civilizations? Was this the reason for the endless, teeming life that permeated the folds, living paradoxes and how they live day in and day out? Feed the way of paradox. The civilization of paradox, he mused aloud, his voice a low, contemplative rumble. Origin feeds the way of origin, law feeds the way of law. And so on and so forth. He turned back to Schrödinger, his gaze a sharp, analytical probe. Where in this does the creature come in? Do you know of the way of the creature? At his words, Schrödinger shook his head. That is inconsequential. His way does not matter. Because the creature abandoned us. He went silent. With his nature, he wouldn't have allowed the loom to come to fruition, and yet it did. Why is that? Why did he leave us? Why did he abandon us? Why? Towards the end of his words, Schrödinger's voice rose to a furious, almost desperate, roar. Leonore Rouros placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch a calm, steadying anchor in his storm of rage. The creature did not abandon us, she said, her voice firm, unwavering. I and others always believed that something happened. Something we do not know. Maybe the living existences did something. There is a lot about history we do not know. There is the curse overflowing across the dead that we know the creature was involved in. The veil that the creature was involved in. We may be misunderstanding many things here. Schrödinger looked at her, his expression weary, his rage giving way to a deep, ancient bitterness. He shook his head, the dangers of idolizing a common existence as if any of them were different. He began, his voice now a low drum. Idolizing someone can lead to de-existentialization, where we project a fictional image of perfection onto them, denying their own, flawed existence. When they inevitably fail to live up to this image, it leads to intense disappointment and even bitterness. Heavy, heavy bitterness. It can lead to defending inexcusable actions or ignoring evidence of wrongdoing that are blatantly there. Chapter 43:23 Do not idolize. 2. The creature was born. The creature will die, or is already dead. The living existences can be killed just like you and I. Just look at the living order. Deader than dead. All of them, they eat. They shit. They hate. They fear. They may be higher on the scale of existence than us. But they are still that. Existences. I will never fucking idolize them. Not ever again. His words were heavy, each one a stone dropped into the silent, contemplative pool of the garden. Malthus looked down, his own thoughts a swirling vortex of loyalty and doubt. Noah's eyes, however, shone with a bright, tyrannical light. The creature had his way of existence. And we have our own, he declared, his voice a calm, absolute verdict. Yes, we are no different. Regardless of what happened in the past that we do not know, it is the present and future that matter the most. So, this shelter. Where is it, and how can the vast life forms of all folds be relocated in it to survive the fallout? At his critical question, Schrödinger fell silent. He picked up his drink, downing the entire cup of sacred meat of existence in a single, decisive gulp. His eyes shone with a new, sharp light as he looked at Noah. "When a justiciar appears again," he said, his voice a low, conspiratorial whisper, "just follow it back to where it came from. Track it. Let it lead you to its base. And it will be a shelter connected to the loom. A tiny little subsidiary. A garden of hope. A line of salvation. Reach it, and one may just survive the fallout." A heavy silence settled over the garden. "Master, the new information has been analyzed. The subject Schrödinger is proposing a high-risk, high-reward infiltration mission. The Garden of Hope is likely a forward operating base or a manufacturing facility holding the justiciars and arbiters. Feasibility: if such a location exists, and if it is indeed a subsidiary of the loom, it may possess a degree of the same protective qualities. It is a viable, if exceedingly dangerous, path. There is no harm in seeing if this is actually true." Noah looked at Schrödinger calmly, the two of them locked in a silent, analytical gaze. Finally, Schrödinger spoke again. "That is one of my goals, anyway. Even if my methods are questioned. Even if some lives are lost. All life will be extinguished in the near future if this solution, or another, is not attained. Since you seem to have enacted your own way, you have your own drive to survive, and you might even have the mindset of wanting to save those in your way of existence. If your existence can cause this body of mine here to feel a sense of suppression, your power could tip the scales if need be. I partly came here to say this, to make sure that you would not be a force of interference in my plans. If we are all going towards the same thing, even better. There is no harm in having an early creature with unknown origins bearing the grunt of the weight of existence. After all, why should I be alone in suffering? Why should he be alone in suffering?" The words were a quiet, terrible confession, a glimpse into the profound, ancient loneliness of the being before him. Schrödinger believed himself to be carrying the weight of existence on his shoulders, a self-appointed, and perhaps, self-deluded, savior. Noah shook his head internally. In existence, one could believe they were a chosen one, a herald, a bringer of apocalypse. But what mattered in the end was power. Power would ultimately decide what role one played. He had come across many who thought themselves saviors, and yet they had the highest body count of those they killed. He did not even have to look far as when he looked at himself. Oh, as Noah was thinking this, his gaze, and the gazes of Schrödinger and Leonore, snapped outwards. Their perception pierced through the blue-gold barrier of their isolated domain, to the chaos beyond. Behind the teeming, anxious crowds of living existences, a massive, flat vessel had appeared, a silent, obsidian-white omen in the swirling void, and on it were entities so terrifying that their mere hockey caused the nearby prime, honored, and royal living existences to lose consciousness, their forms slumping in the void like puppets with their strings cut. Oh, Noah's eyes focused, his perception, now a thing of wonder, dissecting the new arrivals. He saw early creatures, dead ones, and at the forefront, one who shone with tremendous radiance. He saw Tatiana, a queen of ordered death, her complexity a staggering 4 quintillion. He saw the regal, half-skeletal Valerius, his power a calm, terrible 3.5 quintillion. He saw the others, a legion of the prime dead, their power a silent, crushing wave, alert, high-threat entities have arrived. Source: the folds of the dead, primary signatures straight face, Tatiana, the ashen dreaming queen, 4.1 quintillion complexity, Valerius, the silent regent, 3.5 quintillion complexity. Legion of the prime dead, average complexity, 2.5 quintillion. Oh, beside him, Leonore's voice was a low, dangerous hiss towards Schrödinger. Now might be a good time for you to awaken a stronger body. Otherwise, we all may just be fucked. The prime dead had arrived. But as Noah watched, a final, chilling detail registered in his perception, a detail that was confirmed by a final, terrible prompt from Ruin/Eden. The gazes of the newly arrived legion, their collective, silent will, was not focused on the assembled forces of the living, nor on the curious paradoxes, nor on the enraged origins. Their attention was fixed, with a profound, almost religious, focus on the blue-gold fortress of the Infiniverse, and their bodies, their very auras, were surrounded by a brilliant, pristine, and utterly familiar white light. Analysis of the Prime Dead Legion is complete. A significant and unexpected anomaly has been detected. Their authority is not just that of the dead. It is intertwined with the authority of order, chapter 43:24 sheer depravity. The area surrounding the infiniverse became unfathomably silent. Over 90% of the living existences that it gathered, beings who could command the very fabric of reality, slumped down listlessly, their consciousnesses were entirely turned off, snuffed out like candle flames in a hurricane by the mere proximity of the terrifying existences that had arrived. And yet, like a grand and terrifying sea, these waves of power and suppression that were culminating in hockey actually stopped short, parting like water before a sacred mountain as they neared the blue-gold aegis of the infiniverse. Inside the small, world-sized isolated bubble, Noah stood, his gaze turning from the chaotic, beautiful garden to the scene outside. His eyes were cold, calculating, and utterly, profoundly calm. Master, I am detecting a subtle, yet significant, anomaly in the existential signatures of the newly arrived prime dead. Analysis, they are exhibiting hesitation. Why would such powerful beings hesitate? Their gazes were fixed on his home with an intensity that was almost religious. And their very existence swam with a potent, undeniable allure of order. Noah could put two and two together. The reason for their hesitation. He did not like the direction his thoughts were taking him. The appearance of the prime dead is much faster than anticipated. Schrodinger's voice was a low, analytical murmur beside him. Reinforcements will arrive here soon, but for the most part, all existences here are on their own. At his words, Noah's eyes flashed brightly. His gaze focused on the figure of the dead early creature, Tatiana. She was floating from the vessel, her hand raised in a gesture that was both a command and a reassurance to her legion. She was moving, shockingly, towards the infiniverse. She paid no attention to the dazed, terrified living existences. Her focus was singular. She drew closer, and the blue-gold glow of the aegis reflected on her pale, beautiful, and utterly dead features. And then, she stopped. Noah watched this being, this queen of a dead empire, and his thoughts were a silent, rapid-fire exchange with his new system. Ruin/Eden. The network of resplendent citadels is active, yes, confirmed, Master. The civilization network is online and operating at peak efficiency. All 159 citadels are linked, their collective power forming a defensive matrix capable of withstanding an attack 3 times the capacity of your own current complexity and purity. Analysis, sufficient for a protracted defensive engagement against the current threat, but a direct, focused assault from their combined might would be problematic. It may be enough, but the situation was still perilous. And yet, the prime dead did not attack. As Noah watched, Tatiana opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was a thing of impossible, terrible beauty. It was not a shout, but a clear, resonant pronouncement that carried across the void with the weight of an unshakable, absolute truth. I am Tatiana, the Ashen Dream Queen, first blade of the cryptlands of Nagashprax. I, and all those you see before you, are followers of the creature. We are followers of order. We revere order, and we live by its doctrines. We had altered our course to come here directly because we sensed an allure, a beacon of order so pure, so potent, that it could not be ignored. And now, having come close, I can affirm that what emanates from within this sanctuary, it is the truest type of order. Living order. It is for this reason, and this reason alone, that I show the respect that I currently am. In the early veiled shore, Noah's other body gently touched Sigrid's shoulder. She came out of her deep, power-infusing cultivation, her form now pulsing with waves of pure, white-gold mana and order. She blinked, and as Noah directed her gaze to the scene unfolding outside the infiniverse, her eyes widened. Outside, Tatiana continued, her voice a calm, commanding current. I realize how our appearance here, especially our current state of existence, may seem threatening. It may even cause misconceptions. I wish to clear that up first, before anything else. I know that within this isolated, protective domain, lies a budding living order. And it is to you that I speak now, and to nobody else. Her gaze was fixed on the aegis, but her words were a spear, aimed at a single heart within. I wish to ease the mind of the young living order and let them know that the reason for our being is none other than the fallout. As she spoke the final word, her expression, which had been a mask of regal calm, turned cold. It was a subtle shift, a tightening around her eyes, a clenching of her jaw, a deep, chilling frost that seemed to settle over her features. She was reigning in a storm of pure, incandescent rage. The fallout, she began again, her voice now a low, dangerous murmur, was a betrayal. A betrayal of all the ideals of existence, of order, of what the creature stood for. The fallout was a conspiracy, a grand, terrible design forged by multiple of the living existences who turned their backs on the creature and built something for their own sakes, for their own civilizations. They built the loom. And I talk about the loom as I mention the fallout because these two are one and the same. The loom is the fallout. The loom is the weapon of destruction that will extinguish every single way of existence and civilization that lies outside of it, all for the sake of those within it. Boom. Oh, the words were a quiet, terrible detonation in the silent void. The loom is a shelter for those inside of it, and a weapon, a tool of mass destruction for those outside of it. Any of those that remain within have the blood of countless on their hands, as the destruction of the budding civilizations and ways of existence of countless existences will all be collapsed and devoured by the loom. All of it will be harvested by the living existences within it. The early creatures under them, and the fold dwellers who managed to gain entry into that abomination. For many of us, me included, and many others back in our lands, we consciously made the choice to not enter the loom when it was offered to us, because we knew the sheer depravity that would be required for its very existence. Chapter 43:25 Sheer depravity. 2. We chose to stand with the creature and find another way. What you see before you is that way. I, and all those behind me, and countless others on the other side of the veil, all chose to fight against the abomination that is the loom. The reason for our coming through at this very moment was to lay out the path of survival for the countless masses, as the loom prepares to unleash its horrors upon all of existence. I had wished to tell you all of this because we also follow order. On the other side of the veil, order helped us establish who we are today and fight against the tyranny of the living existences against the creature. For there to be a piece of the living order in this domain is not by chance. Her words were heavy, so heavy, and so, after explaining all of this, I hereby invite the living order within to come back with me to the other side of the veil. Your mere existence may very well change a tremendous amount of things. With you and the radiant order that is on the other side of the veil, the possibilities for existence and its survival against the abomination that is the loom are tremendously altered. Once more, I hereby invite the unliving order to come with me to the other side of the veil. Boom. The invitation was a thing of impossible, terrible weight. Noah's eyes shone with a terrifying, brilliant light. Schrödinger and Leonore, in their isolated bubble, turned to him, their gazes stern and questioning. Master, the information provided by the subject Tatiana is a paradigm-shifting event. Primary revelation straightface, the fallout, is not a natural event, but a man-made, or rather, existence-made, one. The loom is not a passive sanctuary, but an active, predatory weapon, a significant faction, aligned with the creature, exists on the other side of the veil. Their objective is to oppose the loom. Strategic re-evaluation straight face. The solution of halting the catalyst is now significantly more complex. The catalyst is not a single entity, but a coalition of level 1 scale existences. The solution of breaching the loom is now recontextualized. The solution of the first farmer remains a viable, if now more urgent, path for a potential third faction and alliance. Noah processed the information, his mind a silent storm of calculation. He opened his mouth, and his voice, a calm, resonant, and utterly absolute thing, boomed out from the isolated domain, reaching Tatiana and all those in the surrounding void. You have mentioned order multiple times on the other side of the veil. Just who is embodying order on the other side of the veil? His voice echoed out. Tatiana frowned. She did not like that someone other than the living order had replied to her. But she answered, her voice as calm and as cold as a tombstone. On the other side of the veil, the only order that has been present in aiding the creature has been the dead order. Boom, the dead order. One of the living existences. On the side of the dead, in the early veil shore, Sigrid fell to her knees, the revelation a physical blow. But Noah remained calm. His voice boomed out again. You mentioned the living order from here coming with you to the other side of the veil. The living order on this side is merely a resurgence, unable to make any grand changes in existence. How exactly would their crossing over change anything in the vast weavings of what is unfolding? Tatiana's frown deepened. I would very much like to be discussing all of this with the living order, and not a bystander. Noah's eyes flashed with a cold light. Whether you stand to have any discussion with the living order or not is dependent on whether you answer this question. What exactly would the living order be doing if she crosses to the other side of the veil? The air grew cold. A silent, terrible wave of power pulsed from Tatiana, but she held it in check. Out of respect to the order that we follow, I will answer. The living order coming to the other side of the veil would mean that the dead order and the living order can come and join together in a profound and unfathomable union that may just be the grandest answer to the loom and the abomination of actions that were taken to enact it. Noah's eyes flashed coldly. Master, the probability of a true union is 0.01%. The probability of a complete and total assimilation of the lesser, resurgent order by the established, primordial dead order is 99.99%. She is asking for a sacrifice. In the deafening silence that followed, only one reply came. Two simple words from Noah, ringing with a glorious, tyrannical clarity: fuck off. Boom! Tatiana's eyes flashed with lividity. Due to the immense respect and decorum that I have for order, I am holding myself back right now from this very clear disrespect. I ask once more, do not speak on behalf of the living order. I wish to have this dialogue with nobody else other than the living order. She waited. The silence stretched. And then, again, the same two words, in the same grand, glorious, tyrannical voice: fuck off. Boom! Oh, Tatiana had reached the end of her patience. We are a solution to the abomination that is the loom, she stated, her voice now a cold, flat pronouncement. That solution is to grant all living existences on this side of the veil the blessing of becoming like us. This was a mercy designed by the creature in the dead order, and we will now proceed in carrying it out. Alongside this will be the procurement and safe obtainment of the living order, who seems to have been taken captive by an entity with intentions that do not align with the creature or with order itself. With respect to the order that we continue to hold in high regard, we will now begin our operation to rescue you from the clutches of this entity. Chapter 4326: A Glorious Protocol. A terrifying progression. In existence, there are good enemies, and there are horrid enemies. A good enemy is a straightforward thing. They want your land, your resources, your head on a spike. They make their intentions clear, and they attack you. You fight, you win, or you lose. It is a clean, honest, and brutal transaction. But a horrid enemy is a different beast entirely. They are the ones who attack you while telling you they are doing it for your own good. To save you. To make sure you do not harm yourself. They are the ones who will burn your house to the ground and then explain, with a sad, paternalistic smile, that they were simply trying to keep you warm. These types of enemies. They are absolutely the worst. In the early veiled shore, a profound stillness had settled over the radiant shore. The joyous, chaotic energy of progression had given way to a quiet, focused solemnity. Across the golden sands, Noah's people had emerged from their states of rapid, endowment-fueled cultivation. Sigrid rose, her form a beacon of pure white order against the azure backdrop of the shore. Noah turned to her, a faint, almost teasing smile on his lips. Are you my captive? She looked at him, and her eyes, which held the serene, unyielding light of a fundamental law, flashed with a flicker of something almost like annoyance. It doesn't seem like I am, she said, her voice a calm, even current. But these existences. Her gaze drifted to the screens, to the silent, orderly legions of the prime dead, and a shadow of concern crossed her perfect features. Noah saw it, that flicker of worry, and his smile softened. They are merely prime dead, he said, his voice a quiet, reassuring anchor in the sea of her unspoken fears. Nothing too crazy. In the next moment, a new presence made itself known. Kor floated towards him, her diminutive form a stark, beautiful contrast to the vast, open expanse of the shore, her abyssal eyes pulsing with a contained, ancient power. She turned and looked across the shore, her gaze settling on the far corner where a second identical body of herself was calmly overseeing the separation of Bob from the mutated inhabitability. With Leora standing nearby, her face a mask of anxious, hopeful anticipation, Kor looked at all of this, then turned back to Noah. I need to let loose, outsider, she said, her voice a low, dangerous spur. I am holding a little anger inside of me, and it would be good to express it. With how much I have been eating, I could likely keep that Tatiana busy. Though she is not a simple one, as she appears. You would have to find a way to deal with the other ones. Noah smiled at her words. Yes, out of all the impossible, terrible weapons in his arsenal, Kor was undoubtedly one of the strongest. With his power, her power, and the overwhelming might of the resplendent citadels, they might just be able to hold back this terrifying new force. But Noah shook his head. He stared at Kor, at his people, at the magnificent, terrible army he had built, and his smile widened into a grand, tyrannical expression. You all have gotten a glimpse of my way. My civilization. I now wish to give you a full look at it. Boom, a full look. Kor was astonished. She looked at him, at the quiet, unshakable confidence in his eyes, and she realized, with a shock that was a profound, almost delightful thing, that against an enemy that was 3, perhaps 4 times more powerful than him, he was denying her help. Why? Could his way of existence be that terrifying? His complexity and purity was only at approximately 1 quintillion, while Tatiana alone exceeded 4 quintillion, and there were others behind her at 3 quintillion and 2 quintillion. Nearly all those he stood against were more powerful than him. Are you sure, outsider? She asked, her voice a mixture of genuine concern and a deep, ancient curiosity. Noah smiled and nodded. Yes. Watch my way of existence. Watch my way of the mana architect. Watch my civilization. And try to hold on strong to your hunger. He spoke the words with a grand, almost playful, authority. Kor shook her head with a look of pure, unadulterated incredulity. You are insane, outsider. At that moment, Noah smiled. He closed his eyes and sent his will to ruin/Eden. Are the Mata Arcana glyphs I told you to design ready? Yes. Mata Arcana glyphs. In the earliest folds, he had only forged the mana glyph of the primordial fireball that dealt 0.5 quintillion in damage and the Mata Arcana glyph, Annihilation's first spark, that dealt 1.5 quintillion damage, but his body had still remained in the earliest folds this whole time, and in the hours that had passed there, it had been very, very productive. Endless mana had been used to forge an arsenal of the most powerful Mana Arcana glyphs he could imagine. Glyphs that would allow him to truly express just how terrifying his way of existence was, because his strength and the strength of his system, at the end of the day, lay in mana. Infinite mana, and for something others did not have, how could he use it best? The answer was terrifyingly clear. Others had limitations of everything and much more, but he did not. Show me. His existence buzzed as he gave the command to ruin/Eden, and in the quiet, internal sanctum of his mind, a glorious, terrible presentation began. Project, one-man army, is complete, Master. Multiple new Mana Arcana glyphs have been added to your codex. Allow me to begin the demonstration. In his mind's eye, the radiant, card-like structure of the Annihilation's first spark bloomed into existence. On its surface, a magnificent, 9-headed primordial mana flame WYRM slept, its azure scales shimmering with a contained, apocalyptic power. Chapter 43:27, A Glorious Protocol. 2. The first one displayed in his mind was what he had already forged before, but it was still a critical piece of his codex. Mana Arcana glyph, Annihilation's first spark, school, mana, primordial, rarity, primordial, description. From the smallest spark, the greatest inferno is born. This arcana summons a primordial mana flame WYRM, a being of pure, conceptual fire forged from your own infinite essence. The WYRM unleashes a single, guided torrent of annihilating azure flame. Cost, 1 unit of everything's of mana. Requirements to cast, must be the architect of mana. Effect, due to its rarity, it deals 1.5 quintillion in pure, untyped mana-based damage that ignores all known resistances and authorities. The attack is conceptually true and cannot be dodged. Its capabilities will advance and scale upwards as you progress. Cooldown, 1 second. The illusory image of the first card moved to the side, and a new one floated into view. On its surface was a glorious, azure-furred beast, a Malivera benfieldi, an ancient honey badger, its eyes blazing with a defiant, almost comical indifference. Mana Arcana glyph, the indomitable will, school, mana, primordial, rarity, primordial, description, existence is a relentless, brutal assault. This arcana simply does not care. Summons the conceptual form of an ancient honey badger, a being whose very nature is a defiant rejection of all external influence. The badger floats above the caster, a silent, furry guardian of pure, unadulterated stubbornness. Cost, 1 unit of everything's of mana. Requirements to cast, must be the architect of mana. Effect, for 1 minute, you are protected by a badger's barrier of mana, a shield capable of absorbing up to 1.5 quintillion in damage from any source. As they say, a honey badger does not give a damn. Cooldown, 1 second. Noah's mind buzzed as he looked at its full details. He nodded once. Let's see the next ones. The presentation continued, a pageant of impossible, beautiful, and utterly broken tools of war. Mana Arcana Glyph, the unshakable mountain, school, mana, primordial, rarity, primordial, description. The storm rages, the winds howl, but the mountain remains. This arcana summons not a creature, but a concept, a spectral, azure mountain range that surrounds the caster, a fortress of pure, unyielding stability. Cost, 1 unit of, everything's of mana. Requirements to cast, must be the architect of mana. Effect, grants the mountain's heart, aura for 1 minute. All incoming attacks are reduced by 1 quintillion in power. This is a flat reduction, not a percentage. Small attacks are simply negated. Cooldown, 1 second. Mana Arcana Glyph, the Tyrant's Maw, school, mana, primordial, rarity, primordial, description. The ocean is not just water, it is a mouth. Summons the conceptual ghost of a megalodon, its form a shimmering, azure vortex of pure, predatory hunger. Cost, 1 unit of, everything's of mana. Requirements to cast, must be the architect of mana. Effect, for 1 minute, all of your attacks deal 50% more damage. This is a conceptual amplification. Your very intent to harm is made more potent. Cooldown, 1 second. Mana Arcana Glyph, the Saber's Edge, school, mana, primordial, rarity, primordial, description. There is no defense against a perfect cut. Summons the ephemeral spirit of a Smilodon, its azure fangs long, sharp, and impossibly, conceptually, true. Cost, 1 unit of, everything's of mana. Requirements to cast, must be the architect of mana. Effect, for 1 minute, all of your attacks gain a base damage of 1 quintillion. This damage is applied before all other multipliers and ignores all resistances. Cooldown, 1 second. Mana Arcana Glyph, the Unbreakable Shell, school, mana, primordial. Rarity, primordial, description. The best offense is an impenetrable defense. Summons the spectral carapace of an ancient ankylosaurus, a living fortress of azure, crystalline plates. Cost, 1 unit of, everything's of mana. Requirements to cast, must be the architect of mana. Effect, for 1 minute, all incoming damage is reduced by 25% to, cooldown, 1 second. Mana Arcana Glyph, the Unbound Moment, school, mana, primordial, description. Time is a river. This arcana is a dam. Summons a glorious, spectral wheel of existence, its azure form spinning with the light of a billion frozen moments. Rarity, primordial, cost, 1 unit of, everything's of mana. Requirements to cast, must be the architect of mana. Effect, for 1 minute, all of your abilities, including your mana arcana glyphs, have no cooldown. Cooldown, 1 second. Noah looked at the glorious, terrible arsenal that had been laid out before him in the quiet of his own mind. A 1 second cooldown. He could, theoretically, have them all active at once. He could become a walking, talking, and utterly unbreakable apocalypse, and he even went further to give a big middle finger to cooldowns with another terrifying arcana. Oh, okay, he said, his voice a quiet, satisfied hum. The codex is coming along nicely. Let us go and show others what the way of mana truly means. Okay, being overpowered, many misunderstand the very idea of this concept itself. It's like the difference between imagining being rich, yacht parties and endless vacation, versus actually being rich, mostly tax documents and people asking for money. Most believe being overpowered means winning every fight, solving every problem with a gesture, having existence bend to your whims. They imagine it as freedom from consequence, the ultimate power fantasy where you're basically playing life with cheat codes enabled. This was a fundamental misunderstanding of the burden of being overpowered. Some say that truly overpowered beings understand something the power seekers don't. Strength isn't freedom, it's prison. The stronger you become, the smaller your world gets. Every increase in power is a decrease in things that can matter to you. This is why truly overpowered beings often become either utterly detached or desperately attached to tiny, trivial things. The creature playing with early creatures and fold dwellers like pets. The living paradox obsessing over the creature. Some overpowered beings cling to whatever can still provide meaning in an existence that has become tissue paper to their touch. What it truly means to be overpowered is to be disconnected from the very fabric of existence you sought to master. It was winning so thoroughly that there's no game left to play. It's being so strong that strength itself becomes meaningless. Some believe that those who are genuinely overpowered don't seek more power. They seek limitations, weaknesses, anything that can make them feel connected to existence again. The goal of becoming overpowered is to never have to struggle again, but struggle is what gives existence meaning. So when someone says they want to be overpowered, what they really mean is they want to be just powerful enough to overcome their current problems. Actually being overpowered? Well, this was hard to conceptualize. Chapter 43:28 A Glorious Protocol. 3. In the isolated bubble where Noah, Schrödinger, and Leonore Ruros were meeting, the small, world-sized isolated domain popped like a soap bubble. Its blue-gold light scattering into the chaotic void of collapse, Noah began to float up, his figure a slow, deliberate ascent into the heart of the storm. His presence immediately came under the gazes of Tatiana and the Prime Dead, who had been waiting with a profound, terrible patience. Their collective authority, a silent, crushing weight, began to buzz with a new, focused power. From the small garden he had just left, Schrödinger frowned, his usual playful demeanor gone, replaced by a mask of genuine concern. What exactly could you be doing, friend? He shouted, his voice a sharp, cutting blade of disbelief. I did not take you for someone on a suicide mission. Noah ignored the words. He continued his ascent, a silent, tyrannical king rising to meet a challenge. He came to a stop at the same level as Tatiana, the two of them now facing each other across a chasm of silent, simmering hostility. It was a glorious, terrible standoff. And in the periphery of this cosmic duel, a quiet, almost comical, exodus was underway. The living existences who had remained conscious, beings who could command the very fabric of reality, were now engaged in a desperate, silent retreat. They pulled along their unconscious comrades, their movements a frantic, chaotic scramble to get as far away from this impending cataclysm as possible. They did not run, they scurried, their usual regal dignity replaced by the primal, undeniable urge to simply not be here. Tatiana's gaze, cold and sharp as a shard of obsidian, swept over Noah, a slow, dismissive up and down assessment. Are you the one, she asked, her voice the sound of a tombstone cracking, who has been disrespectfully replying on behalf of the living order and holding her captive? Noah gazed back at her, at the legion of prime dead early creatures that were beginning to rise on the vessel behind her, at the hundreds of obsidian-white dead existential armors that were now lighting up, their dead eyes glowing with a cold, malevolent light. I'm the one who has been telling you to fuck off, he replied. His voice not a shout, but a low, resonant, and utterly absolute pronouncement. But you cannot seem to get the message. His words were a physical weight in the dead air. Tatiana's eyes pulsed with a dangerous, crimson light. But Noah was not done. Are you the same Tatiana who held a concentrated everything of the creature? He asked, his tone now a blade of pure, condescending curiosity. You seem a bit weak compared to others of your stature, like Gilgamesh. Is this a lesser body of yours, or did you simply not live up to the potential you were born with? You were not defective. Right, boom, the words were a calculated, tyrannical cruelty, a series of precise, surgical strikes aimed at the very heart of her pride. And in response, Tatiana smiled, okay, a single word. She didn't curse. She didn't bellow in rage. She simply said, okay, and the very fabric of the collapsed space trembled. A brilliant, pristine white light of order began to pulse around her, and woven within it, a deep, obsidian grandeur, the unmistakable signature of a principle, began to bloom. The moment that terrifying display of aura began, Noah's eyes flashed with a cold, almost bored, light. Activate the one-man army protocol, one-man army. He named it this because other entities, even the great and terrible beings of the earliest folds, had their limits. They had to expend their everythings, a finite, precious resource, to unleash their most terrifying capabilities. This limitation, his existence did not even register it. He had infinite mana. And his most terrifying capabilities, his mana arcana glyphs, all ran on mana. In the next instant, a glorious, swirling storm of stellar blue brilliance erupted around him. The first mana arcana glyph was cast, the indomitable will has been activated, a wave of pure, boundless mana, an ocean of it, surged from his small figure. It coalesced above him, forming a creature of impossible, glorious defiance. It was a Malivera benfieldi, an ancient honey badger, its form now a shimmering, spectral azure. Its eyes were two cold, arrogant stars, and they gazed out at Tatiana and her legion with a look of profound, absolute indifference. The conceptual form of an ancient honey badger has been summoned. It is a being whose very nature is a defiant rejection of all external influence. For 1 minute, you are protected by a badger's barrier of mana, a shield capable of absorbing up to 1.5 quintillion in damage. As they say, a honey badger does not give a damn. A shimmering, azure barrier, its surface a swirling, chaotic vortex of pure, unyielding will, formed around Noah. But the symphony of his power had only just begun. Master, the other mana arcana glyphs under the Wu one-man army protocol are being activated, the Unbound Moment has been cast, the Tyrant's Maw has been cast. The Unbreakable Shell has been cast, the Saber's Edge has been cast, the Unshakable Mountain has been cast. Above him, the Azure Badger was joined by a pantheon of impossible, beautiful, and utterly terrifying manifestations, a glorious, spectral wheel of existence, its azure form spinning with the light of a billion frozen moments, appeared, its presence a declaration that time itself was now his to command. The conceptual ghost of a megalodon, its form a shimmering, azure vortex of pure, predatory hunger, materialized, its silent roar a promise of a feast to come, a spectral carapace of an ancient ankylosaurus, a living fortress of azure, crystalline plates. Formed a second, denser layer of defense around him, the ephemeral spirit of a smilodon, its azure fangs long, sharp, and impossibly, conceptually, true, materialized, its silent roar a promise of a perfect, unavoidable cut, and finally, a vast, spectral mountain range, a fortress of pure, unyielding stability, rose behind him, its peaks scraping against the very firmament of the fold. He was a glorious, terrible sight. The entire region around him was now a roiling sea of his mana, and from its depths, these 6 colossal, illusory manifestations glared out at his enemies, a council of primordial titans ready to dispense judgment. Finalizing protocol, all buffs are now active. The Unbound Moment, for 1 minute, all of your abilities, including your mana arcana glyphs, have no cooldown. The Tyrant's Maw, for 1 minute, all of your attacks deal 50% more damage. The Unbreakable Shell, for 1 minute, all incoming damage is reduced by 25%. The Saber's Edge, for 1 minute, all of your attacks gain a base damage of 1 quintillion. The Unshakable Mountain, for 1 minute, all incoming attacks are reduced by 1 quintillion. In power, the Indomitable Will, a barrier of 1.5 quintillion stands ready to absorb all harm. The final summary bloomed, a stark, numerical declaration of his new, impossible reality. One-man army protocol, status update, active buffs, 6, defensive capacity, your Mana-born Aegis of the Architect and its innate Omnicalcum aura field provide a base defense of 920 quadrillion. The Badger's Barrier of Mana adds a 1.5 quintillion buffer. The Unshakable Mountain provides a flat 1 quintillion reduction to all incoming attacks. The Unbreakable Shell provides a 25% reduction to all damage that bypasses these defenses. Total defensive threshold, you can currently withstand a single, instantaneous blow of approximately 4.5 quintillion in power, or a sustained assault of a lesser, but still astronomical, magnitude offensive capacity, your base power of 1 quintillion. Amplified by the Saber's Edge to a base of 2 quintillion, is then further amplified by 50% through the Tyrant's Maw. Your every attack will now carry a base damage of 4.5 quintillion. All of this, with no cooldowns for the next minute. Chapter 43:29 Mana. The scene was a paradox of glorious, terrible power. A single, defiant figure stood wreathed in a sea of his own boundless mana, surrounded by a pantheon of 6 colossal, spectral guardians. Before him, an army of endings waited, their silent, orderly ranks a testament to a power that had transcended the chaos of death. In the span of an instant, a silent, lightning-fast conversation, a torrent of pure, conceptual data flashed between Tatiana and the prime dead early creatures behind her as they communicated together simultaneously. Tatiana's thoughts were a blade of cold, precise logic. The enemy is utilizing a system similar to our own living astral codex. The manifestations are potent, but they are temporary. All such abilities have a cost, a cooldown. He has played his hand too early. Valerius, his half-skeletal face a mask of regal amusement, sent his own thoughts in reply. His power is impressive, for a fleeting moment. His codex must be of a high grade, but it cannot be limitless. He may have 10, perhaps 20 arcana at his disposal. Once their timers run out, he will be a firefly against a sun. Tatiana's mind was a whirlwind of calculation as she nodded. He who is hasty in the hunt, who shows his full strength at the first rustle of leaves, will find his arrows spent when the true beast emerges from the shadows. The patient hunter, who waits, who observes, who understands that time is a weapon. He is the one who feasts. She paused, a flicker of something almost like caution in her thoughts. But treat this one with extreme care. He was capable of capturing and restraining the living order. That is not the mark of a fool. Another of the prime dead, a being whose form was a beautiful, grotesque fusion of bone and shadow, interjected, "And what of the living order? Ashen Queen? If he falls, what is our protocol for her?" Tatiana's reply was a cold, absolute command. "While I hold him down, I will give the word. You will penetrate that protective domain. You will procure the living order. And you will treat them with the respect they are due. They are a prize, not a prisoner." The Prime Dead nodded in silent, unified assent. The plan was set. Tatiana's gaze, now a thing of pure, unadulterated focus, settled on the defiant, flame-wreathed figure across the void. "Child," she asked, her voice a demeaning, almost bored, inquiry, "what is your name?" Noah did not answer. He simply stared at her, his expression a cold, unreadable mask. The six glorious, tyrannical manifestations behind him. The badger, the mountain, the wheel, the shark, the saber cat, the shell. They stared back at her, their collective gaze a silent, crushing weight. She did not wait for a reply she knew would not come. She changed her tactics, her voice now a sharp, probing question. "Early creature, what is your name? How did you get your hands on a codex after the purge? Do you know that your actions are going against your ancestor right now?" Against the creature, she knew the words were a potent weapon. All early creatures, in their own way, held a deep, almost instinctual, reverence for the creature. What was this one's origin? His lineage, but the entity opposite her simply looked on. His expression one of arrogant, almost pitying, amusement. "I'll be sure to check with my lineage," he said, his voice a low, dangerous hum that was more terrifying than any shout, "but I can't recall any time the creature came down to give a damn about me or anyone else. But I truly don't feel like talking right now. You talked a damn lot earlier. I feel like fighting right now. I feel like killing." Tatiana smiled at his words. She laughed. A silent, terrible, and utterly genuine laugh. At her amusement, the legion behind her moved. The Prime Dead early creatures and the few hundred dead existential armors began to line up, a billowing, obsidian wave of absolute, ordered power against a single defiant entity. "You don't feel like fighting because you have hastily used up your arcana and they will expire soon," she said, her voice a condescending, almost instructional, lecture. "Use up a few more, and you will be done. All you will have left will be your hockey, your glyphs, and your complexity. This is why you feel like fighting right away. I thought of wasting time to put your arcana to waste, but let me stretch my muscles here a bit. I haven't truly moved around in a while." At her words, a billowing, obsidian light erupted from her, covering the right half of her body completely. Her entire figure was now wreathed in shimmering, obsidian flames. She closed her eyes. And she felt her power, her existence. Her way was the way of dreams. She was a dreamer. She was the creature's very dream. And she was mighty. Boom! In the next moment, the already terrifying power radiating from Tatiana rumbled, and when she opened her eyes again, her entire aura, her very complexity, had more than doubled, for this was her way. This was her principle, the principle of the waking dream, a principle that allowed the wielder to pull the dreamed or ideal version of their own existence into reality, superimposing it upon their current form. It was an act of making a potential future into an absolute present, and this was her dream. Her way. She opened her eyes. The left was its usual, cold, crimson light. But the right. The right was now a swirling, obsidian gold vortex, a gateway into a realm of pure, untamed dreams. She looked at the defiant figure who had dared to keep the living order from her, and she whispered, her voice a final, absolute verdict, "I won't even transform you. You are not deserving of such a blessing." She took a single, graceful step. "Do you understand?" She said the words not from across the void, but from inches away from Noah, her form having crossed the impossible distance in an instant. She was there, a queen of dreams and death, her power a suffocating, absolute presence. But shockingly, the entity surrounded by a sea of mana was already looking at her, his expression calm, his gaze cold, even her quintillions of complexity and purity that had just erupted from her. He did not seem phased. 1/5, a Dewey, Creator's Thoughts, Comment, 3, View All, leave the first comment for this chapter, 21, 1, Vote, Fandom, Send Gift, Book Badge, Swipe down to continue, Chapter 43 30 mana. 2. Noah's existence buzzed as waves of information crossed through his eyes rapidly. He stood as a silent, colossal titan wreathed in a sea of his own mana, the 6 spectral manifestations of his arcana, a pantheon of azure gods at his back. Before him, Tatiana, the ashen dream queen of the prime dead, had just completed her own impossible transformation. Target analysis initiated. Subject: Tatiana, the ashen dream queen. A grand principle has been activated, the principle of the waking dream. Analysis: this principle allows the wielder to superimpose their ideal or dreamed self upon their current reality. It is an act of forcing a potential future into an absolute present. The cost is immense, but the amplification of power is considerable. Power fluctuation detected. The subject's complexity has surged from a baseline of 4.1 quintillion to a new, terrifying plateau. Current complexity: 8 quintillion 500 quadrillion, 8.5 quintillion. Threat assessment: critical. The subject's power now significantly exceeds your defensive thresholds. Noah looked at the new number. It was mightier. It was heavier. It was a declaration of absolute, overwhelming superiority, one of the core power that early creatures had WSS. The fact that they had been utilizing principles for a long time, and what they could do with them was utterly terrifying. Even now, Noah only had seeds of principles, mind you. He had the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest for a few days, and the seed of the cheating architect for a few hours. They had yet to mature, even though in his own tyrannical perspective, it was taking too long. Even though others waited years for their seeds of principles to mature, he was not others. So even if Tatiana now stood at 8 quintillion in power, so what? Boom! The moment was a masterpiece of silent, terrible, and beautiful violence. Time did not slow, it was simply forced to accommodate an action that was too fast for it. Tatiana's hand, now wreathed in the shimmering, obsidian light of her principle, flashed towards his neck. It was not a physical strike, it was a conceptual one. It was the very idea of capture given form, an absolute, unyielding law that sought to bypass every defense, every barrier, every last shred of his glorious, tyrannical will, and lock him down. She knew this with a certainty that was its own form of power. She had dreamed this. Noah could feel it, a wave of pure, confident intent washing over him. He could feel the cold, logical calculus of his own defenses being exceeded, the badger's barrier and the mountain's heart groaning under a weight they were not designed to bear. That hand, a thing of dreams and death, would reach him, but he had his way of existence, and he had told his people to watch. So, towards the coming hand, the hand that was now inches away, a blur of absolute, inevitable finality. He closed his eyes. In the distance, Schrödinger and Leonore Roros's expressions changed. They had thought, for a fleeting, hopeful moment, that the early creature, Osmont, might just exceed their every expectation. But to close his eyes at such a moment? When an unstoppable force was coming, and yet, Noah smiled. A grand, glorious, and utterly serene smile, an unstoppable force, yes. But what happened when an unstoppable force met an immovable object? His way of existence was immovable. In the quiet, internal sanctum of his own being, he called out. Not a shout, not a command, but a tender, almost loving whisper. Fireball, fireball, not a mana arcana glyph. Not a complex weave of his new artifice. Just fireball. Of course, this was the mana glyph of the primordial fireball. It had no cooldown. Its base damage, a paltry half quintillion, was negligible against the might of the Ashen Dream Queen. But after the empowerment of his mana arcana glyphs, its power was no longer negligible. Its base damage now exceeded 5 quintillion. A glorious, beautiful, and utterly terrifying bloom of blue and crimson light appeared in the space between them. It was not just a ball of fire, it was a miniature, captured sunfold, a newborn sunfold, a concept of annihilation given a simple, nostalgic name. The heat it contained was not a temperature, it was a memory of the birth and death of Omniverse, of the screaming, final moments of a billion wheels of existence. It was a thing that could have scorched a minor fold, and it bloomed in the infinitesimal space between his neck and her hand. It smashed into Tatiana's hand, and the impact was shockingly silent, contained. Her tyrannical power, her principle, the very dream of her own invincibility, absorbed it. She continued on, a pause. This was all a single primordial fireball did, but Noah's smile became wider. Fireball. Fireball. Fireball, 3 repeating words, spoken in the same instant. And in that same instant, 3 more primordial fireballs appeared, a rapid, stuttering pulse of pure, conceptual destruction. They smashed into her advancing hand, boom. Boom, the first 2 struck, and she faltered. The silent, effortless absorption was gone, replaced by a visible, shuddering strain. Her advance halted. Boom, the third one struck. And the battlefield, which had been a silent, terrible tableau, erupted, a scorching heat wave, a physical, tangible thing, washed over the entire region of collapse. The very space around them began to boil, to sizzle, in the distance. Schrödinger and Leonore's expressions turned stern. Schrödinger waved a hand, and a shimmering, paradoxical light, the authority of an unknown principle, covered them. This temperature, this raw, untamed power. It could have scorched a being of 1 quintillion or below into conceptual ash. Only at this time did Noah open his eyes. Tatiana was no longer inches away from him. She had been pushed back, her form still pulsing with a terrible, beautiful power, but on her face was a look of pure, unadulterated surprise. She was looking at her hand. It was smoking. She looked up, her obsidian gold eye blazing with a new, more profound, and utterly furious light. Noah cracked his neck, a slow, deliberate, and utterly arrogant gesture, as if he were merely stretching after a light warm-up. Little dream of the creature, he said, his voice a low, dangerous purr that was more terrifying than any roar. Get ready, I'm coming, oh. Chapter 43:31, Manna. 3. Noah's declaration was a quiet thunderclap in the dead air, a promise of violence that made the very fabric of collapse hold its breath. He was coming. Tatiana watched him, her obsidian gold eye a swirling vortex of analytical fury. She saw the 6 spectral manifestations of his power, the arrogant calm on his face, and she prepared. The obsidian flames of her principle, the waking dream, danced around her, a corona of pure, absolute power. Then, he began. It was not a charge, not a grand, sweeping attack. It was a storm. A relentless, unending, and utterly tyrannical artillery barrage of pure, conceptual destruction. Fireball, the word was a whisper. A soft, almost gentle, murmur, and from the roiling sea of his manna, a single, perfect sphere of crimson blue fire bloomed into existence. It was a thing of terrible, beautiful power, a miniature sunfold born for the sole purpose of annihilation. It streaked across the void, and Tatiana met it. Boom. She did not raise a shield, she simply wove a dream. A flicker of her authority, a whisper of her principle, and a perfect, identical copy of the fireball appeared before her, smashing into the real one in a silent, contained detonation. She smiled. A simple, elegant counter. But as the light of the first explosion faded, another was already there. Fireball, and another. And another. Fireball. 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 He did not shout. He did not roar. His voice was a calm, steady, and unending metronome of death. With every whispered word, another sunfold was born, another bolt of 5 quintillion damage power streaking towards her. She wove dream after dream, her own vast authority a wellspring of counterspells. A wall of dreamt ice. A mirror of imagined realities. An afterimage of herself that absorbed the blow, but he was relentless. It was a storm of 1,000 suns, a blizzard of annihilation. For every dream she wove, he had a fire to burn it. Her calm, analytical facade began to crack. A flicker of genuine, profound annoyance entered her eyes. This was not a battle of skill, it was a battle of attrition, and his reserves, impossibly, seemed to be infinite. The space between them became a canvas of glorious, terrible chaos. Explosions of crimson and blue painted the dark void, each detonation a silent, beautiful flower of pure, unadulterated power. The very fabric of collapse began to fray at the edges, the sheer, overwhelming energy of their duel too much for even this realm of endings to bear. Tatiana's advance had not just been stopped, it had been turned into a desperate, stationary defense. She, who was more powerful? She gritted her teeth, the sound a silent grinding of primordial power. Enough! Wah! She raised her hand, and from the ether, a shimmering, conceptual grimoire, her own living astral codex, materialized. It opened, and from its pages, a single, terrible card of light flew into her hand. It depicted a skeletal devil, its wings woven from solidified screams, its eyes hollow pits of absolute, final sorrow. You have shown me your little fireworks, child, she hissed, her voice a low, venomous promise. Now, let me show you a true dream of endings. She raised the card glyph high, her voice a booming, terrible incantation that seemed to shake the very foundations of the fold. Let the dream of cessation bloom. Final verse, the Ashen Requiem, HUUM, the card dissolved into a wave of pure necrotic authority. The skeletal devil from the glyph materialized behind her, but it was no longer a mere image, it was a being of 15 quintillion in complexity, its form a colossus of bone and despair that dwarfed even Noah's spectral guardians. It opened its mouth, and it began to sing, HUUM, the song was not a sound. It was a wave of pure, weaponized grief, a melody of absolute, final cessation. It was the feeling of a billion civilizations dying at once, of every hope turning to ash, of the very concept of a future being erased. It was an attack that did not target the body, but the very will to exist. Noah watched the colossal, weeping angel, felt the soul-crushing weight of its song. And his own eyes flashed with a cold, tyrannical light. He raised his hand, and his own codex, the blue-gold grimoire of the Mana Architect, appeared. Annihilation's first spark, he commanded, his voice a calm, steady counterpoint to the angel's terrible song. A single, primordial arcana glyph flew from the book. From it, a creature of pure, incandescent rage was born, a primordial mana flame WYRM, its blue scales shimmering with the light of a billion suns, its 9 heads a chorus of pure, untamed fire. It was a being of nearly 6 quintillion in power, a terrible, beautiful, and utterly defiant beast. Tatiana smiled. It was a cruel, triumphant expression, his power was magnificent. Yes, but it was a candle against her inferno. The Requiem would unmake his creature, and then it would unmake him. But then, Noah spoke again, his voice a cold, flat, and utterly impossible echo. Annihilation's first spark, boom, a second WYRM appeared, identical to the first. Annihilation's first spark, a third. Tatiana's smile vanished. Her eyes widened, the obsidian gold vortex of her principle-infused eye flaring with a light of pure, unadulterated disbelief. How? The thought was a silent, frantic scream in her mind. An astral arcana glyph has a cooldown. How was he able to cast it 3 times? There was no answer. There was only the roar of 3 primordial mana flame WYRMS. Their 9 heads each unleashing a torrent of annihilating azure flame, the 27 beams, each carrying the weight of quintillions in pure, untyped, unstoppable damage, merged into a single, colossal river of pure, conceptual fire. The song of the Ashen Requiem met the roar of the 3 WYRMS. The wave of absolute despair crashed against a tidal wave of absolute annihilation. Boom, oh, the impact was a thing of sublime, terrible beauty. It was not an explosion of light and sound, but a silent, violent tearing of reality itself. The very fabric of collapse was unraveled, the space between the folds shredded into a chaotic, beautiful storm of raw, untamed energy. Scorching flames and a mana of impossibly high temperature washed over everything. A cleansing, apocalyptic fire that seemed to burn away the very concept of existence. When the light finally, reluctantly, faded, the scene was one of profound, shocking stillness. The 3 WYRMS were gone, their purpose served. The colossal, weeping devil had been erased from existence, and Tatiana stood unharmed. The storm of annihilation had washed over her, around her, but had not touched her. Because she was no longer alone. Surrounding her, there forms a silent, unyielding wall of dead, primordial power, were the prime dead early creatures. They had taken the blow, their own immense authorities a shield for their queen. They now stared at Noah, their ancient. Dead eyes burning with a cold, murderous light, and it was not just them. The few hundred dead existential armors, which had been a silent, orderly legion on the Ashen Ark, had moved. They now formed a perfect, omnidirectional sphere around Noah. A cage of obsidian and death that blotted out the very stars. He was surrounded. He was trapped. Noah looked at the army of endings that now held him in their grasp. He looked at Tatiana, at her triumphant, furious face. He looked at the impossible odds, at the overwhelming, absolute power that was now arrayed against him, and his lips curved into a slow, cold, and utterly, profoundly, tyrannical smile, whether it's one or hundreds. He said, his voice a quiet, almost conversational, murmur that was somehow louder than any roar, it won't matter. Before my way of existence, none of you matter. Chapter 43:32, Mana. For, the words were a quiet, yet heavy, a declaration of such profound, unadulterated tyranny that the very fabric of collapse seemed to hold its breath. Before my way of existence, none of you matter. Tatiana, the Ashen Dream Queen, floated amidst the silent, orderly ranks of her legion, her obsidian gold eye a swirling vortex of analytical fury. The air crackled with the contained, terrible power of the prime dead and their armors, a silent, suffocating sphere of absolute, ordered death. that now fully encircled their target. And yet, the target did not seem to care. "How are you doing this?" she asked, her voice a low, dangerous purr that was more a demand for data than a genuine question. "That codex of yours, it is not a standard design." "What is it?" Noah's gaze, cold and sharp as a shard of frozen time, swept over her, over the silent, menacing figures of the prime dead, and over the hundreds of dead existential armors that formed the walls of his cage. He only stared at her coldly, the six glorious, tyrannical manifestations of his arcana staring back at her with a collective, silent contempt. "Remember," he said, his voice the calm, even tone of a man utterly, completely in control, "I want to kill, not talk. And it seems I have only talked so far. I don't like it. So come the fuck on." The sheer, unmitigated disrespect of it was a physical blow. Tatiana's eyes pulsed dangerously. She had offered a question, a final, almost professional, courtesy before the slaughter. And he had spat on it. She smiled, a slow, cold, and utterly final expression. She raised her hand. At her silent command, the prime dead early creatures moved as one. Dozens of them, beings whose very presence could unmake folds, raised their own hands. Their living astral codexes, dark, terrible grimoires bound in bone and shadow, blazed to life. A storm of impossible, terrible power was unleashed. From one, a skeletal leviathan, its bones forged from the crystallized sorrow of a billion dead wheels, erupted into existence, its silent roar a wave of pure, conceptual dread. Its power blazed at 3 quintillion. From another, a screaming banshee, its form a swirling vortex of solidified despair and regret, appeared. It sung a melody of absolute, final cessation. It radiated 4 quintillion in pure, unadulterated complexity. A black sun, a sphere of anti-light that consumed the very concept of illumination, bloomed in the void, a forest of obsidian thorns, each one tipped with a poison that could kill causality itself, shot forth. It was a glorious, terrible pageant of endings. A symphony of destruction composed by masters of the art, and woven through this grand, terrible music, a new, sharper note was added. The hundreds of dead existential armors, their movements a perfect, synchronized ballet of death, raised their arms, lances of pure, obsidian dead existential authority, each one a focused, concentrated spear of absolute negation, materialized in their hands. And they were all aimed at him. In the face of this absolute, unsurvivable onslaught, a new series of prompts bloomed before Noah's eyes. A profound, almost absurd, level of effort is being detected. You are standing against a force that should, by all logical and existential metrics, unmake you in a nanosecond. Your grand resistance against these terrifying odds has been sensed by the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest. Your grand defiance of existence, your sheer, unadulterated refusal to accept the rules of this game, has been sensed by the seed of the principle of the cheating architect. Under this immense, cataclysmic strain, both seeds of your principles are pulsing, resonating, and maturing at a rapid, almost violent, rate. It is estimated that the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest shall finally and fully bloom from the grand harvest of this battle. Noah read the words, and in the quiet, internal sanctum of his own being, he laughed, a deep, resonant, and utterly tyrannical laugh. So this is it, he thought, his mind a cold, brilliant diamond of pure, focused will. This is the struggle. The crucible. The moment where I am either forged or broken. And they think this is enough. He looked at the storm of death, at the legion of endings that was descending upon him, and he opened his mouth. He began to roar. It was not a sound of fury, or of pain. It was a roar of pure, unadulterated, and glorious being. As the sound erupted from him, a wave of pure, azure authority, his mana haki, washed over the entire region of collapse. The tyrant's presence was unleashed, all beings with a lesser mana reservoir. Which was to say, every single being in this fold felt it. A constant, suffocating pressure, as if they were drowning in an ocean of his will. The prime dead faltered, their own vast power struggling against this new, oppressive law of existence. He spun as he roared, and as he roared, they bloomed, dozens of primordial fireballs, each a miniature, collapsing star of crimson and blue. Dozens of primordial mana flame WYRMS, their 9 heads each a roaring furnace of conceptual fire, erupting from the sea of his mana-like leviathans from the deep. He spun even faster in all directions. His entire surroundings became a swirling, chaotic vortex of crimson and blue. He was a spinning turret of absolute, unending destruction, his abilities flowing from him in a relentless, glorious torrent. He roared, his voice a glorious, terrible, and absolute declaration that was heard not just by those present, but by the very fabric of existence itself, it is only my way, and no other way. It is only mana. There can only be mana. Boom. The two storms met. The skeletal Leviathan, a being of 3 quintillion in power, was met not by one, but by 3 primordial mana flame WYRMS. They descended upon it like a pack of celestial wolves, their azure flames not just burning, but devouring, unmaking, erasing. The Leviathan shattered into a billion pieces of forgotten sorrow, the song of the Banshee. A melody of 4 quintillion in despair was drowned out by the roar of 2 primordial fireballs. The black sun was consumed by a greater, bluer light. The forest of thorns was incinerated before it could even take root. Tatiana watched, and her calm, analytical facade shattered. She could not fathom it. How was he doing this? His everythings, his reserves of conceptual fuel, they should have been exhausted after the first few seconds. His arcana, they should have had a cooldown. And yet, the storm of his power did not just continue, it grew. It intensified. She had no answer, she could only move, her form a blur of obsidian and white as she weaved through the terrifying, beautiful sea of his attacks, an utter eruption of hundreds of primordial fireballs and primordial mana flame WYRMS bloomed one after another, a continuous, unending nova of pure, unadulterated power. The very fabric of this region of collapse, a place of endings, began to melt. Existence itself was being rewritten, transformed into a swirling, chaotic sea of molten crimson and blue. The battle was not a duel, it was a deluge. And Noah was the storm, he was becoming the storm. Chapter 43:33 Mana. The surrounding existence of collapse, which could not possibly have collapsed any further, seemingly collapsed even more. The void was no longer a void. It was a sea of pure, incandescent annihilation. A swirling, chaotic vortex of crimson and blue, the primordial mana flame WYRMS, dozens of them, soared through this impossible ocean, their azure scales shimmering with the light of a billion dying wheels. The primordial fireballs were not just projectiles, they were miniature, collapsing fold suns, each one a testament to a power that had decided the workings of existence were merely a suggestion. All of existence felt like a thick, roiling sea of scorching blue-crimson plasma and lava. And any creatures that were less than 2 quintillion in power would melt in this environment alone. In the far distance of this grand blue-crimson sea, the infiniverse could be seen swimming like a protected egg that would never be targeted by this damage. Scorching tendrils of mana permeated all around. All sound ceased, consumed by the single, terrible, and glorious hum of burning, liquid reality. There was only mana, only mana. In the far, impossible distance, Schrödinger and Leonore Ruros had long since made their exit, their paradoxical forms a distant, forgotten memory in this new, terrifying reality. They unknown gigaparsecs away, alongside all the living existences that had been here, in the very heart of this apocalyptic storm. When the scorching, molten flows of mana momentarily parted, a figure floated. It was Noah, but he was no longer a man. He looked like a celestial devil beast, a being of pure, unadulterated and glorious wrath. His entire body was bathed in the brilliant, molten light of his own creation, and from his eyes and his mouth, endless beams of crimson blue light shot out, a relentless, tyrannical artillery that carved through the very fabric of the collapse. His hands were plunged into the chests of 2 dead existential armors, his arms overflowing with the same crimson blue mana flames, actively melting the pristine, obsidian armor he held. Corpses of dozens of dead existential armors lay all around him, melting before they inadvertently disappeared. He wanted to kill, and he had now killed. His gaze, a thing of pure, conceptual fire, was fixed on the distant, struggling figures of the prime dead early creatures. They moved like ants in a boiling pot, the brilliant, unique lights of their own principles flaring around them as they desperately tried to withstand the unending, suffocating tide of his power. At such a pivotal moment, as his will was a raging inferno against the dying light of his enemies, a new series of prompts bloomed before his eyes. A profound and absurd level of effort has been detected. You are in the process of single-handedly decimating an enemy force whose individual members exceed your own power by a factor of 3 or more. The scale of this fight is unlike any other. The seed of the principle of perpetual harvest has been spurred to an unprecedented, final growth. The seed of the principle of perpetual harvest has reached full bloom, 100%. It now erupts. It now blooms. It is now. A full principle, boom, a new light, a new power, a new truth, erupted from the very core of Noah's being. Oh, he felt it, the crimson-blue storm of his mana was momentarily consumed by a wave of pure, incandescent, and utterly absolute verdant gold. It was not a violent explosion, but a bloom of becoming, a quiet, terrible, and beautiful genesis. His already regal figure gained a new, terrifying pressure, and from his very essence, a tree began to grow. It was not a physical tree, but the concept of a tree, the idea of a harvest so profound it had taken on a form. It was a magnificent, verdant gold Yggdrasil of pure, conceptual light, its roots digging deep into the foundations of his own existence, its branches reaching out, stretching, growing, until they seemed to encompass the entirety of the collapsed space the size of multiple folds. Harvest has bloomed. Perpetual harvest has bloomed. Your authority over the very concept of effort is now absolute. Effort exerted by you is now amplified by a factor that is unquantifiable. Any effort exerted against you is now almost impossible. As its first act of existence, your principle of perpetual harvest has declared a new, fundamental law upon your being. The effort required to even make a move against you is now 3 quintillion in complexity and purity. Any less, and existence will find itself unable to even muster the effort to cast a gaze of animosity towards you. Oh, a brilliant, green gold light shone. The light of a genuine principle. And it was glorious. There were principles. And then there was his principle. Tatiana watched this, and she saw. She saw that no prime dead early creatures had fallen, not yet. But at the rate things were going, some would start to fall soon. She shook her head, a gesture of profound, almost manic, incredulity. And then she began to laugh. A deep, resonant, and utterly unrestrained roar of pure, unadulterated disbelief. You motherfucker, she bellowed, her voice a symphony of rage and awe. You motherfucker, boom! Boom, even as she roared, pillars of azure and crimson fire from multiple primordial mana flame WIRMS surged towards her. She did not evade. She did not defend. She simply continued to laugh, her voice a mad, joyous, and terrible thing. Absurd. Absurd! Ha ha! Okay, her principle shone brightly. Her existence shone brightly. Who was she? She was the dream of the creature. How could anyone even fathom such a dream? Okay, she said again, and this time, her head turned up, her mouth beginning to stretch into a smile that was wide, unnatural, and utterly, terrifyingly, sadistic. Her lips peeled back, revealing pristine, glistening white teeth, her expression a perfect, chilling replica of a mad and sadistic creature. Her pupils, which had been a beautiful, terrible crimson, shattered, and her eyes became two solid, unblinking orbs of pure, molten gold. She closed them. She allowed the dream of the creature to unfold freely. Yet, her sadistic smile remained. In the far distance, Noah looked over. The sadistic dreamer, the dream of the creature, Tatiana, is waking up due to immense desperation. Good luck, and bless the poor souls of all those observant of such a dream. Chapter 43-34 Nilai, a terrifying change bloomed as the sadistic dreamer, the dream of the creature, Tatiana, had her existence put under pressure. Noah's existence buzzed as waves of information crossed through his eyes rapidly. He watched as Tatiana's power, which had already doubled, began to flicker. It was no longer a stable 8.5 quintillion. It was a chaotic, unpredictable storm. Current complexity, 8.5 quintillion. 16.2 quintillion. 4.1 quintillion. It was as if her power could not decide what it was. As if it was all a dream. She floated amidst his continuing, relentless onslaught of flames, her sadistic smile remaining even as her forces were being pushed back. The prime dead early creatures were now struggling, their own principles flaring as they desperately tried to hold against the endless, non-cooldown having tide of his mana arcana. Tatiana opened her eyes, and the golden, pupil-less orbs fixed on him. She spoke, her voice now a high, theatrical, almost olden cadence that cut through the roar of his flames. Hark, unruly child, she began, her voice a melody of cold, ancient judgment. In the earliest folds, when early creatures, in their boundless, chaotic youth, gained true power and began building their civilizations, some needed to be disciplined. They were petulant, arrogant, blind to the true, ordered beauty of existence. And that discipline, it was delivered by the goat of the creature. Her voice grew stronger, more resonant, a declaration of an ancient, terrible law. Unruly creatures like thee need discipline, need order. So, a glimpse of the creature shall descend to discipline you and show you order. as she spoke, Noah watched. Her golden eyes, which held no pupils, began to blaze with a light so bright it froze the molten heat all around, and behind her, the very fabric of collapse began to weave itself into a new, impossible form, an illusory image, hazy and indistinct, yet radiating a power that made Noah's very existence tremble, began to form. It was a massive, humanoid entity, its form a swirling, chaotic fusion of obsidian, gold, and white light. It was a ghost, a memory, an echo of something that could not, be summoned. The moment its outline began to solidify, everything ceased to move, the atoms themselves. The raging, crimson-blue flames. The soaring, nine-headed manaflame WIRMS. The very thoughts in Noah's mind. All of it, frozen. Halted. A perfect, terrible, and absolute stasis, the illusory outline of the creature was now clear. It held in its hand a radiant, obsidian gold stick surrounded with a white light of order. The goad, its eyes, two pinpricks of pure, absolute gold, shone from the hazy, indistinct void of its face. Its expression was not discernible, but its posture. Its posture was that of a teacher about to knock some sense into a defiant, unruly student. That was why everything had ceased to move, but a new light, a verdant, golden brilliance, erupted from Noah's frozen form. The principle of perpetual harvest has detected an external conceptual weaving attempting to impose a state of absolute stillness. This is a lesson from the principle of the waking dream, that, analyzing your principle of perpetual harvest, dictates that any effort to impose upon your existence must be sufficient. Calculating the effort of this lesson, effort calculation, insufficient, the lesson has been nullified. Boom, Noah's body buzzed, and he could move again. He looked at the colossal, terrifying illusion, at its raised goad, and he laughed, a deep, resonant, and utterly, profoundly, tyrannical laugh, nearly an illusion of the creature. He roared, his voice a thunderclap that shattered the imposed silence, nearly a dream. You think you can cease my movements with this? Boom, dozens of primordial manaflame WIRMS and primordial fireballs erupted around him, not as a chaotic storm, but as perfect, ordered, concentric rings of glorious, crimson blue, and in his hand, his own goad appeared. It was not a hazy, illusory thing of gold and obsidian, it was a simple, white stick, and at this moment, it was blazing with a terrifying and endlessly blue light. He stood there, a small, defiant figure against a colossal, hazy, and silent illusory titan. He raised his goad, a tiny, azure spark against a primordial, golden sun, and the battle of wills, the battle of ways, was about to truly begin. Tatiana's golden, pupilless eyes snapped even more open. She stared. Her sadistic smile faltering for the first time, replaced by a look of profound, almost comical, disbelief. A stick, she whispered, the sound a soft, incredulous hiss. Thou dare raise a twig? A mere shepherd's staff against the very visage of thy ancestor? Oh, the sheer, beautiful, and utterly doomed arrogance of it, she began to laugh, a high, musical sound that was sharp as shattering glass. You are a fool, a glorious, shining fool. Thy defiance reminds me of another. She floated back, the spectral, colossal form of the creature looming behind her like a judgment waiting to fall. There was once an elder-born, she began, her voice taking on the rich, theatrical cadence. One blessed, or cursed, as existence would have it, with a fragment of the creature's own essence. He held within his being the everything of pride. Not the simple vanity of lesser creatures, but pride as a fundamental force. A deep, burning, and absolute conviction that his existence was the only one that truly mattered. This elderborn, Superbius, was a being of grand ambition. He saw the scattered shores of his kin, their small, provincial gardens, and he deemed them inefficient, lacking. He believed that only under his singular, glorious vision could existence achieve its true potential. And so, he began to gather. He did not build a civilization, he consumed them. He hunted his fellow early creatures. Not for sustenance, but for their very homes. He collapsed their shores and, with a terrible, artistic skill, wove their shattered remnants into his own, creating a monstrous, chaotic domain, a patchwork quilt of 1,000 stolen dreams. Chapter 43-35 Kneel 2, her golden eyes fixed on Noah, a cold, analytical light within them. He killed many. His pride fed on every victory, growing more absolute with every shore he consumed. Until he was no longer a being, but a monument to his own insatiable ego. And then, she continued, her voice a low, dramatic murmur, the creature descended. Not with the thunder of war, but with the quiet disappointment of a gardener who has found a beautiful, prized flower has become a venomous, strangling weed. It came to discipline. It raised its goad, intending not to destroy, but to teach. To correct the imbalance. To impart the simple, necessary lesson of humility. The illusion of the creature behind her raised its own goad, the movement a slow, terrible echo of the story, but the elderborn. He was too full. He was no longer just a being with pride, he was pride. And pride cannot be taught humility. It sees correction as an intolerable insult. When the goad struck, it did not break his arrogance, it infuriated it. He spat at his ancestor. He raised his own weapons, forged from the hearts of a dozen stolen shores, and he dared to strike back. Tatiana's smile returned, a cold, sad, and terrible thing. At that moment, the lesson ended. The creature's gaze, which had been one of sorrowful disappointment, turned cold. It was no longer a discipline, it was a harvest. It did not fight him. It did not trade blows. It simply collapsed him. It unmade him from existence, erased his monstrous, patchwork shore, and with a final, silent gesture, it reached into the dissipating essence and took back the everything of pride that had been so terribly corrupted. She floated forward, the colossal, spectral form of the creature moving with her, just like that elderborn, she whispered, her voice a final, absolute verdict, it seems you, too, must be collapsed. You cannot learn your lesson. You cannot be taught. Your pride is a weed that has grown too strong. It must be purged. At such words, Noah watched her. He watched the impossible, hazy illusion of the creature looming behind her, its golden goad raised in a mockery of judgment. He saw the cold, sadistic smile on Tatiana's face, an expression of profound certainty in her victory, and once more he closed his eyes. He did so because, in the silent, internal sanctum of his own existence, a new, glorious, and terrible symphony had begun. Ruin/Eden's voice, a calm, cool, and utterly triumphant melody, rang out deep within him. I am putting together the currently available capabilities of the principle of perpetual harvest, Master. And they are game-changing. So he closed his eyes to confirm it, to witness the full, terrible beauty of what he had unleashed. His consciousness dove inward, leaving the frozen battlefield of collapse behind. He found himself standing in the heart of his early Atlas of the Folds, but it was no longer just a star chart of his power, a massive, illusory tree, its bark a shimmering, verdant gold, its leaves a constellation of impossible light, had risen from its very center. It was the full, 100% bloomed, principle of perpetual harvest, and its branches stretched to touch every one of his 159 resplendent citadels. At its base, the crimson-blue holographic figure of Ruin/Eden stood. Her smile a thing of sublime, analytical beauty. It's magnificent, isn't it, Master, she said, her voice a symphony of logic and ruin. That desperate, beautiful stand against Tatiana, the sheer, unadulterated effort of your defiance, was the final drop of water it needed to bloom. And its capabilities. They are no longer just tools. They are your way. Your glorious, magisterial way, WAA, she gestured, and a holographic diagram bloomed in the air, a simple, glowing stick figure representing Noah, surrounded by a swirling, chaotic storm of red. His enemies, let's review the new operational parameters, she began, her tone that of a servant architect explaining a perfect design. The core abilities are a feedback loop. First, your own effort is now hyper-efficient, the laborer's paradise, your efforts now multiply in return beyond all known causality. Simple training yields exponential growth. Minimal investment returns maximum profit. While others face diminishing returns, you face expanding returns. 1 unit of your effort equals 1,000 units of result. This factor scales with the level of opposition you face. But this is a principle of harvest, Master, Ruin/Eden continued, the diagram shifting. And a harvest requires more than one farmer. It requires a field. Your enemies are now your field. Any effort they expend in your presence is now a resource you can actively harvest. Harvest of effort, all effort expended in your presence becomes a harvestable resource. The harder something tries to harm you, the more power you gain. Defensive efforts against you become offensive power for you. The energy spent resisting your will becomes energy added to your will. Even more waves of glory came, and the beauty of this principle, Master? Ruin/Eden's smile turned positively devilish. The harvest is not limited to the present, a new diagram appeared. A timeline, stretching into the conceptual past. It showed Tatiana, Valerius, and the other prime dead, their forms glowing with a faint, green-gold light. Retroactive harvesting. This principle can now harvest from efforts that occurred in the past. It can reach back to any effort that causally connects to your present. This includes all preparation, planning, and training your enemies undertook with the intent to one day face a foe like you. The longer they prepared to be powerful, the greater your harvest is from their very existence. This makes conflict, Ruin/Eden stated, her voice a purr of pure, tyrannical logic, a losing proposition for anyone who opposes you. Their resistance accumulates existential debt. Their very will becomes your weapon. Their preparations for war are simply them tilling your fields for you. Compound interest of opposition. Those who oppose you accumulate existential debt. Each failed attempt to harm you multiplies the debt exponentially. Debt can be called due instantly, harvesting all accumulated resistance. Payment extracts, complexity, concepts, authorities, even existence itself, principle override. Nothing is free. A new, fundamental law is now imposed on all actions taken against you. Attackers must pay an exponentially increasing price to continue their assault. Cost compounds. The first strike costs 1 unit of effort. The second costs 10. The third costs 100. The fourth, 1,000. Payment is demanded in whatever the attacker values most: their complexity, their purity, their everythings, or their very will to fight. Chapter 43-36 Kneel 3. This all works in concert with your new harvest field and your passive defenses. It's a truly beautiful, synergistic system. Harvest field projection creates zones where all effort flows toward you. Radius, fold wide, depending on complexity. Within this field, all work, struggle, and effort becomes your resource. Even metabolic processes, thought, existence itself, feeds you. Effort redirection shield, a new passive defensive manifestation. All force used against you redirects to strengthen you. Physical, conceptual, existential attacks all count as effort. The shield grows stronger with each attack absorbed, eventually becoming impermeable to anyone who has tried to breach it. Harvest of intent. Even the intention to harm you is now harvestable. Thoughts of violence directed toward you will actively drain the thinker's energy and feed your own. Planning your defeat weakens the planner. Conspiracy against you will automatically fail as the conspirators are drained of the very will to act. Ruin/Eden paused, letting the weight of these new laws settle. And now, Master. The ultimate expressions of perpetual harvest. These are the true, civilization-level applications of your way. The first of which, you have already unlocked: existential taxation. You can now impose a tax on existence itself within your domain of influence. All beings must pay a portion of their daily efforts simply to maintain their existence. This tax compounds for those who resist or oppose your will. You can, theoretically, bankrupt an entire fold of its energy through accumulated, unpaid taxes. The others in this category, she continued, her holographic form gesturing to a series of locked, golden icons, are future goals. They are currently locked, but they show us the path to true, conceptual harvest. The infinite farm, currently locked, can cultivate conflicts that perpetually generate harvestable effort. Set up situations where beings must struggle eternally. Their eternal struggle becomes your eternal empowerment. Creates recursive loops of effort that feed into themselves. The reapers do, currently locked. Death itself becomes a form of harvest. Those who die opposing you add their entire existence to your harvest. Their concepts, memories, and abilities integrate into your growing power. Death in your service grants them continuation within your existence. Apocalypse harvest, currently locked, can designate an entire conflict as one harvest cycle. All effort expended by all parties throughout the conflict becomes yours. Wars fought in your name grant you their total energy expenditure. The larger the conflict, the greater the final harvest. The final harvest, currently locked, when fully manifested, can harvest potential effort. Takes not just what was done but what could have been done. Harvests all possible timelines where effort was expended. Retroactively harvests effort from futures that now will not occur. principal recursion, harvesting harvest, currently locked, can harvest from the act of harvesting itself. Each use of the principle strengthens the principle. Creates an exponential growth spiral limited only by the available effort to harvest. Eventually reaches a point where existence itself is one vast harvest field. Oh, ruin/Eden, let the final, terrible prompt fade. Of course, she concluded, her expression turning analytical, such power is not without its cost. A principle of this magnitude is not a free lunch. It has an appetite, the hunger of success. This principle now demands constant, exponential growth. Periods without conflict, without a harvest, will cause your power to degrade. You must actively create or seek out challenges to harvest from, or you will weaken. Isolation of the reaper. As your power grows, fewer and fewer beings can provide a meaningful harvest. Eventually, only entities of equal or greater power will be worth the effort of reaping. The stronger you become, the stronger the opposition existence must, and will, create to feed your way. This is what you command now, she finished, her crimson blue form bowing deeply. You are not just a harvester, master. You are on the path to becoming harvest itself. Now, but how do you wish to begin? How did he wish to begin? Noah's consciousness, floating at the base of the magnificent, verdant gold world tree that was his new principle, smiled. It was a smile of profound, almost melancholy, understanding. Before the apocalypse on that tiny blue planet, he began, his voice a quiet, internal murmur. I remember the taxman. I hated the taxman. The hard-earned money my mother used to make. It was taken. So much of it, just taken. All that was left behind were scraps, barely enough for us to feed ourselves. He looked up, his gaze traveling up the infinite, glowing branches of the principle. I want to know how it feels to be the one to collect. So, activate existential taxation. Boom, his eyes snapped open. He was back in the molten sea of crimson blue, the colossal, hazy illusion of the creature looming over him, its golden goad raised. Tatiana's sadistic smile was still locked in place, a mask of absolute, dreaming certainty, but that certainty was about to be shattered. A new light, a new law, a new truth, erupted from Noah's being. It was not the chaotic fire of his mana, but a calm, absolute, and undeniable wave of verdant gold. It pulsed outwards, a ripple of pure, conceptual authority, washing over everything. It saturated the molten slags of the dead existential armors. It passed through the struggling forms of the prime dead. It enveloped Tatiana, and it even washed over the illusion of the creature itself. The light continued, unfathomably fast, spreading to cover the entire region of collapse, and further still, until it had blanketed 25% of the nearby transcendent lawfolds. The principle of perpetual harvest has been invoked. The ultimate expression, existential taxation, is now active. Domain of influence. Current region of collapse, 25% of the transcendent lawfolds, affect all existences within. This domain of influence must now pay a tax of effort to maintain their very existence. This tax compounds for any who oppose your will. The moment the new weaving settled, the effect was immediate and devastating. Tatiana's sadistic smile wavered. She and the dozens of prime dead early creatures behind her suddenly felt lighter, weaker. A vast, significant portion of their power, their authority, their very complexity, was simply gone, leaked away like water from a sieve. Oh, chapter 43:37, Neil 4, the harvest has begun, tax is being collected from all entities who have set foot in your domain without your consent. Tatiana, the sadistic dreamer, 37% of current power harvested, prime dead early creatures, average 34% of current power harvested. All harvested power is being accumulated and quantified. Noah watched, his face a mask of cold calm, as invisible, brilliant streams of green gold light shot from Tatiana and her forces. A river of tribute flowing directly into him. Tatiana's visage, for the first time, showed genuine, profound shock. Behind her, the illusion of the creature began to fracture as it trembled violently, its form dimming as if the very energy sustaining it was being taxed. Noah let out a light sigh. Activate harvest of intent, another wave, another law. This one was more subtle, a psychic ripple that targeted not their power, but their will. Tatiana and her forces were instantly struck by a wave of unfathomable, soul-crushing tiredness. Their intent to harm, their very thoughts of violence, were now a resource being actively and forcefully reaped. Their power, already diminished, fell again. And above Tatiana, the colossal, hazy illusion of the creature, its entire existence a manifestation of her intent to discipline him, shattered, it broke apart like a pane of glass, dissolving into motes of golden light that were then harvested by the verdant gold field. Noah looked at the empty space where the lesson of the creature had been. It seems there are principles, he said, his voice a cold, pedagogical murmur. And then there are principles. It was easy to say just who among them held the lowercase, and who held the capitalized. As he spoke, he shook his head and looked at Tatiana, who was now staring in horror at the space where her ultimate attack had been. Noah's expression was one of almost bored finality. Impose compound interest of opposition, he commanded, his voice growing louder, and principle override. Nothing is free. Boom, the verdant gold light around Noah exploded. The massive, conceptual tree that was his principle erupted from his back, its branches a glorious, tyrannical canopy that imposed itself upon all of reality. This was the final, terrible blow. Tatiana and her forces had attacked him. They had tried to harm him. They had failed. And in doing so, they had been accumulating a heavy, terrible, and now due existential debt, a throne of primordial fireballs, a swirling, crimson-blue seat of pure, incandescent mana, formed behind Noah. He sat back into it, a king upon his throne, and he looked down at the broken, depleted, and utterly shocked army of the prime dead. His voice was a tyrannical boom, a final, absolute judgment. I will collect all the existential debts you all owe. They are all due right now, and I want the payment to be in the authority of your principles. Boom, it was not an attack. It was a collection. A repossession. The illusion of the creature, which had been shattering, now disintegrated completely. Tatiana, her face pale and ashen, her power a flickering candle, was struck by a force she could not see, her body convulsing, and the dozens of prime dead early creatures behind her. They were devastated. They looked like sunken skeletons, their power, their light, their very essence, sucked out of them. They were husks, their forms trembling as they now held less than 20% of their original power. The successive, rapid-fire usage of the features of the principle of perpetual harvest had not just defeated them, it had bankrupted them. Faint, beautiful, and unique lights, the very authority of their principles, were being forcibly drawn out of their forms, a river of stolen power that flowed into the great green gold tree behind Noah. As this torrent of conceptual power flowed into him, a new prompt bloomed, this one tinged with a familiar, chaotic energy. The seat of the principle of the cheating architect gazes at the influx of incoming debt payments. It deems this harvested authority to be of acceptable quality. It is taking it all for itself. The cheating architect states that a few hours since its conception is already far too long for it to remain a mere seed. Maturity of the cheating architect is accelerating. A cold smile touched Noah's lips. He sat upon his throne of fire, bathed in the verdant gold light of his harvest, and looked down at the shocked, shaken, and utterly broken forms of Tatiana and her legion. He raised a single finger, kneel, and as he spoke the word, dozens of primordial fireballs, each one a 5 quintillion damage-dealing sunfold, erupted from the sea of mana around him. They did not strike. They simply appeared. One above the head of Tatiana. One above the head of Valerius. One for every prime dead early creature, and one for every last, melting, and now powerless dead existential armor. If they did not kneel, the fireballs would fall. In their current, depleted, sunken state, all the prime dead early creatures would undoubtedly face immediate and total collapse. Only Tatiana, perhaps, would survive. The early creature, Osmont, sat on his throne of fire, and he commanded them to kneel. Harvest. What is it really, when you strip away the agricultural metaphors and seasonal mythology? At its core, harvest is existence's most fundamental transaction. Effort becomes result, potential becomes actual, investment becomes return. It's the promise that what you sow, you shall reap, though existence never specified the exchange rate and certainly didn't promise fairness. But perpetual harvest? That was something else. It's not just reaping what you sow, it's reaping what everyone sows, forever, with compound interest, while they still have to do the sowing. In the gardens of the first farmer, where concepts grew like vegetables and concepts required regular watering, the day had been proceeding normally. The first farmer tended his plots with the patience of someone who measured time in geological epochs, occasionally adjusting the soil mixture for a developing concept of fundamental equivalence, pruning back an overgrown concept of infinite recursion that was trying to recurse itself into non-existence. Among his helpers, fold dwellers who found purpose in tending abstract concepts made manifest, one stood apart, staring at a pile of seeds set aside from the main garden, more specifically, at one seed that gleamed green gold, like harvest wheat made of crystallized potential. the first farmer noticed this intense focus and approached, his ancient eyes narrowing as recognition dawned not of the face, but of something deeper. You are an outsider. You do not belong here. Chapter 43:38 Neil v. The full dweller smiled and nodded, and in that moment, everything froze. Not dramatically. Time simply decided to take a break, leaving the first farmer and this mysterious visitor in a bubble of continued causality while reality held its breath. The outsider walked over and picked up the green gold seed with the careful reverence of someone handling crystallized possibility. What is this? They asked, though the question carried the weight of someone who already suspected. The first farmer, cautious but compelled by something beyond caution, answered, it was a failed seed. A seed of harvest that would have been my finest creation, but I failed. The principle was too large, too fundamental. It kept trying to harvest itself before it could germinate. A principle that feeds on effort, including the effort of its own creation. The recursion destroyed it before it could stabilize. The full dweller turned the seed over in their hands, and for a moment, their form seemed to flicker. Not quite full dweller, not quite anything definable. This would have been something grand had you succeeded. Their voice carried the weight of someone who had seen all possibilities and found this one particularly intriguing. It exceeds any normal or grand principle. Even a leader of a civilization would have benefited tremendously if such a seed had come to fruition. The power to make all effort flow toward you. To make opposition itself a form of nourishment. The first farmer felt shock ripple through his ancient form. Not at the knowledge displayed, but at the certainty with which it was stated. This wasn't speculation. This was assessment from someone who understood principles at a level that transcended even his agricultural mastery. This was someone not of this scale of existence. Who are you? The full dweller shook their head, a melancholic smile crossing features that seemed less and less like a full dweller with each passing moment. I am just a creature, just a creature. The words hung in the air with the peculiar weight of truth that was both complete and completely inadequate. The first farmer blinked in astonishment, and in that blink, pop, the full dweller was gone. The failed seed of perpetual harvest fell to the ground with a sound that echoed through dimensions, landing in the dirt with the weight of abandoned possibility. A creature, the recognition hit the first farmer with the force of understanding that rewrites previous understanding. The creature had held a failed seed and stated that if only it had been realized, the possibilities would have been grand. The creature had seen in this failure something worth noting, worth touching, worth remembering. Perpetual harvest. Why should effort flow from actor to result when it could flow from everyone to one? Why should harvest be seasonal when it could be perpetual? Why should anyone accept the existence's terms when those terms could be renegotiated by someone with enough audacity to demand better rates? The first farmer would continue tending his garden, creating principles that would shape reality in ways both subtle and profound. But he would always remember that day when the creature had looked at his greatest failure and seen something worth noting. Because sometimes, the greatest harvests come from seeds that never should have grown at all, and somewhere in the future that was also the past that was also happening right now, a tyrant had not just successfully nurtured this seed to life. But now truly held such a wonder at full maturity, at full bloom. And he was just getting started. The early creature, Osmont, sat on his throne of fire, and he commanded them to kneel. The throne itself was a monument to absolute authority. Carved not from stone or metal, but from condensed flames that had been given solidity through sheer tyrannical will. It rose behind him like the backbone of a slumbering titan, each vertebra a different shade of crimson and gold, pulsing with heat that warped the very fabric of space around it. Noah sat upon it with the casual indifference of one who had transcended the need to prove his power, his bare chest reflecting the dancing lights of devastation. Above, the primordial fireballs he had forged hung like a constellation of judgment, each one a miniature sunfold containing enough compressed authority to unmake existence at its most fundamental level. They simply existed, and their existence negated the possibility of anything else surviving in their immediate vicinity. But his mana, his fucking mana continued its maddening display of infinite potential, from the very air itself, from the spaces between thoughts and the gaps in reality's weave, new horrors began to materialize. Primordial mana flame WIRMS, each one a serpentine nightmare of crystallized fire and conceptual devastation, slithered into being above Tatiana and her army. 9 heads crowned each WIRM, and each head was a different expression of annihilation. They coiled through the space around Tatiana and her forces like dragons swimming through an ocean of possibility. their scales reflecting not light but the absence of hope itself. Noah's gaze, cold as the void between dying galaxies, swept across the assembled forces before him. Tatiana stood at their head, her sunken, hollow features bearing the weight of ages, her golden pupils blazed with defiance that had weathered the birth and death of countless realities. Around her, the prime dead early creatures stood in perfect formation. They all stared back at him with eyes that held neither fear nor submission, only the patient certainty of beings who had witnessed the rise and fall of everything that claimed to be permanent, and none knelt, not a single one. The silence stretched between them like a blade being slowly drawn from its sheath, each moment adding another layer of tension to air that had already become thick with the promise of absolute devastation. Finally, Tatiana spoke. "You've touched a principle that predates reason itself, young creature," she said, her voice like dark honey, smooth and ancient. "But you misunderstand what stands before you. You think us relics bound to kneel, to yield, to fade. You are wrong." She stepped forward, and the ground beneath her feet aged 1,000 years in an instant, flames withering to dust only to be reborn in the next breath. We are the early creatures, the first light to pierce the void. The disciples of order's awakening. The ones who remember when silence learned to speak. We are brilliance before obedience, will before worship. We do not bow. We were before kneeling was ever conceived. The declaration rang with the authority of fundamental law, as if she had just stated that water was wet or that existence existed. Not opinion, not defiance, but simple, immutable fact. Oh, Noah's expression did not change. If anything, the coldness in his eyes deepened, becoming something that transcended temperature and entered the realm of conceptual absolute zero. When he spoke, his voice was tyranny given vocal form, each word a hammer blow against the foundations of their defiance. Then you will be forced to kneel. Boom, the primordial fireballs descended. They moved like concentrated inevitability, each one a bullet of pure conceptual destruction aimed with the precision of existence correcting an error in its code. They carved through space without traversing it, simply ceasing to exist in one location and beginning to exist in another, directly within the core of each prime dead early creature's existence. The devastation was both absolute and surgically precise. Each fireball found its target's consciousness, that ineffable spark that made them who they were, and simply erased it. Bodies remained standing, perfect and intact, but the animating will behind them vanished like morning mist before a nuclear dawn, one by one. The prime dead early creatures became nothing more than exquisitely preserved corpses, monuments to power that no longer had anyone home to wield it. And then Noah's mana hockey erupted. The blue aura that clung to him like a second skin suddenly expanded instantaneously, filling the entire space with his tyrannical will. It grabbed hold of each corpse with fingers made of pure domination, seizing control of matter that no longer had consciousness to resist it. Kneel, the command was not spoken to minds that could choose to obey. It was imposed upon reality itself, rewriting the fundamental position these bodies were allowed to occupy in space, one by one, with movements that looked almost graceful in their absolute submission. The corpses of the prime dead early creatures fell to their knees, their heads bowed, assuming positions of total genuflection before the throne of fire where Noah sat in terrible, magisterial majesty. Oh, chapter 43:39 Kneel 6. Tatiana watched this display with eyes that blazed with fury so pure it could have ignited stars. She stood alone now, the sole consciousness remaining among what had become a garden of kneeling corpses, each one a mockery of everything they had represented in life and death. Noah's gaze found hers, and when he spoke, his words carried the casual cruelty of absolute power amusing itself. Glorious. Tell me, Tatiana, little dream of the creature, do you think your corpse will also kneel after its collapse? Tatiana's response was unexpected. She smiled. It was a sadistic smile of someone who knew secrets that her opponent had not yet begun to comprehend. When she spoke, her voice was low and haunting, threaded with a strange, almost sacred amusement. You speak of death as if it ends things, she said softly. How small a thought for one who wields such ruin. Her hollow features glowed faintly as she continued. Death is not an ending. It is a breath held between worlds. A pause in a song that never stops playing. We have walked its halls, tasted its silence, and found it lacking. To us, death is a door that only ever leads back to where we choose to stand. Her golden pupil-less eyes brightened. Molten and resolute, the ones you've erased will rise again, creature. They will awaken intact, unchanged, reborn in defiance. We are not creatures of single lives. We are echoes of the creature, and echoes never die. She tilted her head slightly, her smile widening with something cruel and knowing. The message has already reached the cryptlands. The living order stirs. Legions are gathering, those who remember the shape of existence before time had the courage to count. Soon, you will understand the blessing of the creature. For now, we rest. And we will return. Her tone deepened, shadows curling around her words. I have stood before the dead order, she whispered. I have looked upon what makes even order doubt its own name. Before them, you and I are nothing but dust waiting to remember we were once flame. They would need no weapon to unmake us. A breath would suffice. Perhaps less. She spread her arms as if welcoming judgment itself. So bask in this, young one. Let pride warm you as it did Superbius before his fall. Enjoy your triumph. But know this: your fate was written long before you spoke your first word. You are living a script older than the concept of endings. Noah's expression remained unchanged, cold and distant as a winter star. He regarded Tatiana with the same indifference one might show to an insect that had spoken particularly interesting last words before being crushed. 9 primordial mana flame WIRMS descended around her in perfect synchronization, their combined 54 heads forming a cage of inevitable destruction, each head aligned with surgical precision, targeting specific points in her existential architecture that would preserve her body while annihilating everything else. Your words are noted, Noah said simply. The WIRMS fired. 54 beams of pressurized devastation converged upon Tatiana's form simultaneously. Boom, they rewrote the very concept of her existence, boring through layers of reality to find and extinguish the spark that made her who she was. Her body became a constellation of molten holes, each one a perfect circle through which one could see the devastation beyond. Through it all, she never stopped smiling, even as her golden pupilless eyes began to dim, even as her consciousness flickered like a candle in a hurricane. That terrible, knowing smile remained fixed upon her features, and then, darkness. Her body stood for a moment longer, a monument to defiance that had finally been overcome, but even in death, even with consciousness extinguished, her form resisted. Noah could feel it. Some fundamental aspect of her being refusing to kneel even after everything else had been stripped away. Noah rose from his throne of fire, and the simple act of standing sent ripples through reality itself. His voice, when it came, was no longer casual but filled with the terrible weight of absolute authority being genuinely exerted. Kneel, the word was not spoken but imposed, branded upon the very fabric of existence itself. Tatiana's corpse trembled, shook, fought against the inexorable command with the last vestiges of will that clung to its atoms, but in the end, even the echo of defiance must bow before true tyranny. Oh, her body fell to its knees with a sound like empires collapsing, joining the other prime dead early creatures in their genuflection, and then, silence. Heavy, absolute silence filled the space where battle had raged moments before. Noah stood before his throne, surveying the aftermath of devastation. Dozens of prime dead early creatures knelt in perfect formation, their consciousness erased but their bodies preserved as monuments to his absolute authority. Around them, like dead stars scattered across a void that had forgotten how to hold light, hundreds of dead existential armors floated in various states of decimation. Each one a fortress of power that had been cracked open like an egg. Noah looked at all of this calmly. In the far distance, the infiniverse roiled in magma-like existence of blue and crimson as many watched this scene. The scene of an army that when it initially appeared, they thought they would have to run. Kor had thought she would need to help, and yet, they watched it all, and at the very end, Noah stood grandly as he proclaimed for his people, "This is my way of existence. This is the way of mana. This is my civilization, HUUM." He wanted them to know the possibilities, and he may have just overachieved. After this, the prompts began to bloom across his consciousness. Battle complete, invasion of the Cryptland Vanguard force repelled, calculating harvest from unprecedented conflict. You have successfully eradicated the advanced forces of legions from beyond the Veil, forces directly backed by the Dead Order and the creature himself. This represents a pivotal moment in existence. An ushering of a new age where a single being stood against the assembled might of those who predate current reality. And one warning: this victory has announced your presence to powers that existed before existence learned its own name. The Dead Order has been notified. The creature has been informed. Retribution is not a possibility, it is an inevitability. The coming struggle will be terrifying and impossible, adding to the already grand challenge of the loom and finding solutions to the fallout. However, the principle of perpetual harvest recognizes that all struggle is opportunity. All conflict is growth. All impossibility is simply harvest waiting to be reaped. The principle of perpetual harvest says, bring it on. Harvest calculation in progress. 1%. 5%. 10%. Due to the monumental nature of this conflict, harvest rewards are being exponentially amplified. 20%. 35%. 50%. 75%. 90%. 99%. Harvest complete. Noah stood in the silence that followed, surrounded by kneeling corpses and floating devastation, as existence itself held its breath to see what would come next. Chapter 43:40 Cheat Eye. While a tyrant began to fully and truly utilize perpetual harvest on one side of the veil, his image had already begun to spread on the other side of the veil. An unknown number of gigaparsecs into the dead side of the veil, the pillar of order's repose stretched upward like a finger of pure white light pressed against the throat of existence itself. It was massive, multiple folds could have been stacked within its circumference and still not reached halfway around its base. Its height disappeared into dimensions that eyes were not meant to perceive, ascending through layers of reality until it became less a physical structure and more a fundamental truth of this region's existence. Around this impossible monument, hundreds of thousands of prime dead early creatures floated in perfect meditation, their forms arranged in concentric circles that pulsed with the rhythm of a heart that had forgotten how to beat. Each one sat cross-legged in the void, their consciousness turned inward, contemplating mysteries that would have shattered lesser minds like glass against stone, for this was known throughout the dead side as a sacred ground, a place where the dead order was known to occasionally reside when the weight of existence demanded her direct attention. All seemed calm, peaceful in the way that death is peaceful. Final, absolute, unchanging. Then three figures shattered that peace, three prime dead early creatures, each one radiating power that measured approximately 3 quintillion in complexity and purity, tore through the void with the desperate urgency of those bearing news that could not wait. Their forms blazed with authority that would have crushed folds into quantum foam, yet they moved with the frantic energy of frightened children racing to tell their parents of some terrible thing they had witnessed. They reached the periphery of the pillar of order's repose, that invisible boundary where space began to follow different rules, where the very concept of existence bent knee to something greater, and then they simply disappeared. Inside, one moment they existed in the void outside, the next they stood upon beaches of pure white sand that sparkled with grains that were not sand at all, but crystallized moments of order given physical form. White trees grew here, their bark the color of fresh bone, their leaves rustling with sounds that might have been whispers or might have been the echo of whispers spoken at the dawn of existence. The air carried the scent of absolute certainty, of things being exactly as they should be, forever and always, but it was not the trees or the beach that commanded attention. All around them, pressing in from every direction without actually moving, the aura of terrifying prime dead early creatures could be felt, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each one a monument to power. They did not look at the newcomers. Their gazes were fixed with absolute reverence toward the center of this impossible place. There, barely visible through layers of light that seemed to fold in on themselves, a figure could be discerned, not seen, not observed, but discerned, in the way one might discern the presence of a mountain through fog. The three panicked messengers had barely materialized when they found themselves face to face with Forge Master Vulcan, his expression carved from features that looked like they had been designed by someone trying to capture the concept of craftsmanship and flesh, twisted into a frown of severe displeasure. His massive hands, each finger a tool that had forged wonders beyond imagination, moved in sharp, urgent gestures, trying to communicate without words that they needed to control themselves, to show proper respect in this place of places. Yet before he could properly admonish them, before he could remind them of the protocols that governed behavior in the presence of greatness, a voice spoke. Are these the children bringing in more news regarding the living order? Vulcan. The voice was calm, wizened, carrying the weight of ages compressed into vocal form. There was something in it that made one want to fall to their knees, not from fear, but from the simple recognition that here was wisdom so profound that standing before it felt presumptuous. Vulcan's entire demeanor shifted instantly. His frown melted into an expression of profound respect mixed with apology as he turned toward the center of this place, bowing his head slightly as he responded, "Yes, ma'am, though I don't know why they would be rushing with such lack of proper decorum." The voice came again, and this time there was the faintest hint of amusement coloring its ancient tones. "They are likely this frantic because I sensed the order of a segment of those under you be collapsed. And they were the ones who brought the news of the living order, were they not? So?" The voice paused, and in that pause was the weight of infinite patience. "What happened, children?" The lead messenger among the three, trembling despite power that could unmake folds, bowed deeply. "Order, Commander Tatiana was able to send us final transmission before we lost all contact with her consciousness." His form flickered, and suddenly images materialized in the air before them. Projections of memory given visible form. The first image showed the infiniverse in all its terrible glory, that knot of paradoxes where space and time had given up trying to make sense. The second displayed the region of collapse. That spreading cancer where existence itself was being slowly digested by entropy. And the third showed a man wreathed in crimson gold radiance, his gaze filled with tyranny. Commander Tatiana reported that the living order was being held by this entity, the messenger continued, his voice gaining strength as he delivered the crucial intelligence, an entity who registers as a living early creature. An elder early creature who stands beyond normal classification. Forge Master Vulcan, who had been maintaining his respectful posture, suddenly blinked, once. Twice. His ancient face, weathered by eons of existence and death and existence again, transformed through a cascade of expressions. Incredulity, shock, and then something that might have been recognition mixed with impossibility. The wizened voice rang out again, and this time the amusement was unmistakable. Vulcan, dear creature, you look as though you've seen a ghost. Which, given our current state of being, would be quite the accomplishment. Do you know something extra about our mysterious living elder? Vulcan's mouth opened, closed, opened again. When he finally found his voice, it carried the weight of someone trying to reconcile impossible contradictions. Yes, ma'am. That is. He paused, staring at the image as if willing it to make sense. That is an elderborn I worked with countless epochs ago. In Ethelgard. Elderborn Osmont. We collaborated during the construction of the fundamental armaments, before the Great Sundering. But he disappeared during a scuffle with the forces of the living concept, and we all assumed. His voice trailed off as his face showed a mixture of somberness and wonder that transformed his ancient features into something almost youthful in its confusion. I cannot fathom how he is currently where he is, or how he is living. All living early creatures are contained within the loom. The rest of us are here, in the embrace of necessary death. The weavings of it they simply don't balance. How can one be neither fully dead nor trapped in the loom? How? Around them, in the white sands, other beings began to fully wake from whatever meditations or works had occupied them. Hundreds of them, each one radiating the same level of power as Vulcan if not greater, they all gazed upon the image of elderborn Osmont with expressions that ranged from curiosity to calculation, each one inscribing his visage into their existence. The grand voice in the surroundings laughed. Yes, existence can be like that, can't it? Always full of surprises, always finding new ways to confound our carefully constructed certainties. Even I, who have seen the birth and death of concepts themselves, still find myself occasionally entertained by its creativity. The voice paused, and when it continued, it carried a weight of command that made even the air stand at attention. Now, listen, my creatures of order. Every early creature present turned toward the center of this white sandy place with movements so synchronized they might have been choreographed by existence itself, and there, where before there had been only impressions and possibilities, an image began to solidify. She wore a dress of such pure white that it made everything else seem gray by comparison. Her hair was dark, not black, but the kind of darkness that existed before light was invented to define it. Her features were unfathomably ancient yet heartbreakingly beautiful, carrying the kind of beauty that transcended physical form and entered the realm of conceptual perfection. When she smiled, it was with lips that had spoken the first words of order into being, that had kissed existence itself and taught it how to organize. She was antiquity given form, wisdom incarnated, the mother and destroyer of all things structured and sequenced. She was the dead order. Oh. Chapter 43-41, Sheet 2. The appearance of the living order is naturally a good thing, she began, her voice now clearly emanating from her form, each word perfectly pronounced as if language itself was eager to serve her properly. If she can be brought here, to our side of the veil, it could lead to possibilities of true order. Not the fragmented, suffering thing that currently exists, but something pure, something perfect, something complete. She moved, just slightly, and the entire space rearranged itself to accommodate her gesture. As you all know, both the creature and I are bound to this side of the veil due to the handiwork of the others, just until the fallout occurs and erases all barriers. So it will be left in your hands, my creatures, to handle this delicate situation. Her gaze swept across them, and being seen by her was like being known down to the quantum level of one's existence. But I will always be here, watching, guiding, protecting as I can. And with the emergence of this event, it is now as good a time as any to anoint the guiders of order. She paused. Which among you would want such a distinction? The response was immediate. Every early creature present banged their fists against their chests in perfect unison. It would be their highest honor to be chosen, to be elevated, to be given purpose beyond even their already transcendent existence. The dead order smiled calmly, the expression of one who had expected nothing less from her creatures. Even in this state, bound and chained by those who fear what perfect order might accomplish, I can still use a glimpse of my civilization, of my way of existence. Her voice carried notes of profound satisfaction mixed with anticipation. But even this glimpse alone is enough for pure wonders. At these words, white light erupted from her form with the inevitable certainty of dawn breaking over a world that had forgotten the sun existed. The light spread outward in perfect concentric circles, each ring evaluating, judging, measuring every being it touched against criteria that existed before criteria were invented. The light swept through them all, and where it touched, some beings began to glow with an inner radiance while others remained as they were. Honored by consideration but not chosen for elevation. The selection process was neither cruel nor kind. It simply was, as absolute and unchallengeable as order itself, and among those chosen, rising high with light that transformed his very essence, the visage of Forge Master Vulcan blazed with new purpose. It was a momentous occasion, a time of anointment. In a melting region of collapse, Noah sat back down on his throne made from crimson gold flames as the light of perpetual harvest covered everything. The harvest from what had just occurred would undoubtedly be grand. And prompts began to bloom as he reveled in such a harvest, each one carrying information that reshaped his understanding of power's true architecture. Analysis of harvest parameters and limitations of advancement of existence initiated. The traversal of the way in continuation past the quintillions represents an arduous ordeal that cannot be circumvented through mere accumulation. The fundamental architecture of existence enforces strict hierarchical limitations on power absorption. Primary limitation identified during harvest ceiling effect. The breakdown of harvest from an entity of 3 quintillion complexity and purity will only ever aid one's own values to approach 3 quintillion. But the harvest alone will never be sufficient to exceed this threshold. This is not a limitation of the principle of perpetual harvest, but a fundamental working of existential progression. Current harvest calculation straight phase, dozens of prime dead early creatures, average 3 quintillion, have been successfully harvested and amplified. Total complexity and purity influxes flowing into your existence. Estimated final complexity 3 quintillion. Estimated final purity 3 quintillion. Additional harvest from Commander Tatiana, initial 4 quintillion before. Modifications is being processed. Due to her higher existential weight, this harvest provides breakthrough potential. Estimated adjustment 0.5 quintillion to both parameters. Projected final values 3.5 quintillion. Complexity and purity, critical understanding. To reach 4 quintillion, the harvest of dozens of beings at such a level would be required. The complexity and purity of lesser entities becomes mathematically irrelevant at these scales. Their contribution rounds down to zero in the equations of transcendent progression. Example calculation. The harvest of 1,000 prime dead early creatures at 3 quintillion would only be useful to elevate one's complexity and purity to 3 quintillion, not a single point higher, no matter how many are harvested. It would be wiser to grant them to members of your civilization for them to reach a similar height. Endlessly consuming lesser weavings will not propel power forward along one's way of existence. Only stronger weavings that require genuine effort can catalyze true progression. Noah's eyes traced the prompts with the careful attention of one reading the fundamental weavings of existence itself. The inflow of harvest was already making itself known. His complexity and purity surging upward like twin tsunamis of pure potential, each wave lifting him higher toward peaks he had only theorized about before. So this was the truth of it. Then, the demarcations of the way of existence were becoming clearer with each moment of ascension. One could not simply farm countless weak mobs and expect tremendous progression. Existence itself had built-in diminishing returns that became absolute barriers at certain thresholds. To truly advance, one had to hunt those who required genuine effort, whose defeat represented not just victory but evolution. It was elegant in its brutality, beautiful in its unfairness, perfect in its encouragement of perpetual conflict between beings of comparable might. The strong would feast upon the strong, while the weak became irrelevant background noise in the symphony of transcendent warfare. It was a system that ensured only those willing to risk everything against worthy opponents could climb toward existence's highest peaks, while for him, his perpetual harvest would continue to deny diminishing returns as he would continue harvesting efforts from all around existence. He gave a silent command that for any harvest he did not need, as it would not aid his progression of complexity, purity, principles, or anything in his way for it to be stored to use for those in his civilization. As he contemplated these truths, Noah felt a part of himself beginning to burn with familiar intensity. The sensation drew his attention inward, toward that space where concepts lived before they became reality. A smile spread across his features as he directed his consciousness toward a particular presence that had been quietly growing within his existential architecture. Cheating architect, he called out internally, his voice carrying notes of anticipation. Have you had enough harvest? WAA, did it have enough? Chapter 43-42, Cheat 3. The response came as manifestation. In the region of molten manna that existed within yet beyond his physical form, a figure began to coalesce from streams of crimson-blue radiance. Ruin/Eden materialized with the grace of a hologram achieving perfection, her form stabilizing into that familiar visage of calculated beauty and barely contained power. She appeared before Noah's eyes and consciousness, her smile carrying the satisfaction of an architect whose blueprint had finally been approved for construction. With a bow that managed to be both respectful and somehow mischievous, she spoke in tones that mixed precision with subtle wonder. I would like to congratulate Master on having the seed of the cheating architect reach 100% maturity, she announced. The advent of the true and full principle of the cheating architect is ready to bloom in your glory. It would be my greatest honor, and frankly, my professional pleasure, to introduce the comprehensive boons of this fully realized principle. A brilliant golden light erupted within Noah's chest, spreading through his existence magisterially. He leaned forward on his throne of flames, the gesture causing reality around him to pay closer attention. Tell me, he commanded simply, though his smile suggested he already knew the magnitude of what was about to be revealed. Ruin/Eden's form brightened with enthusiasm that seemed almost inappropriate for an artificial construct, except she was so much more than that now. She raised one hand, and the space around them transformed into a three-dimensional canvas of light and possibility. Right then, let's discuss how you're about to fundamentally break everything that claims to be unbreakable, shall we? She began with a tone that suggested she was about to deliver a presentation on something mundane rather than reality-shattering power. The principle of the cheating architect, now fully matured, operates on a simple premise: why follow the rules when you can rewrite them? Why accept limitations when you can architect exceptions? Why play the game when you can redesign the board? Illusory diagrams began forming around her as she spoke, each one more complex than the last. Principle of the cheating architect, full manifestation, core functionality, existence override architecture. First, let's address the fundamental capability, Ruin/Eden continued, gesturing to a diagram that showed reality as a series of interconnected codes. You can now perceive the underlying source code of existence itself. Not just the surface mathematics we discussed with conceptual weaving, but the actual administrative protocols that govern how reality processes itself. Primary ability, existential code injection. You can now insert custom parameters into reality's processing. Example: while others must gather mana through meditation or consumption, and they have set reservoirs of mana, you can simply write a line of code for those in your civilization that states, "My people's mana reserves approach boundlessness." While infinite mana for those in your civilization may not be possible, yet, maybe? No, impossible, it can approach infinity for them to display a percentage of what they just observed you doing. After you alter the code with such a line, existence will process this as valid, bit overpowered? Ruin/Eden asked with a slight smile. That's rather the point. But wait, there's significantly more. The diagram shifted, showing multiple versions of the same event occurring simultaneously. Secondary ability, parallel processing architectures. You can now run multiple instances of yourself across different probability streams simultaneously. While your primary consciousness remains singular, you can architect phantom processes that explore different choices and feed the results back to you. Essentially, you can save scum reality without anyone noticing. Think of it as having an existential undo button, she explained, except you don't actually undo anything, you just try all options simultaneously and pick the best outcome. Quite efficient, really. Tertiary ability, cheat code repository. Every ability, technique, or principle you encounter is now automatically decompiled and stored in an accessible database. You don't learn abilities, you download them. Maximum efficiency, zero training time, and you can combine incompatible abilities by rewriting their base code to force compatibility. WHE applied to principles. They can be downloaded to have their musings adapted and granted as agent architects of cheating architect. Noah watched as Ruin/Eden demonstrated this with an illusory display of two simple opposing concepts: fire and ice, being forcibly merged into something that shouldn't exist but did anyway. Now, let's discuss your current agent architects, with a small moment of silence to the sacrificed and decimated tyrannical sovereign. She continued, her tone becoming slightly more animated. The remaining two have received substantial upgrades, but they are still being fully calculated as I will present them when they are entirely complete. Noah blinked and looked towards the visage of Ruination, who smiled at him. Was she playage around? Ahem, let us continue on. The displays continued cascading around them, each revealing another impossibility made possible: quaternary ability, debug mode. When activated, you can see and interact with the error messages of existence. Every time something doesn't quite work as it should, every glitch, every paradox, every contradiction becomes a doorway you can exploit. The more broken reality becomes, the more powerful you grow. This might be more viable with existent becoming distorted towards the fallout or actions of the loom. Canary ability, development console. You can now open a direct interface with your own existence and manually adjust parameters. Increase base statistics to reasonable levels, modify ability cooldowns, or my personal favorite, set damage received to 0 temporarily. Existence may notice eventually, but by then, what exactly is it going to do about it? Oh, speaking of things existence can't do anything about, Ruin/Eden continued, creating a new set of diagrams that seem to exist in impossible geometries. Let's discuss the true masterpiece of this principle. Ultimate ability, Architect's Privilege. Once per significant temporal period, you can declare an administrative override on any single weaving of existence. Causality? Negotiable. Death? Temporarily suspended for maintenance. The override lasts until existence's automatic repair protocols activate, which gives you approximately, well, long enough to accomplish whatever impossible thing you needed to accomplish. The beauty of it, Ruin/Eden explained with evident pride, is that reality can't actually reject these overrides because you're not breaking the rules. You're using administrator access that technically shouldn't exist but does because you've architected it into being. It's these types of ridiculous abilities that I personally believe are glimpses of what is possible at the next scale of existence. At the chapter 4343, sheet 4, she paused, then added with consideration, there are, naturally, some features still locked pending further advancement. Locked features require additional progression. Existential rollback requires 20 quintillion complexity, ability to restore entire lost weavings or the state of an existence to previous save states, potentially faster restoration of course power. Reverse a dead early creature to a living early creature. Existence mod support requires 50 quintillion purity, import abilities and concepts that do not currently exist in observable existence. The false mode requires complexity and purity, parameters unknown. Description, yes, creative mode requires completion of the way, unlimited resources, instant construction, and wonder. Existence becomes your sandbox. Looking at this, you may only truly need cheating architect as your focus and no other principles and nothing else. Oh, and one more thing, Ruin/Eden added, almost as an afterthought that was definitely not an afterthought, the principle of the cheating architect synergizes rather spectacularly with perpetual harvest. Every exploit you discover, every rule you break, every system you circumvent, all of it counts as effort for perpetual harvest. You're essentially being rewarded for cheating. It's philosophically beautiful. Really? She stepped back, her presentation complete, and offered another bow that somehow conveyed both, yes, it's crazy, and I know, I'm brilliant simultaneously. The full capabilities will, of course, require experimentation to fully realize. I've prepared approximately 17,000 different exploitation strategies for your review at your leisure. Shall I file them under probably catastrophic or definitely apocalyptic? At this moment, at this glorious, unfathomable moment, Noah's response was to give the same smile as Tatiana had worn. That sadistic expression with rows of white teeth shining brilliantly in the crimson light of his throne. It was the smile of someone who had just been handed the keys to existence's back door and was already planning which fundamental laws to violate first. And he would violate the terrifying things he was about to accomplish with both the cheating architect and perpetual harvest. Every rule that claimed to be absolute was about to discover it was merely a suggestion. Every limitation that declared itself fundamental was about to learn it was optional. Every system that prided itself on being unbreakable was about to meet someone who didn't break systems. He simply rewrote them until they broke themselves. The early creature, Osmont, sat upon his throne of fire, and existence itself held its breath, because the cheating had only just begun, around the same time. While Noah continued his advancement in the earliest folds. While he just finished the existence-defying battle against prime-dead early creatures, he still had another body-moving eye in the wandering territories. At this time, the moment unfolded like existence itself taking a breath before screaming. Noah's other body stood there on the deck of the verdant ark, surrounded by the bodies of Sigrid, Warrain, Kor, and the others. The living existences who had been traveling with them. Those who had their clones witness his standoff against the prime-dead early creatures before they all ran away like the fucking rats they were. They were turning toward him with expressions that had transformed from respect into something far more complex, fear wrapped in reverence. Terror dressed up as courtesy. Origin Gias moved forward first, her white eyes blazing with intensity that made nearby space pulse with uncertainty. She was powerful, yes. A being who commanded trillions in complexity. But right now, in this moment, she looked like someone who had just realized they'd been an ant sharing a room with a giant who had a masked boot, one that might simply not notice when they rolled over and crushed everything. Early creature Osmont, she said, each word careful enough to perform surgery with. I hope you can forgive our previous indiscretions. The word hung there like smoke after an explosion, beautiful and toxic, indiscretions. As if dismissing him, questioning him, treating him like some curiosity to be examined. As if all of that could be wrapped up in a single word and forgiven with a polite apology. This dumb fucking bitch. Noah's expression didn't change. He simply observed them all with that calm that people mistook for gentleness until they realized it was actually the stillness of a blade before it fell. He'd gotten used to these moments. The sudden shifts in how beings perceived him when they learned what he was, the way their entire demeanor would reorganize itself around fear masquerading as respect. It was almost boring at this point. Sigrid pressed closer against him, her presence a warm constant in a sea of sudden tension as she and others processed what they just observed of his way. She felt no fear of what he was. Only certainty in who he'd become. That distinction mattered more than all the complexity in existence. The other living existences were murmuring now, sharing information through channels that crackled with barely suppressed panic. Early creature, the word spread like contagion through their ranks. Early creature, a genuine early creature, an early creature who smiled at them like they were children playing at being dangerous. Course other body stood beside him, her presence radiating calmness as she had been staring at him this whole time, as if asking herself just how ridiculous was his way. Your caution is noted, Noah said finally, his voice carrying no particular warmth or coldness towards Origin Gias. Just statement. Just fact, though I wonder what indiscretions you think require forgiveness. He let the question sit there, watching Origin Gias's expression cycle through responses she was wise enough not to voice, because what could she say? That they'd been dismissive of his power? That they'd questioned his nature? That they'd treated him like something to be categorized and controlled rather than acknowledged and avoided? All true. All incredibly stupid in retrospect. And then, cutting through the tension like a blade through crystallized time, a voice erupted from the front of the barge. What? The word was shock made audible, disbelief given form and sound. Alicia Firmhand stood at the forefront of the verdant ark, her white blue eyes wide with shock. She'd been speaking to a clone of her brother, her twin, pointing out landmarks in the distance that marked their approach to the lands of the first farmer. Casual conversation about navigation, about dangers, about the path ahead, and then she'd heard, the early creature, Osmont, her head whipped around, that perfect composure fracturing like ice under pressure. Her gaze found Noah immediately, cutting through the assembled living existences to focus on him with intensity that could have carved meanings into void itself. Nearby, among the living paradoxes, Goliath's figure also turned. Chapter 43-44, Sheet V, what did you just say? She demanded, her voice sharp enough to draw blood from concepts, not asking Origin Gias. Not the stupidly dazed Duke Gwendolyn who had her memories of Noah flashing in her mind again and again. It was as if she was asking existence itself, demanding clarification from reality before she did something catastrophically violent. At most, it had been whispers and jokes before, but now, they seemingly affirmed it as if it were undoubtedly real. Her mind was racing. Noah could see it in the way her authority pulsed, the way space around her began crystallizing with frost that shouldn't exist in this region. She was processing, calculating, reaching conclusions that terrified her. All remaining early creatures are dead or prime dead early creatures. This was Tatiana herself had said. It seemed the people of the first farmer knew this as well. If someone claimed to be an early creature who wasn't dead or prime dead, her face paled. Actually paled, color draining from features that rarely showed anything but cold certainty. Did they not just bring an enemy into their lands? A prime dead early creature, smuggled past all their defenses, carried on their own vessel directly toward the heart of the first farmer's sanctuary? Stop! The command erupted from her with force that made the entire verdant arc shudder. The obsidian ox at the front bellowed in confusion, its massive form straining against suddenly conflicting orders. The barge began to slow, its momentum fighting against Alicia's authority. Noah felt it immediately, the shift in her presence. She wasn't just concerned anymore. She was terrified and preparing to act on that terror with violence that would make the previous weavings look like children's arguments. Her hand moved, authority coalescing around her fingers in patterns that suggested she was about to do something irreversible. Her twin beside her tensed as well, that massive rake beginning to hum with power that could harvest entire folds, and then, internally, Noah sensed it. The pulse of communication going out from Alicia Firmhand to forces that were distant but also close as they neared the sanctuary of the first farmer. She turned fully to face Noah, and her expression was the kind of cold fury that preceded executions. Not hot anger, but the frozen certainty of someone about to remove a threat before it could fully manifest. Who are you, really? She asked, each word carrying the weight of judgment already rendered. Her eyes swept over him, then to Sigrid, Moraine, Cor, the others gathered around him. The only early creatures present in existence outside of the loom are dead early creatures. The accusation landed with finality that made several nearby living existences stumble backward. As if proximity to Noah had suddenly become lethal, because if he was dead, if he was prime dead, then nothing they'd seen from him could be trusted, and worst of all, if he was prime dead early creature, they just delivered him directly to one of the last safe havens in existence. The tension on the barge was thick enough to solidify. Living existences were backing away, moving toward the edges of the vessel, preparing to flee if this exploded into violence that their complexity couldn't withstand. Noah remained still through it all, his expression unchanged. He didn't move to defend himself, didn't make declarations of innocence, didn't try to flee or attack preemptively. He simply stood there, surrounded by his people, and waited, because this was the moment. The knife's edge where everything could slide toward catastrophe or clarity. Where his nature would either be understood or would require demonstration that he really didn't want to provide. Not here. Not when they were so close to the first farmer's lands, to answers he'd been seeking since the failed seed had first sprouted in his grasp. Sigrid's hand found his, her grip tight with tension she wouldn't voice. Moraine had shifted positions subtly, placing herself where she could act if needed. Cor was smiling, that particular smile that suggested she found all of this deliciously entertaining. The Emperor Penguin and others harumphed as they would love to show off the little progress they had made in their way of the Mana Architect, and Noah just watched Alicia Firmhand and waited to see if she would listen or if she would attack, but soon after, the air around them changed. Noah felt it before he saw it. That particular pressure that came from beings whose existence warped everything around them simply by being present, like standing at the edge of a cliff and feeling the pull of gravity before looking down, knowing that something vast and terrible waited below. The wandering territories had been dangerous throughout their journey. Chaotic space, living collapses that appeared like storms of entropy as they weren't too complex for them. And regions where authority failed and teleportation sent you to random locations that might not have exits. But this was different. They'd entered a boundary region, he realized. The edge of the first farmer's territory, where his influence met the wild chaos of the territories proper. And this boundary was defended. Of course it was defended. What else would you expect from the sanctuary of a being who had gazed upon the living existences? Soon after Alicia's accusation, eruptions of power emerged from the shifting colors of transition space. The wandering territories spread out before them in all their terrible glory. Their surroundings gradually changed as the ox tried to stop, but had still gone forward, and Noah saw collapsed regions floated like islands of absence, spaces where existence had given up and left only void. Between them, stretches of impossible terrain defied description. Forests made of crystallized time, rivers that flowed upward through dimensions that didn't have names, mountains that existed in states of perpetual becoming without ever fully being, and approaching them, drawn by their presence or perhaps by alarm. Alicia Firmhand rang. Were the guardians, full dwellers, but not weak ones. Not beings who measured their power in mere trillions. Noah's enhanced perception caught them first. Signatures that blazed against the chaotic backdrop of the territories like stars against void. And his eyes flashes with surprise as he smiled, because above each approaching form, visible to him through weavings of his evolved perception that made such things clear, were names and measurements that made the living existences on the barge look like children playing at power. Thorn the unrelenting. Classification: prime full dweller. Complexity: 1.1 quintillion. Purity: 1.1 quintillion. Approximately 1 quintillion in power. 1 quintillion. This was a being whose casual existence generated more power than some wheels of existence contained in their entirety, and it wasn't alone. Meridian of the constant harvest. Classification: elder full dweller. Complexity: 2. 3 quintillion. Purity: 2.1 quintillion. 2 quintillion. Vex the boundary keeper. Classification: prime full dweller. Complexity: 1.5 quintillion. Purity: 1.4 quintillion. 1.5 quintillion. They came from different directions, converging on the verdant arc with purpose that suggested they'd been expecting visitors but weren't necessarily pleased about it. Their forms were as varied as their power levels. One appeared as a massive humanoid made entirely of woven roots that pulsed with verdant authority. Another is a constantly shifting shape that cycled through forms too quickly to track. The third is something that looked almost normal except for the way reality bent around it like light around a black hole. Behind them, more signatures. Dozens more, all of them exceeding 1 quintillion in power, all of them moving toward the barge, all of them looking at the living existences aboard like farmers examining pests that had wandered into their garden. Noah's weavings were running at speeds that transcended normal thought. Was this a glimpse of the power of the entity who planted principles? Were his advancements so grand? These were the first farmers' people, full dwellers who had found sanctuary in the wandering territories and had been growing in power, developing along paths that current-era existence didn't recognize because they'd been isolated for so long, and right now, they were approaching a barge full of living existences who had just been arguing about whether one of their passengers was a prime dead early creature. This was going to be interesting, or catastrophic. Alicia Firmhand had frozen mid-accusation, her attention split between Noah and the approaching guardians. Her expression suggested she was wondering how fucked she was if she really brought an enemy this deep into their territory. Thorn the Unrelenting reached them first, his massive root form rising up beside the barge like a mountain deciding to take interest in an ant colony. Those eyes swept across the vessel's occupants. When his gaze landed on Noah, it paused, just for a moment. Just long enough to be noticeable. Recognition? Assessment? Simple curiosity about the being everyone was staring at such a time. The voice of Ruin/Eden emerged in Noah's consciousness. Current situation assessment: complexity, light. Threat level, Probability of diplomatic resolution, medium. Probability of violence, increasing by 0.3% per second. Noah almost smiled at the precision of Ruiniden's words. Primary threat vector: Alicia Firmhand believes you to be prime dead early creature infiltrating first farmer's territory. Secondary threat vector: full dweller guardians detecting conflict aboard vessel entering their protected space. Tertiary threat vector: Origin Amagia's recent declaration of your identity has created cascade effect of recognition among all passengers. Yes, he'd noticed that. Recommended actions: Option 1, immediate demonstration of living status through methods that cannot be faked by the dead. Option 2, prepare for combat against beings with average power exceeding 1.5 quintillion while simultaneously protecting allied forces and avoiding destruction of vessel currently keeping everyone from being scattered across wandering territories. Not much benefit. Ruiniden paused, and Noah could almost sense the system's equivalent of dry amusement around him. The other passengers on the verdant arc were backing away further, creating space that felt less like courtesy and more like blast radius calculation. The obsidian ox at the front of the barge was bellowing nervously, its massive form shifting with uncertainty about whether to continue forward or flee backwards. Thorn the Unrelenting had been joined by Meridian and Vex now. Three beings whose combined power could have reshaped folds. A heavy tension fell, and the tension had reached that particular point where it would either break toward violence or toward conversation, and the next few seconds would determine which. Noah took a breath, and then he spoke. I am Noah Osmont, he said, his voice carrying across the barge with calm that defied the chaos around them. The early creature, Osmont. Living. Not dead, not prime dead, not infiltrator or enemy. He paused, letting the words settle. I carry the failed seed of the first farmer. Boom, Alicia's eyes widened fractionally. I have come here, Noah continued, not as threat or enemy, but seeking understanding of what I carry. If that makes me dangerous in your estimation, then act. If it makes me worthy of conversation, then listen. He gestured to the approaching fold dwellers, to Thorn and Meridian and Vex. Unlike the weak things on this barge. Ask them. Ask your guardians to sense what I am. The dead cannot hide their nature from those who know how to look. The living carry signatures that the dead cannot fake, no matter how perfectly they mimic life. It was truth, and as if his words had been a bit too mild, Noah yawned at this moment as he added, "Let us not waste time here, as I was looking forward to meeting the first farmer." Chapter 43-45, Wonder-eyed, Noah had just finished speaking, his words carrying an undeniable weight. The yawn had been a nice touch. Dismissive enough to be insulting, casual enough to suggest complete confidence. The fold dweller guardians, Thorn, Meridian, and Vex, hovered nearby with unreadable expressions, and then, cutting through it all like light through shadow, a voice emerged. "What are you all doing?" The tone was vibrant, confident, almost amused, as if the speaker had stumbled upon children arguing over toys they didn't understand. That is clearly a living early creature. "Come on now." The effect was immediate and magisterial. Alicia Firmhand's expression transformed from coldness to shocked reverence in the space between heartbeats. The 3 quintillion-level guardians actually took a step back, their massive forms deferring to the approaching presence with the automatic respect of soldiers recognizing their superior officer. Every fold dweller within sensing range turned their attention toward the source of that voice, and their reactions were uniform. Heads bowing, auras dimming, power suppressing itself in acknowledgement of hierarchy. Noah's eyes tracked the newcomer's approach with calculating intensity. She emerged from the swirling chaos of the wandering territories like a painting achieving 3 dimensions, her form coalescing from streams of verdant light that seemed to compose rather than reveal her. Gorgeous didn't begin to cover it, curvaceous may not be the proper word for it, blonde hair and blue eyes that held depths of ocean and sky simultaneously, but it was the green jeweled robe that truly commanded attention. Each gem pulsing with authority that felt agricultural, primordial, like the first seeds ever planted given physical form and fashion sense. She moved with the confidence as every step was casual certainty. Every gesture carried weight that could reshape territories, and above her head, visible only to Noah's enhanced perception, floated information that made his internal calculations pause. Elindra Viltharion, scion of the first harvest, classification, sovereign fold dweller. Complexity, 9.3 quintillion, purity, 9.1 quintillion, 9 quintillion, 9 fucking quintillion. In both complexity and purity, Noah's expression didn't change externally, but internally, his thoughts were booming. This was the scion of the first farmer, and then, before he could fully process those implications, prompts began cascading across his vision with unusual urgency. The principle of the cheating architect has detected anomalous existential architecture, target entity. Elindra Viltharion, analysis status, fascinated. Ruinidon's voice emerged in his consciousness with notes of excitement. Master, I must inform you that I'm experiencing something unprecedented. This entity. She's constructed her existence using multiple principles in perfect harmony. 9 distinct principles, all functioning as a unified system without conflict or degradation. Principle identification straight face, 1. Principle of eternal growth, 2. Principle of cyclical harvest, 3. Principle of fertile abundance, 4. Principle of root authority, 5. Principle of seed transcendence, 6. Principle of agricultural dominion, 7. Principle of verdant supremacy, 8. Principle of life's continuity, 9. Principle of data obscured, insufficient access. The architecture is exquisite. Each principle feeds into the others, creating a self-sustaining system that amplifies itself exponentially. This is mastery beyond what we currently understand. Recommendation: acquire friendship, alliance, or at minimum detailed conversation. The knowledge this entity possesses about principle integration could advance your own development greatly. Noah felt his lips twitch slightly. Ruin/Eden was essentially telling him to befriend this woman for the sake of power leveling his own principles. Elindra's blue eyes had found him in the crowd, cutting through the assembled beings with the precision of someone who knew exactly who she was looking for. Her gaze was curious, interested, carrying none of the suspicion or fear that had colored everyone else's reactions. She studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, and the expression held genuine warmth wrapped around something more complex. "You wanted to meet my father?" Her voice was melodic without being soft, carrying authority without harshness. Noah met her gaze steadily, the daughter of the first farmer. 9 quintillion in power. 9 principles operating in perfect harmony. Interesting, very interesting, I did, he replied, his tone carrying that same casual confidence. I carry something of his creation, and I thought it appropriate to seek understanding directly from the source. Or from the source's extraordinarily powerful daughter, if that's what existence provides instead. Elindra's smile widened. Her eyes shining with something that might have been delight, she turned slightly, her gaze sweeping over the assembled beings on the verdant arc with the particular attention of someone taking inventory. Alicia, Thorn, Meridian, Vex. Thank you for your vigilance in protecting our borders, she said, each name spoken with respect that suggested familiarity. I'll take it from here. You may return to your posts. The quintillion-level fold dwellers bowed deeply. Alicia Firmhand's expression had transformed completely as she nodded. Elindra then turned her attention to the assembled living existences who had been cowering at the edges of the barge, her expression warming further. Oh, and for the living existences who came here with Alicia, please continue following her. The first farmer prepared gifts for you all, resources and knowledge to better prepare you for the dead that are coming. You made the journey here for many reasons, but aid you shall receive first. Her words caused visible relief to ripple through the living existences. Origin Gias looked like someone who had just been granted clemency as she looked towards Noah, and then, with movements that suggested the matter was settled and required no further discussion, Elindra turned fully toward Noah. Follow me, she said simply. Noah floated upward from the deck of the verdant Arkansas. Around him, his entourage moved with synchronized purpose, Sigrid materializing at his side, her presence warm and possessive. Moraine flanking his other side with paradoxical authority, humming. Kor floating nearby with that mysterious smile that suggested she found all of this entertaining, the Emperor Penguin, Erickson, Kazuhiko, and the others forming a constellation of power around their focal point. They followed the daughter of the first farmer into territory that few from the current age had ever witnessed. As they moved away from the verdant arc, Noah noticed Elindra's gaze shift subtly toward his companions, specifically toward Kor and Sigrid, who maintained positions closest to him. You seem to have unique allies circling around you, she observed. Would you care to introduce them? It's rare to see such varied existential signatures traveling together. One is tied to living existences and the other just has roots to inevitabilities, Noah replied with deliberate casualness, as if discussing the weather rather than beings of impossible power. Nothing much. They don't need to do grand introductions. The response was masterfully dismissive. Elindra's eyes shone with something that might have been surprised delight. She actually laughed, the sound rich and genuine. Nothing much. She repeated, her tone carrying playful mockery. An existence tied to living existence is shining with order. And another with roots to inevitabilities whom even I cannot see through. Okay. But. She studied him more intently now, that curiosity deepening into something closer to fascination. Without introductions, how can we be friends? The question was delivered lightly, almost playfully, but Noah caught the weight beneath it. His expression remained calm. We weren't truly here to make friends, he replied. Elindra's smile grew wider, taking on qualities that made her terrifying beauty become actively dangerous. Her blue eyes began radiating a mesmerizing light. She looked him up and down with unhurried assessment, her gaze seemingly trying to penetrate layers of concealment that Noah had wrapped around himself. I sense the light of a truly terrifying principle within you, she said slowly, each word deliberate and weighted. Or perhaps multiple principles, hidden deeply within layers of protection and obscurity. The architecture is fascinating. Her smile took on knowing qualities. I think we could be great friends. Sigrid's gaze moved between Noah and Elindra with sharpness as she shook her head. I do not think, he said carefully, the two of us will be friends. The rejection was absolute, but Elindra seemed to pick up what his intention was with these words as she smiled. He was basically telling her there was a time and place, and now was not it. She continued ahead, her tone shifting back to that of a guide showing guests around interesting locations. We are here, she announced as the space around them transformed. We shall bypass the outer garden sanctuary and go directly to the inner garden sanctum. Father should be there. The transition was subtle but absolute. One moment they were floating through the chaotic beauty of the wandering territories, surrounded by collapsed regions and impossible colors within a Mobius strip. The next, they had crossed some invisible threshold, and everything changed. A portion of the sanctuary of the first farmer spread out before them in glory that defied description. Noah's first impression was of scale. This place was vast in ways that transcended simple measurement. It seemed vaster that multiple folds stacked together. It was the forest that truly commanded attention. Trees rose around them. Massive, ancient things that made normal stellar trees look like seedlings like those from the earliest folds. Each tree blazed with different hues that represented different authorities. Verdant greens that sang of life and growth. Golden ambers that hummed with harvest and abundance. Deep earth browns that resonated with foundation and permanence. Crystalline blues that whispered of water and nourishment. Some trees bore fruits that looked like miniature suns, each one containing enough energy to power entire wheels of existence. Others had leaves that seemed to be made from solidified concepts, their surfaces inscribed with knowledge that predated written language. The forest stretched in every direction, infinite, impossible, magnificent. Elindra had kept her gaze forward as they entered, but now she gestured broadly to encompass their surroundings. "This is the forest of perpetual seasons," she said, her tone carrying pride. "It surrounds the entire sanctuary, serving as both protection and filter. Each tree you see is not merely vegetation, they are living existential land lifeforms of immense power, cultivated over eons to achieve consciousness and purpose." She pointed to a particularly massive specimen whose trunk was wider than most planets. "That one is called the Ancient of Winter's End. It marks transitions, boundaries between what was and what will be. And the one beside it, with branches that seem to hold starlight, that's the keeper of spring's promise. It nurtures potential into actuality." Her explanation continued as they flew deeper into the forest, her words painting pictures of the impossible ecology. "The forest serves a specific purpose beyond aesthetic beauty," she continued. "Any creature, living or dead, who enters without a guide will be lost in it for eons. The trees rearrange themselves, creating mazes that will confuse even those who has found their way. Time flows differently in different sections. You could walk for what feels like moments and emerge to find centuries have passed, or vice versa." She smiled at that, the expression carrying dark satisfaction. "Many have tried to infiltrate the sanctuary over the ages. Dead existences attempting to corrupt our cultivation. Living existences with grand ambitions and insufficient wisdom. The forest welcomed them all with equal hospitality. And none have been seen since." Noah raised his brows at such words as his eyes pulsed with blue mana. His way, as he thought it, he smiled at the sheer things he was about to do. While this body here followed the daughter of the first farmer to meet this being, his other body was putting his newly matured principles to use. Chapter 43-46, Wonder 2. The golden sands of the early veiled shore stretched endlessly in every direction, each grain containing fragments of compressed existence that pulsed with potential waiting to be harvested. Noah stood at the center of this impossible sanctuary, his form casting no shadow because shadows implied limitation, and his shore had transcended such concepts. Around him, his people, those who had chosen to follow his way or been bound to it through various means, looked towards him with shining eyes. Through their connections to him, through the clones and echoes that bound his civilization together, they had observed his confrontation with prime dead early creatures. They had seen him harvest beings whose complexity exceeded 3 and 4 quintillion. They had watched as he forced corpses, entities of impossible might, to kneel before his throne of crimson gold flames. It had been a glimpse. Just a glimpse of what the way of the mana architect could accomplish when pushed to its limits, and now, Noah's voice rang out across the shore with calm authority that made existence itself pay attention. That was a glimpse of the way of the mana architect. Each syllable resonated through the shore itself, through the sacred waters, sands, through the inevitabilities that had been planted like seeds and were growing into horrors beyond comprehension. Even those considered immensely powerful could fall against you. Continue refining and elevating yourselves across edicts, as I will also continue to modify the way. Make your mana glyphs. Forge your complexity. Become worthy of the way you follow. The command was delivered without harshness, but absolute obedience followed anyway. His people bowed their heads in silent acknowledgement, then returned to their meditative states with renewed purpose. The air around them began to shimmer as mana flowed through them in patterns that grew more complex by the moment. Noah watched them for a long moment, satisfaction flickering through his consciousness. They were growing. Slowly, yes, far slower than he had grown, because they lacked his particular combinations of cheat codes and principles and everything that had been consumed. But they were growing nonetheless, and that mattered. because he was growing his civilization, and he could not be the only one strong. A presence materialized beside him while he was lost in thought. Core, the inevitability who carried too many secrets, stood next to him, her expression holding something Noah rarely saw from her: seriousness. Her eyes, which usually held amusement or calculation, now focused on him with intensity. Are you trying to entice me into your way of existence, outsider? The question was delivered without accusation, but it carried weight nonetheless. Noah smiled at that as he shook his head. No, he said simply, then elaborated because Core deserved more than monosyllabic dismissal. You used to be someone of the higher scale of existence. You know your way. You've walked it for so long that it's become inseparable from what you are. Trying to shift you onto my path would be like trying to redirect a river that's been flowing in the same direction since before directions were invented. He paused, his gaze meeting hers steadily. You should stick to your way. Hunger, however broken it might be now. It's yours. And reclaiming it will make you far more powerful than anything I could offer. Well, maybe. My way is turning out to be unfathomable so far. So, maybe. Maybe. She loved to use this word, so he used it for her. Core studied him for a long moment, her expression cycling through emotions too subtle to name. Then, slowly, she nodded. I know, outsider, she said softly, looking out into the distance. I know. She didn't elaborate on what exactly she knew. With Core, it could have been a great deal of things. They stood together in comfortable silence for a moment, two beings of impossible power simply existing side by side. Then Noah patted her shoulder and turned away, his attention shifting toward another presence that called to him with different urgency. Sigrid. She stood near the edge of a forming sacred water pools, her form radiating pulses of order. Her white and dark hair shone with ordered brilliance alongside her eyes. But right now, those eyes held uncertainty. He appeared beside her. A lot of terrifying beings are going to be coming for you now. The statement was delivered with calm certainty, not meant to frighten but to prepare. You need to be as strong as possible, Noah continued, his voice carrying gentle insistence rather than command. Order has to be as strong as possible. What you represent. True order, not the fragmented suffering thing that existed before, it cannot remain weak. WAA, Sigrid nodded slowly, processing his words. Then, hesitantly, she spoke. Do you think? She began, then paused, gathering courage to voice fears she'd been carrying. Do you think my emergence had something to do with the fact that order was dead? Because my entire lineage. They had to give up their existence for the sake of my emergence. My parents, my grandparents, every ancestor going back to the beginning. All of them collapsed into nothingness so I could truly be born. Her voice grew smaller, barely heard above a whisper. My emergence was born from death. Am I just another dead existence, another part of the dead order wearing the skin of something living? Boom, a heavy question. Noah reached out, his hand moving to stroke her hair with surprising gentleness. Nothing like that, and don't worry about it too much, he said, his tone holding certainty that allowed no argument. Focus on what is ahead, because the current you and the future you is what matters the most. Whatever circumstances led to your birth, whatever sacrifices were made. They don't define what you become. Only your choices do that. His fingers continued their gentle motion through her hair, the action somehow grounding despite its simplicity. You are living. You are order. You are the living order, even if you are not there yet. And you are going to become so powerful that the question of your origins will become irrelevant, okay? Sigrid looked up at him, her eyes shining brilliantly. Then, firmly, she nodded, okay. The word was simple, but it carried conviction. Noah smiled at that, satisfaction blooming in his chest. Then, his expression shifted into something more calculating as he made a decision. Ruin/Eden, he said, his voice carrying into spaces that normal speech couldn't reach. Redirect the remaining harvest from the dead existential armors and prime dead early creatures. Much of it shall flow to the living order. Chapter 43-47 Wonder 3, the command was delivered with casual finality, as if reshaping the flow of harvested power was no more complicated than adjusting a faucet. Immediately, Ruiniden's holographic form materialized before them, her appearance as pristine and calculated as always. She performed a slight bow. Acknowledged, Master, she said. Initializing harvest redirection protocols up until her ceiling is reached to ensure no waste in storing the rest of the harvest for future uses. Prompts began cascading across Noah's vision, each one carrying information about the transfer he'd just commanded. Harvest redistribution initiated. Source: residual existential essence from 47 dead existential armors, average complexity 1000 quadrillion. Source: residual existential essence from 23 prime dead early creatures, average complexity/purity 2 to 3 quintillion, total harvestable value approaching 2 quintillion complexity and purity, projected final values 1.9 quintillion complexity, 1.9 quintillion purity. Warning: this represents an exponential leap that may lead to existential instability. Ruinidin paused, then added with what might have been amusement. However, given that the living order is, by definition, the embodiment of stable structure and organization, existential instability is statistically unlikely. Proceeding with full transfer right away, Noah gave a nod of affirmation, his expression calm despite the magnitude of what he was about to do. The sky above the early veiled shore suddenly blazed with verdant gold light that seemed to pour from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. The radiance coalesced into a river No, a tsunami dot of pure, concentrated harvest flowing downward with the inevitability of gravity made manifest. It crashed into Sigrid like a waterfall of compressed existence, and her form blazed with brilliance that made nearby observers shield their eyes, those who still needed eyes. Anyway, her hair began flowing upward as if gravity had lost interest in her, and her eyes became luminous points of perfect order, and her power bloomed upward like a flower that had been waiting eons to finally open. Trillions became quadrillions, and finally, settling at approximately 1.9 quintillion in both complexity and purity, the transformation completed. The living order stood before Noah, her form radiating authority that made the early veiled shore itself pulse with renewed structure. She looked the same physically, same hair, same delicate features, same appearance of someone too young to carry such power, but everything else was gradually changing. When she smiled at Noah, the expression carried certainty that would have made lesser beings weep with inadequacy. "Thank you," she said simply. Noah smiled back. "Don't thank me yet," he replied as he let her adjust to her new power. "That's just the beginning. You'll need to be much stronger before we're done, but for now, this was enough." For now, Order had teeth sharp enough to bite back prime dead early creatures at least, while Sigrid continued to stabilize her newfound power, her form occasionally pulsing with light as she integrated the massive influx of harvest. Noah's attention shifted inward, to the principles that now defined his existence. To the cheating architect that had promised to break everything claiming to be unbreakable. "Ruin/Eden," he called out. Her holographic form solidified before him instantly, her expression attentive. "How can I help, Master?" Noah's smile took on qualities that would have terrified anyone who understood what it meant when he looked that satisfied. "We're going to test the full capabilities of the cheating architect," he said, each word deliberate. "Starting with existence code injection. I want to implement a line of code that those closest to me in my emerging civilization will have their mana approach infinity." Boom! Ruinidin's eyes widened fractionally with the delight of someone who'd been given permission to do something gloriously excessive, an ambitious first test. She observed, her tone carrying approval. "Rewriting fundamental resource limitations for an entire population. I love it." Noah observed ruination up and down as it seemed the more he continued to advance, the more her vibrancy and personality seemed to come out. The grander she became, her expression shifted into calculation mode, and additional prompts began blooming across Noah's vision: existence code injection, preparation phase, analyzing request, modification of mana reservoir parameters for designated population subset, current population count, 73,284 entities out of countless sextillions across early veiled shore and the infiniverse are designated as closest to master. Required authority level, extreme. This modification touches fundamental energy economics of existence itself. Before Noah could respond, Ruin/Eden continued, her voice taking on new tones. "Master, I should inform you of recent developments regarding the mana glyphs. Since the principle of the cheating architect has matured from seed status to full manifestation, I've been actively transforming all existing mana seed glyphs of the cheating architect into mana glyphs of the cheating architect." She gestured, and an illusory diagram materialized showing the transformation process, seeds becoming full blooms, each one radiating exponentially more authority than their previous forms. "The new mana glyphs of the cheating architect hold unfathomably more authority than their seed predecessors," she explained, her voice carrying pride at the achievement. "Each fully matured glyph have an equivalent cost of 10 quadrillion complexity and 10 quadrillion purity to your overall power. Of course, you simply pay the cost in mana." Noah's eyes flashed with interest. That was significant. Very significant. Current count, he asked. 78 mana glyphs of the cheating architect have been successfully forged and integrated into your existential architecture, Ruinidin reported. She paused, then added with calculating precision, to accomplish the existence code injection you've requested. Maintaining a continuous line of code that rewrites mana limitations for over 70,000 entities will require active utilization of 5 mana glyphs of the cheating architect. They will operate continuously, burning through power to maintain the modification against existence's natural tendency to reject such changes. Her expression grew more serious. Once activated, those 5 glyphs will be dedicated solely to this task until you choose to deactivate the code. They won't contribute to your personal power while so engaged. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Noah didn't hesitate. Do it, WAA. The command was absolute, and Ruinidin responded with immediate action. 5 of the 78 mana glyphs of the cheating architect suddenly blazed with intensity that transcended normal luminosity. They detached from Noah's general existential architecture and repositioned themselves into a specific geometric formation. A pentagram of pure authority that began rotating with increasing speed. Existence code injection active, line of code being written. For entities designated as core civilization members of Noah Osmont, mana reservoir limitations approach boundlessness. Maximum capacity trends toward infinity without ever quite reaching it, creating perpetual expansion of available power. Integration status, 0%. 15%. 47%. 83%. 99%. Warning, existence is attempting to reject this modification. Natural laws are fighting back. Mana glyphs of the cheating architect are overriding rejection protocols. Integration status, 100%, code successfully injected. Result, all designated entities now possess mana reservoirs that expand continuously toward infinite capacity. They will almost always never run out of mana. They may never need to wait for regeneration. They have been granted a glimpse of what their master experiences constantly. Boom, chapter 43-48 Wonder 4. The effect was immediate and magisterial. Across the early veiled shore, every being who had been meditating, who had been arduously working to forge their own mana glyphs through effort and concentration in time, suddenly felt their existence buzz with unfamiliar sensation. Power, not a trickle. Not a stream. A fucking ocean of it, flooding into them from sources they couldn't identify, filling reservoirs they hadn't known they possessed. The Emperor Penguin, who had been struggling to maintain 3 mana glyphs simultaneously, suddenly felt the burden vanish. Its reserves exploded outward, allowing it to forge a 4th, then a 5th, then a 6th with speed that should have been impossible. Kazuhiko, momentarily holding Ericsson's slipper with practiced ease, gasped as energy cascaded through him in waves that never ended. He began layering mana glyphs with complexity he'd only theorized about before, each one snapping into place with perfection that came from unlimited resources. Adelaide, her snow-blue hair now radiating auroras of pure power, laughed with delight as she felt limitations she'd always accepted as fundamental simply ceased to exist. She could create. She could destroy. She could reshape and rebuild without ever worrying about running dry. Across the shore, similar reactions rippled through Noah's people. Those who had been taking careful, measured steps in their cultivation suddenly found themselves sprinting. Those who had accepted their limitations as permanent learned that their master had decided otherwise. For the first time, Noah's people got to experience a semblance of what he always felt. That infinite wellspring of power that never ran dry. Never diminished, never left him wanting, and even this semblance. This fraction of what Noah himself possessed was far too grand for words. Many processed it with shock, others simply sat in stunned silence, trying to process the magnitude of the gift they'd been given. A few, like the Emperor Penguin, immediately began pushing their new limits with enthusiasm that bordered on reckless. Noah watched it all with satisfaction, this giving power to those who followed him, elevating his people beyond their limitations. Was this what building a civilization meant? Not conquest, not domination, uplift. He watched the wonder unfold with majesty before he sighed, because he wasn't done yet. Not even close. Ruinidin, he called out again, his voice carrying renewed purpose. Activate parallel processing architectures. I want to run multiple probability streams simultaneously. Ruin/Eden's form brightened with something that might have been excitement. Yes, master. This will require more resources. Parallel processing at the level you're requesting, running complete phantom processes that explore different choices and feed results back to you, requires 10 mana glyphs of the cheating architect operating in perfect synchronization, more prompts cascaded across Noah's vision, parallel processing architectures, initialization, designating 10 mana glyphs for probability stream management. Remaining available glyphs, 63, 78 total -5 for existence code injection -10 for parallel processing. Note, each active probability stream consumes substantial resources. Recommend limiting simultaneous streams to 3 to 5 for optimal stability. I want to see 3 scenarios, Noah commanded, his tone carrying calculation that suggested he'd already been considering these options. First, what happens if I send a body across to the other side of the veil? Second, what happens if I pursue other doorways to the loom? Third, what happens if I wait for justiciars to appear and follow Schrodinger's plan to track them back to their source? Rowinatan nodded, her expression growing more serious as she processed the request. Running probability calculations now, she said. Be advised, these scenarios involve entities and forces far beyond current power scales. The outcomes may be concerning. HUUM. 3 illusory diagrams materialized in the air before Noah, each one showing a different branching path of possibility. They were ghostly, semi-transparent, depicting futures that hadn't happened yet but could depending on his choices. The first diagram pulsed with crimson light, and Rowinatan's voice took on grim tones as she detailed what it showed. Scenario 1, crossing to the other side of the veil. The diagram showed Noah's form stepping through that barrier between the living and the dead. Passing from one fundamental state of existence to another, and immediately, catastrophically, things went wrong. The moment you cross, Rowinatan explained, her voice clinical despite the horror of what she was describing. The dead order senses your presence. Not just senses, she knows. Instantly and completely. Your existence becomes visible to her with perfect clarity because you've entered her domain, where her authority is absolute despite her limitations. The diagram showed a massive figure. Feminine, impossibly powerful, radiating authority that made the living order look like a candle before a star. Focusing attention on Noah's infinitesimal form, the dead order, even in her current limited state, possesses power that operates on the next scale of existence, Ruin/Eden continued. She forcefully controls all aspects of your being. Your resistance is irrelevant. Your power is insufficient. Your principles are bypassed because she operates on a level where your defenses don't exist yet. The diagram shifted, showing Noah's early veiled shore being pulled across the veil through connections he couldn't sever. She uses you as an anchor to drag the infiniverse to the other side of the veil, Rowinatan said, her tone carrying something that might have been concern. The entire early veiled shore, all beings within it, everything you've built. All of it crosses to where the dead dwell. The next part of the diagram made Noah's expression harden. Once she has the infiniverse on her side, she immediately locates the living order, Sigrid, and captures her. The fusion of the living and the dead order begins immediately. The two halves of a fundamental force reunite, and in doing so, erase the limitations that kept the dead order bound. The diagram showed Sigrid screaming as she was absorbed into that impossibly vast presence, two aspects of order merging into something that transcended both. The unified order entity gains the ability to cross the veil freely, Ruin/Eden continued. She is no longer bound to either side. She is order absolute, operating without restriction. But the horror didn't stop there. The unified order then locates and devours core, Rowinatan said, the diagram showing the first hunger being consumed despite her power and mystery. She strips away course secrets, her knowledge, her connection to the higher scale of existence. All of it becomes fuel for order's expansion. The diagram shifted again, showing the dead know, the unified order. Examining the workings of the infiniverse with interest, she discovers your way of the mana architect, Rowinatan said quietly. She understands what makes you unique. And instead of eliminating you as a threat, she repurposes you. You become a battery for her new civilization. Your infinite mana. Your perpetual harvest, your cheating architect. All of it locked into service of order absolute, generating power for her purposes while you exist as a conscious prisoner, unable to act, unable to resist, unable to do anything except provide energy for eternity. The diagram faded, leaving only the implications hanging in the air like smoke after an explosion. Chapter 43-49, Ararai. Noah's expression had grown heavy, his eyes carrying darkness that suggested he was imagining exactly what that existence would feel like: conscious, aware, powerful, And completely, utterly helpless as his own strength was used to fuel purposes he didn't choose, it was a fate worse than death because death would at least be final. His internal weavings ran in circles of calculation and fury, so that's what happens if he crossed the veil prematurely, the dead order just wins. Immediately and completely, no fight or negotiation, the thought was sobering, he'd faced dangers before. He'd battled beings whose power exceeded his. He'd survived situations that should have been fatal through combination of luck, skill, and absurd cheating, but this? This was encountering a being who operated on a scale of existence where his tricks didn't matter, where his power was irrelevant, where resistance itself was a concept that didn't apply. Noah took a breath, then spoke with calm, "Show me the other scenarios." Ruinidin nodded, and the second diagram pulsed with different energy. Less immediately catastrophic but carrying its own breed of horror. Scenario 2, pursuing other doorways to the loom. The diagram showed Noah moving through the transcendent folds, seeking those mysterious passages that supposedly led to the loom where answers and power awaited. Result: nearly all doorways you encounter are collapsed, Ruinidin reported, her tone carrying clinical assessment. The collapse isn't natural. They'd been deliberately sealed. And attached to the walls near each collapsed doorway, you find inevitabilities fused to the structure like living locks. The diagram showed grotesque images of inevitabilities merged with reality itself. Their forms twisted and repurposed into security systems, similar to the exterior wall where you encountered the lodestone attached, Ruinidin continued. These inevitabilities have been sucked in entirely. The diagram shifted, showing Noah moving from one collapsed doorway to another, finding the same result repeatedly. However, Ruinidin added, and the diagram brightened slightly, probability calculations suggest that some doorways may still exist in uncollapsed states. The locations are unknown. The number is uncertain. But statistical analysis indicates they haven't all been sealed. She paused, finding them would require extensive searching across multiple folds. This path is possible but inefficient path. Noah nodded slowly, processing that information. So the loom was being actively defended, sealed off, made inaccessible after his actions with the lodestone, which meant it was probably worth reaching. And the third scenario? The final diagram pulsed with colors that suggested imminent violence and complicated planning. Scenario 3, waiting for another justiciar and following Schrodinger's plan. The diagram showed the transcendent quantum folds, and within them, the emergence of another of those terrifying living existential armors, a justiciar performing its ritual of collapse. Probability calculations indicate high likelihood of justiciar manifestation in the transcendent quantum folds within the next few hours. Ruinidin reported. If you, Schrödinger, and Leonore Ruros interrupt its ritual, attempting to capture or interrogate it. The diagram showed Leonore Ruros engaging the justiciar, her power overwhelming it. About a dozen more justiciars manifest immediately, Ruinidin continued, her tone darkening. They arrive in response to the first one's distress signal. When they assess the situation and determine they cannot win against your combined forces. The diagram showed all 13 justiciars simultaneously detonating, their forms erupting in explosions of anti-existence that would collapse the entire region. They self-destruct, Ruinidin finished. Complete existential annihilation. No bodies to examine. No trail to follow. Just devastation and lost opportunity. Noah's eyes narrowed. And if we don't interrupt? If you allow the justiciar to complete its ritual, Ruinidin said, and the diagram shifted to show a different outcome, it collapses the entire region of transcendent quantum folds as intended. Countless sextillions of fold dwellers and living existences perish. An entire section of existence becomes carved in white fires of purity. More fear spreads. The diagram showed the justiciar completing its work, then departing. After completing the collapse, the justiciar returns to wherever it came from, Ruinidin continued. If you follow it without engaging, maintaining concealment and distance, probability suggests you could track it back to its source. She paused, her expression growing grave. However, this path requires allowing massive casualties to occur. An entire portion of the fold will fall. The price of information is genocide. Noah stood in silence, processing all three scenarios. Each one carried its own brand of horror. None of them were good, none of them were safe, none of them promised outcomes he could accept, but as Noah stood there, his eyes shining with tyranny brewing behind calculation, a smile began forming on his features. It wasn't a pleasant smile. It wasn't the kind of expression that suggested he'd found a solution everyone would be happy with. It was the smile of someone who had just decided that none of the options presented were acceptable, so he would create his own option instead. Interesting scenarios. Very informative. But I'm not going to do any of them. These scenarios assume I'm limited to the obvious choices. His eyes blazed brighter. But I have the cheating architect. I have perpetual harvest. I have access to the earliest folds and knowledge of how existence was structured before it learned to defend itself. He gestured broadly, encompassing all the possibilities that existed beyond the three scenarios, so instead of choosing between bad options, I'm going to create a fourth option. He looked towards Ruin/Eden. Let's cheat properly, why don't we? Ruiniden stared at him for a long moment, then, slowly, she smiled back. An expression that mirrored his own dangerous satisfaction. He turned his attention back to the early veiled shore, to his people who were still reveling in their newfound mana abundance, to Sigrid who was consolidating her quintillion-level power, to Kor who watched everything with knowing eyes. The future was uncertain, the dangers were real and immediate. But he had never been particularly concerned with doing things the expected way. Why start now? A few possibilities bloomed in his mind as he moved on. Let me see the current cheat code repository. Ruin/Eden's holographic form brightened immediately. Yes, Master. The repository has been working overtime since the principle matured, automatically decompiling and cataloging every ability, technique, and principle you've encountered. She gestured, and a massive illusory interface materialized in the air before Noah. Rows upon rows of entries, each one representing a different existential architecture that had been broken down into its component code. Let me walk you through what we've acquired, Ruiniden continued, starting with the most recent additions from your encounter with the prime dead early creatures. For Tatiana, we already observed her usage of her dream-based principle, as I will jump onto a second one she didn't truly get to utilize. The interface shifted, highlighting specific entries that pulsed with dark radiance. Cheat code repository, current catalog, entry number 2, principle of absolute consumption, source, Commander Tatiana, classification, harvesting/predation type, core function, converts all defeated entities into pure fuel for exponential power growth, decompilation status, 73% complete. Notes: architecture is surprisingly elegant despite its brutality. The conversion efficiency scales based on the victim's final emotional state, fear and despair, provide higher yields. Fascinating and horrifying in equal measure. The interface shifted again, highlighting another entry, entry number 3, principle of endless hunger, source, prime dead early creature, Valerius the Insatiable. Classification, consumption/amplification type, core function, transforms metabolic processes into existential expansion, literally grows stronger through eating, decompilation status, 81% complete. Notes: less sophisticated than Tatiana's approach but more stable. This principle doesn't cannibalize the user's sanity as payment for power. Trade-off is lower peak efficiency but sustainable operation. Practical. Trying to be an inevitability, another entry bloomed with crimson gold light. Entry number 4, principle of dominion through death, source, prime dead early creature, Moros the inevitable end. Classification, authority/subjugation type, core function, establishes hierarchical control over anything that has experienced death or near death. Decompilation status, 67% complete. Ruiniden's expression grew more analytical. The interface expanded further, revealing more entries. Entry number 5, principle of exponential decay, source, prime dead early creature, Nyx the Withering. Classification, entropy/time manipulation type, core function, accelerates aging and degradation of targeted entities and concepts. Decompilation status, 79% complete. Entry number 6, principle of parasitic unity, source, prime dead early creature, Typhon. The many-formed. Classification, symbiosis/absorption type, core function, creates false unity by forcibly merging separate existences into collective consciousness. Decompilation status, 71% complete. Noah's eyes tracked through the entries with interest. These were principles that beings had spent eons developing, perfecting, building their entire existences around. Chapter 4350, Error 2. As he looked at them, the interface shifted dramatically, the entry suddenly blazing with verdant gold light that made the previous ones look dim by comparison. Entry #7-15, Principal Collection, source, Elindra Viltharion, scion of the first harvest, classification, agricultural growth authority types, warning, extreme complexity detected. And now we get to the really impressive acquisition, Rowenidan said, her voice carrying notes of genuine excitement mixed with professional frustration. The 9 principles operating in harmony within the first farmer's daughter. She gestured, and the interface zoomed in on those entries, revealing complexity that made the previous ones look like children's toys. Principle of eternal growth, decompilation status, 23% complete, estimated time to full analysis. Principle of cyclical harvest, decompilation status, 31% complete, estimated time to full analysis. Principle of fertile abundance, decompilation status, 28% complete, estimated time to full analysis. The list continued, each one showing frustratingly low completion percentages. Elindra's principles aren't just powerful individually, they're architected to function as a unified system. Each one supports and amplifies the others. It is genuinely brilliant. It should be the handiwork of the first farmer. She pulled up a diagram showing how the 9 principles interconnected, creating a web of mutual support that resembled less a collection of separate abilities and more a single organism with 9 major organs. The problem, Rowenidan continued, is that decompiling them requires understanding not just each principle individually, but also how they interface with each other. It's like trying to understand a symphony by analyzing each instrument separately. You miss the composition that makes the whole greater than the sum of parts. Her expression grew more determined. I'm working on it, Master. The cheating architect is throwing substantial processing power at breaking down these architectures. But this isn't something I can rush without risking corruption of the final product. Unless you can get close and personal with the daughter of the first farmer. When these are ready for you to download. She smiled, you'll be able to either augment your current principles with their capabilities or combine them to create new agent architects that operate under the cheating architect. Noah nodded slowly. The repository was working as intended. It was patient power accumulation. Not immediate, but inevitable. The cheating architect was essentially telling him that every being he met, every principle he observed, would eventually become part of his arsenal. Not through theft or consumption, but through analysis and replication. Keep working on them, he said finally. His tone carrying approval. Noah's attention shifted, moving to the next capability he wanted to test. What about debug mode? He asked, his voice carrying curiosity. Have we encountered any errors in existence that we can exploit? Rowenidan's expression brightened once more. Debug mode is interesting, she said carefully. It requires existence to malfunction in detectable ways before we can exploit those malfunctions. So far, we haven't observed any significant errors in the fabric of reality around us. She paused. The dead are functioning as intended horrifyingly, but without technical errors. The living existences we've encountered operate within normal parameters. Even the chaos of the wandering territories isn't actually erroneous. It's just chaotic by design. Her expression grew more thoughtful. The living or dead existential armors might potentially be a source of exploitable errors, she continued, her tone speculative. She made a note in the air, her gestures creating persistent text that hung like promises. I'll monitor for anomalies and alert you immediately if anything significant appears, she said. Debug mode is incredibly powerful when applicable, but it requires the right circumstances. However, she said, drawing out the word with emphasis that made it clear something important was coming, there is one possible error I've detected. Actually, it's less possible and more definitely present and significantly impacting your development. Noah's eyes sharpened. Where? Rowenidan's smile took on ironic qualities. Within your own existence, Master. Which is actually perfect timing, because I can better explain it if we jump onto the feature of the development console as well. Shall we? Noah felt his interest spike. An error in his own existence. Utilize the feature of development console, he commanded. WAA. The response was spectacular. The space around Noah transformed. The golden sands beneath his feet shifted, becoming a platform of blue gold energy that pulsed with analytical authority. Rowenidan's holographic form expanded, becoming more detailed, more present, as if she was drawing additional processing power from the activated console. Development console is now active, she announced, her voice carrying satisfaction at finally being able to demonstrate this capability properly. Accessing your existential parameters now. An illusory diagram materialized in the air before Noah. A perfect three-dimensional representation of himself, every detail rendered with impossible precision. It wasn't just his physical form, the diagram showed layers upon layers of existential architecture. His managlyphs arranged in geometric perfection, his principles glowing like internal suns, his early veiled shore existing as a pocket dimension attached to his core being. His consciousness branching across multiple bodies simultaneously. It was beautiful. Text began appearing around the diagram, displaying his current parameters with clinical precision. Development console, existential parameters, name, Noah Osmont, classification, the early creature, authenticity, 127%, exceeds baseline parameters, complexity, 3.89 quintillion, purity, 3.89 quintillion, active managlyphs of the cheating architect, 78 total, dedicated to existence code. Injection, 5, dedicated to parallel processing, 10, available for general use, 63, perglyph contribution, 10 quadrillion complexity, 10 quadrillion purity, principal straight face. Perpetual harvest, maturity, complete, cheating architect, maturity, complete, additional principal signatures detected, data integrating, early veiled shore status, operational, expanding, countless details filled up the screen. Noah studied the readout calmly. The numbers were impressive. Nearly 4 quintillion in both major parameters, with substantial additional power from the managlyphs. He'd come a long way from the fold dweller who had started this journey in the null vein. Gravewake folds fighting little Bobby within a wheel of existence. Was it days ago? He wanted to be content at such an accomplishment, but there was still much to be done. And Ruinidin continued, now, let's look at the more interesting architectural components, she said, and the diagram zoomed inward, focusing on specific areas of Noah's existence. The view shifted to show structures that resembled impossible castles made of compressed authority and crystallized wool, resplendent citadels of the mana architect, current stage, fourth, advancing toward fifth, function, foundational architecture supporting way of existence, status, shining brightly as beacons of cultivated power. Note, advancement to fifth stage progressing naturally through accumulated effort and understanding. Your citadels are advancing beautifully, not much can be said about them currently. Ruinidin observed. The diagram shifted again, this time focusing on something that made Noah's attention sharpen immediately, his heart, not a mere physical heart. That mundane organ that pumped blood through flesh. This was his heart of an early creature, the core component that defined what he was becoming, the architectural centerpiece that separated genuine early creatures from beings merely pretending at that scale of power. The diagram showed it in exquisite detail, for components were complete, each one blazing with different aspects of authority. Heart of an early creature, current status, component 1, ventrialis, the primal root atrium of echoes, complete. Component 2, Oruvian shardveil, the arterial convergence core, complete. Component 3, myoculum primus, the living pump of trembling flow, complete. Component 4, ascenran nodule, the living principle of complexity, complete, and forming now, blazing with light that suggested imminent completion. Component 5, seraphilic veinlace, the living principle of purity, forming, 34% complete, but there was a sixth component, one that should have been forming but wasn't. A ghostly outline in the diagram, present but inactive, waiting for conditions that hadn't been met yet. Component 6, Incarnate Sanctus, the early chamber of blood, dormant, 0% complete, error detected. Ruinidin's expression grew serious as she gestured to highlight that sixth component. This is where we have a problem, she said. Actually, calling it a problem is underselling it. This is a fundamental architectural error in your development that's limiting your progression in ways you haven't noticed yet. Wah!